ever wondered why you always want more? More Mondays without an alarm. More first tones. More whiffs of the salty sea and the countrified country. More smiles for the camera. More unexpected friends. More laughing at life. More enjoying the journey. And what if the answer was never really what, but where? Gran Canaria. So much to live for.
Welcome back. Day number 5. Feels like we've been here 3 weeks. Day number 5, but finally we are going to be kicking off with Slalom X. Yes, the wind is a bit lighter today, but it's still windy slalom. And I'm looking forward to it. We've just been round with Alfie Hart, just doing all like the interviews for the videos. So I've just had quite a good chats with pretty much all the major players and others. And it's interesting. There's a bit of nervous apprehension. Nobody knows what to expect. It's been 5 years since we have seen the top guys in the PWA go head to head in fin-only slalom. And I say fin-only slalom because that is it. There's no foils involved if you're tuning in. This is fin-only. And it's called Slalom X because there are extra features they can add in. But the first slalom will just be straight up slalom as we know it, downwind slalom, with it leading like the last leg, hopefully in the waves. It's not easy to do here because in the morning the wind is more north, which means it's more cross shore, which means it's harder to go through the break apparently. So we will have to see how that plays out. The jibe is quite far in and it's pretty hot out there. And if anyone watched the heats yesterday, I had a bit of a chat with Bjorn, or he had a chat with me. He's like, Ben, rig a bigger sail. I was like, why? He goes, you feel this? This is a very bad expression of Bjorn. But he's like, you feel this? It's hot. And it means the wind drops. But he said it will be windy today. It won't be as windy as the other days, but still, they are rigging the guys 6.5s. That seems to be the sail of choice, and they're flying around. Hopefully, we'll get some visuals on the water. Have we got any visuals from on the water? Just to see, you know, even just to give you a bit of an overview of what's happening out there. That would be cool. There we go. So on the inside, it's light, but you can see in the distance, they're flying around. There you go. You know, gives you a bit of an idea. That's up near the start line by the looks of it. Yeah. Oh, that's the drone. Okay, so we're already in with the drone. So we're on for 11:30 start, which is about 5 minutes away. Like I say, plenty of wind out the back. How close in does the wind come? Will it make a difference? They're all talking about the chop and how unexpected, steep chop just comes up out of nowhere. Like speaking to Matteo Yukino says, you're absolutely on the edge of control. You're flying around and then you just got to go with it because you can't back off. Really, really interesting. I am so looking forward to it. You know, I'm a massive foil fan in terms of watching the racing. I think it's been delivering some of the best racing we've seen for a long time. But personally speaking, from a riding point of view, I love fin slalom. Can I do it to the extent of these boys? No, of course I can't. Can I go for more than 2 reaches without my legs dying? No, not at all. It is so physical at this level. Spoke to John Sky before, who, you know, trains a bit of slalom, does a lot of sail testing here. And he said he lined up with a couple of the big dogs and they just blew him away. I thought he was going to enter. Well, I was kind of looking forward to it because I thought he'd be a really good benchmark for a very good national sailor, let's say. And we could kind of see where the level is at. But he says, Ben, I'm just absolutely dead trying to keep up with these boys. So yeah, that's kind of how we're looking. We do have a lightweight in there though. Brendan. Yes, we got Brendan. I raced with him in the Portuguese Championship a few years ago. He was a lot lighter then. He's put on about 10 kilos. He's just won a couple of the Finn slalom events in Aruba and Bonaire. So, you know, it's good level, but he's about 78 kilos. Now that's a massive difference between all the other guys. I spoke to Nico Preen, 98 kilos, Jordi Vonk, 90, you know, like all the mid-90s from 94 kilos up to 104, I think Bruno Martini says he was. So, you know, that's the guys. And then you've got Brendan Loho, I can never say his name. Loho, Loho, I have to say it in French accent. He was 78 kilos, so he's holding it on for the young guys. And again, wherever he comes, it doesn't matter. But it is a good benchmark because he's a great racer. He's not got the weight to have that type of speed, but a very technical sailor. So it'll be very interesting to see that. Tell me who you think is going to be the top three. We've obviously got the women here as well. Spoke to Sarah Keita earlier. She was kind of excited. More than nervous, I think she was excited. Jenna Gibson, she wasn't keen on jumping the sausage, which they have told us could happen in this as early as the second elimination. So this is all a trial. People are experimenting. The race officers are experimenting. So this is, there could be teething problems. Who knows? Like nobody knows. We all don't know. They are going to try and push it into the waves. You can see the first jibe, but the last jibe mark is in that sort of inside bit. Now, it doesn't look like a big wave. It's not a big wave, but it's a wave, and that makes the difference. Okay, I'm just speaking to the drone guy, Mr. Johannes Hurtle, because he can't, if he flies sideways in a drone, it doesn't go as fast. So to keep up with these guys at top speed, you have to fly a certain way. So let's see what he's going to do. Yeah, like I said, he's a top flyer. We know he can do it. So it'll depend how fast they're going because the top drones at the moment are almost not as fast, the ones that film the racing like this, as the riders. I think the top, it's like 35 knots, which is obviously quick, but it's windy, it kills more battery. So that'll be definitely interesting. First heat on the water, just so you know, which is coming up very soon. We got Maciek Rakowski, Nico Preen. We've got Scotty Stallman. We've got Jimmy Tieme. We've got Sukos from Greece. And we've got Andy Laufer. Yes, I spoke to Andy earlier. Andy's first competition was in the early 90s here in Pozo. Custom equipment, everything else. I think his last one here in Pozo was early 2000s, like 2004, 2003, said. And now he's back. What was he, like 55 years old, something like 54? I can't remember. But really cool to see Laufer back. He said, I don't know what his expectations are. He's like, I just want to, go and challenge myself. Red flag is up. 4 minutes until the start. I'm excited. Are you guys excited? Are you ready? Who's your money on? I mean, if I'm looking, someone asked me predictions. I think it was Lars from Nico Preen, the YouTube channel. And he said, what's your predictions? I'm like, well, in the men, it's hard to look away from Pierre Mortefon, Matteo Iachino. Those two were at it 5 years ago. I'm sure they're going to be there again. So if I'm a betting man, I'm putting them two in my top three as a safer bet. And then the third one is really up for grabs. And after speaking with Bruno Martini, he seemed like he was just been waiting for this for like a long time. And he looked fired up. Now, that could go either way. As I said in the video, that could go either way. It could mean there's too much pressure. There's too much expectation. He pushes too hard. Who knows? But he looked up for it. He looked like he'd got his game face on. Yeah. So we've got two Germans in the first one. Andy Laufer and obviously Nico Preen. It's a tough battles, isn't it? 4 go through, and it's a smaller fleet, so like about 30 riders, I think it is. And then we basically go from quarterfinals, semi-finals, winners final, and a runners-up final. That's it. Done. Bash. And then in the women, obviously we've got one fleet here, and we've got pretty much all the major players. Alabau, Lemaitre. Both of them have been hammering on the foil, but Lemaitre, she's no slouch on the fin. Mortefon, she's been super looking forward to this. As I mentioned before, from Britain, Jenna Gibson, we know how fast she is. We've got Van der Veen from Holland, good technical sailor as well. Davico from France, obviously Offringer, Van Hoon. We've got Hunter as well. She's back in it. the young Bonarian. That's going to be a good battle for her. And then Uda Brodholt from Norway entering. And I don't want to hear any negativity towards the fin, whatever happens. I'm going to ban you. And even it's going to be like one of those things that just shuts down any negative. No, I'm joking. You can say what you like. But I'm just waiting for who will be the first guy at one jibe mark. Oh, that wouldn't have happened on the foil. Go on. Who's it going to be? You know who you are. You've already got the comment ready. You're just waiting to press send, aren't you? I know it. I know it. Now you're looking at me going, how is he know it? How did he know that? Oof, here we go. Here we go. We are lining up. Few people mentioned Cedric Board in the wind, that he'd got a top gear that could be found. You know, a lot of people there obviously watching the Nico Preen YouTube channel be pushing for Nico to get a good result. You know, a lot of these guys have been pushing on the foil for, quite a long time. Who will be first over the line? Who will get the first PMS? A lot of people talking about Tati Franz. A lot of people talking about Amado, but I spoke to Amado this morning. He wasn't so confident. Jordi Vonk as well. I mean, Jordi Vonk would be one of my picks, but he's not been well, actually, for the week. So he's actually lost a bit of weight, he was saying. Jimmy Tieme. I mean, Jimmy Tieme and Tati are the ones that people are talking about because they've been on the fin when everyone else is on the foil. Oh, we're going up to the start, boys. Let's get ready. Hello? Yay, there we go. Oh. Yes. I feel like they're slowing down. But that's what we're going to see. Look at that. It's just so nice. It's not a full start by the looks of it. I think it's been cancelled or something happened. But that just looks fast, And again, I'm not digging out the foil before all the foil brigade come on and start bashing me. I just love to see fin because you get that water, you get the spray, you see the track like that. There's something about that when you've grown up with it that's just hard. I miss it when we go foil racing. I don't miss it in terms of the racing, but just the visual look. Yes, I'm there. But the one thing I don't have is a radio connection here. So I'm a little bit in the dark here. I'm going to have to be keeping up with the live ticker to keep me up to date. Flag is up just before the start as the finish line has drifted away from the beach. Well, see, did you see that? If we go back to the finish, the buoy was about a meter from the flag. So they would have had to have finished between the buoy and the flag, which was pretty much like 10 centimeters. So, yeah, I can see why they had to cancel that. And that's the problem with laying the buoys in the waves. It doesn't take a lot for them to move because people are saying, why don't you lay the course? I mean, again, it can be doable. And maybe there's going to be a few teething problems. Again, can't say exactly what's going to happen, but yes, let's see. Tour van der Broek says, stay calm, Ben. Stay calm, Ben. I'm calm. Don't you worry. I'm trying to pump it up. Elmer Fudd, put my money on Matt Check in this heat. Le Mans finish, says Vino. Well, it's in the rules. It is in the rules for a run up the beach. Robbie says, and you feel it under your feet. Yes, they're talking about the fin. The drone footage is pure gold. Yeah, I would agree with that. GC without sausages. It could happen, and I was trying to say this before in some of the build-up videos, don't think this is all about jumping a bloody sausage. It's not. It's about high wind racing on the fin, no foils, with different courses, and maybe there's a jump in. Maybe there's more waves to add into the mix. But essentially, it's high wind slalom. That's it. Don't get like your knickers in a twist about, oh, it's not slalom. It is slalom. I've seen all these comments. I just wanted to go and punch a few people. Sorry, I'm only kidding. I wouldn't have punched you. But, like when you see some negativity about saying we're going to do slalom with a fin, I'm like, how is there any negative in that? Like, that's what most windsurfers are doing out there. Yes, the foil is awesome. Yes, people love it. Yes, there's a few people doing it. But still, the majority of windsurfers out there are loving the fin. Nothing against the foil. The foil is still good. You can love both. But, yes. Graham says, what is the X element in this race? Chicane, jump. Well, this is, I guess, the wave element. It's the first one. Get them back in. Get some clean racing in. Again, the X is just for, fin slalom for years, going to a lot of lighter wind venues, which is fine. Which is fine. But the foil has definitely taken over the light wind side of it in terms of high-end racing. 100%. Organisers would choose the foil because you can guarantee a result. And that essentially is it. If you've got all these sponsors, you need to guarantee a result. With the foil, you do just that. In places like Pozo, in places like Fuerteventura, let's say we went to Greece or, some of these places are guaranteed pretty much. So this is to bring back high wind racing, but it's also giving the power back to the race officer, to change it up. The sailors have basically said, look, this is what is in theory, we're giving you the license to mix this up. We are not telling you what to do, because for so long, the top guys were kind of saying, oh, we can't do that. Oh, don't change it too much. We haven't trained for that. And we're getting very same, which is fine. Still good racing. But this is maybe giving the power back to race officers to put the marks in the waves, to go to venues like that, to add a jump if they need to change the course, to put a speed run, to put a chicane, to do something, to have a beach finish where it can happen, which it can't happen in Pozo, to have a beach start. This is maybe to inspire other, let's say, event organizers, because if you're an event organizer, let's say you live in Greece and you have the perfect beach, it's always windy and it's cross shore, and we could do a beach start and that's what you want to see, or a beach finish, you could go to the PWA and say, look, I want to do a Slalom X event. How much is it going to cost? It's going to cost this much to bring the PWA and pay the prize money, and we would bring everyone and put it on. You'd have to organize all the stuff locally because that's the event organizer. And that can be a possibility. Maybe you're not into foiling. Maybe you have a shallow beach where no foiling is there. So, yeah, there we go. Oliver says, fully agree, Ben. I'm not sure what he fully agrees with, but if someone says they fully agree, Ben, I'm going to give you a shout out. Imagine adding a beach start in Pozo. Yeah, agreed, Frederick. So, yes, most of them, from what I spoke to earlier, they're on the small boards. Their small boards are roughly, these are big guys, 63 wide. So that's like, let's say my board that I would use in that is like a 96 litre. So 96, 98, 97, depending what brand you are. It's roughly that slalom board, which is around the sort of high to mid to high 90s litres. 63, 62 and a half, 64, whatever, around that. And then their big board they've chose is about 72, I think, a lot of their other boards. So they get two boards and they get three sails. Most sails for the guys, I'm talking here, who are 95 to whatever kilos, are 5.5, 6.5, 7.5, because it's also got to handle, lighter winds maybe in Fuerteventura, or even lighter winds here. We don't want to not race if it's windy, because let's be honest, 7.5 weather is not crazily light winds. It's still epic slalom with 7.5s. We're not talking 9 meters or something like that. We're talking 7.5s as their biggest sails. So 2 boards, 3 sails, basically. Basil Jacquin in the comments. Why isn't he here? Okay, still trying to wait. I'm just looking through the comments. I'm just going to go through the comments. What we got here? No protests allowed. No protests allowed. This is not a sailing competition. I have to say, I was in the Portuguese Slalom Championships the other day, and the one guy ended up protesting some guy, and then he gets knocked out. And I I'm so, I used to come from that background of sailing and stuff, and it just felt so weird and wrong. I don't know why. And it's obviously not, because there's rules in IFCA styles, racing, which is what that was under. But it just felt like, for doing the pedal away for so long, and it's just only dangerous sailing is the rule. I think for windsurfing and the speed stuff happens, I think we've all got to race. As long as no one's doing stuff dangerously, I think it is okay to have it like that. And I think the pedal away no rules thing has kind of proved itself over the time. Interesting. But I did come from that full racing background, and I've been hanging out with the, Ben Ainsley and these guys, and because we used to do windsurfing Olympic events with them at the same time, at the same event. And my God, they spent half their time, probably more than half the time, in the protest room. It's mad. I really struggle with it actually these days after doing the pedal wave so long. Nothing wrong with it, like each to their own. But for me, it's not where windsurfing should be at, like in the protest room. Christian says, love Ben's passion on this subject. I am very passionate about this subject, I've got to be honest. I've been looking forward to this for a long time. I won't lie, I would have loved to have seen, unfortunately there was not planned for the first day because registration was planned and whatever, but I would have loved to have seen it on that first day. We had full-on crazy wind, and it would have just been a mad thing to have happen. And then we go all the wave, and then this could have bobbled around in the background, and people talking, and then it would have, obviously this would be like the second day. But that's just the way, things played out. Paul Van Bellen says he's not wearing any knickers. I'm not sure we want to know that, mate. Philip says X is for extreme. First round is old slalom rules, no X. Ben says, yeah, I'm pretty sure it's just a slalom, but the last couple of boys were in the waves, which is why we've already lost this. It doesn't mean we're going to have waves, because obviously waves come in sets. So there's no guarantees we'll have a wave on the last jibe mark, but there should be waves through that finish line and as we're coming in, because last time we raced in Pozo, we had foils. We couldn't get in. They couldn't put the foil through the break where the bunker is because it's too shallow. So they had to put the finish line further up. But now it's fin only. They can experiment with pushing down into the bunker where the waves are. And again, that's why we've lost the finish line already, because of the waves obviously lifting the buoy all the time. Constantly, there's a lot of pressure going through it. We've got SK Action Sports says foil should be separate. Love this format. Exactly. There's nothing wrong. Foil's still going to happen. Foil, Furta will be Slalom X and foiling. So it's not a problem. Like I said, the forecast is dropping a little bit, but if you look out the back, we've still got 6.5 absolutely flying. I just did a race on 6.5. It's windy. 6.5 for these boys. It's a windy day. Windy day. Well, you guys are all windsurfers, 6.5 on slalom stuff is 4.5 probably on wave stuff. What else have we got in these comments? Can the drone follow from starboard side? Lots of glare, exactly. But this is the problem. So if you're looking at the drone and you're thinking, oh God, this is not the best angle, he can get a different angle, but he's got to be able to keep up with the riders. And these guys are going quick, like quick. So it has to fly a certain way. But we will see. We are trying to get the best views. Don't think, oh, this shit view, they must, they think we want the shit view. Of course we don't. We want the best view. So there will be a reason. We have probably thought about the solution already. I always love reading the comments. People do talk sometimes like there's a bunch of Muppets here not seeing things, or, oh man, the internet's really bad. You're like, well, we know that, but we've tried everything to fix it before the comp. Something has gone wrong out of our control. I know, I'm just answering the comments before they come. So, whatever happened, here we go. My speed reading is not good. Basil Jacquin says top 3, Pierre Mortefon, Jordi Vonk, and we've got Cedric, Jimmy, and Tatty to T-bone one of them at the mark. Yes. Live coverage, making it possible to comment. Good stuff. Yes, let's see. I'm a bit disappointed Basil Jacquin isn't here. I'm still looking for the... Love from Greece. from Miranda. Just tuned in, no race yet. No, we were about to start, but the Finnish boy that was set in the waves washed away. So we've had to go get it back. It's just how we're kicking things off. Adrian says Cyril Everard should also be there. Well, Cyril, I put a video on of his van the other day, and some guy was digging me out in the comments, and I was very harsh on him. I gave him a 7 out of 10 for his van. 7 out of 10. If you were rating, you know, anything, 7 out of 10 is pretty good rating. It was quite funny. I'm getting very passionate. Maybe he's tuning in right now. Foil versus fin conversations were for the winter, not now. Let's just enjoy the racing. Well, we can still enjoy it. I think there's no comments to be made. There's foiling's good, fin's good, but keep them separate. That's it. Okay. So let's have a look. We have apparently got some messages coming through. Slalom sailors remain on standby for the time being. Once the mark is back in place, we'll go into the sequence. So does look like we hopefully should be getting very soon. So you've got my dulcet tones talking about absolutely just the comments right now for the next bit. So no full start, don't worry. Mr. Stiffy says, would be great to see Paul and Ben doing the comments live together. Well, if you'd have tuned in for the Denmark event, you would have seen that. What else have we got? Just tune in, no race yet. No, the Finnish boy has drifted. Will there be live speeds as there was in Japan? No, in Japan, they had a whole team dedicated to just GPS. So it was like 4 or 5 people, a whole setup. You know, it's a big undertaking. That if we had the money, I'm sure that could be a thing, but it's not the case here. The idea for this event and to bring it to Pozo this year is to showcase it, to build it up, to get more sponsors, to have its own separate race team, separate to the wave team, and then things get super interesting because then they can set the boys up as we're still doing the waves and then switch in seconds because it's a different team. At the moment, it's the same team. So, you know, this could be a thing in the future, and that's why we're all getting behind it. Everyone's supporting it. Everyone's fully on board. Obviously, Bjorn Dunkerbeck is on board. You know, this was where he made a name for himself over the years. Well, this is his spot. So, you know, I think it can happen. Obviously, you know, COVID seems like ages ago now, but that obviously had a negative effect. And then you trying to bust out of that, you know, Gran Canaria tourism board, they need to see the results coming in, which is why it's super important to get all the wave results, all the different categories. Makes a big difference to those guys to have all these World Cup events and different results. And then now the Slalom X is going to have that next bit for the next days. So I know a lot of people have been commenting about that, but it's, you know, it's pretty obvious when you look at it like that. You think, well, okay, it's not a case of, I know some guys out there are not interested in wave and just want to go on slalom. You can hear them moaning, but you've got to realize it's not as simple as that. We got Marty Jarrett saying blasting up and down with the mates on freeride gear is very popular, as in wave, but slalom is deemed expensive and complicated. Change is required for sure. Like I said, I've got a video coming out. Not that I want to promote my videos, but actually I do. We got a video coming out with, like, again, Portuguese National Slalom Championship. I raced on no cam sail. I tell you what, there is something in bringing back fun slalom where you don't need all the full race kit. You know, yes, use a freeride board if you want, but use a slalom board. But the sail, for me, made just huge difference to the fun I had. I had way, way more fun on the no cam sail. Super fast. Like I had a peak of like 38 knots. It's not slow. You know, that's crazy. I mean, that was on the speed bit, not in the race, of course. Obviously, racing, I'm not going that fast. But the speed is there. The lightness is there. The fun factor is there. Again, admittedly, we're racing on 6.5 meter sails, you know, so it's quite windy. But that for me was super enjoyable. On the race kit, it felt like work, felt like business. Like these boys, these are business. This is work. These guys are animals. You know, they're 90 odd kilos. But for me, as an 80-kilo guy, I was loving slalom. I love the race. I love the competition. I don't need to be at the front. People think I do some of this stuff. Oh, I'll take the glory. I honestly don't. Racing for me, I want to have battles. I want to jibe inside. I want to say at the end of the race, to my mate, you know, I got you on that jibe or nailed you on that reach. That's the fun bit of racing. Don't think it's all, I think it's got too serious over the years. Yes, these boys, the top in the world, be serious. Go for it. Fair enough. National racing needs to bring back the fun, needs to bring back just people getting in. And this will get the talent that we've got in the World Cup. They will bust out of those national scenes and then go more serious. But I personally think, as I see maybe national slalom decline, we've got to work out why and why that's happening. And I think it has to organically grow. We can't just force it to happen. We've got to figure out why that is. And for me personally, it's the fun. It's not getting too technical. I know some people love the technical stuff, but me personally, I just want to race. I'm not that bothered about cam pressure and baton tension. Let the top guys go with that. Me personally, I just want to grab a sail, put the downel on, go for a race with my friends, or with people I don't know. So that's what we want to support national racing, because once it's gone, you have to remember it will disappear forever. You know, to get that back where you've got boats, you've got sailing clubs involved and all this stuff, it's not easy to get back. So you don't want to let it go. Like I'm seeing some posts from the UK at the moment, you know, we've got to keep that going. It is super exciting with the stuff, with the drones, with everything else. You know, windsurfing has never been so like watchable. And I'm not talking just windsurfers. I have had so many messages from windsurfers, but their friends who are not windsurfers, their wives, their family are like, wow, this stuff is good. You know, look at Silt last year, look at Furta last year, look at all these events. They are crazy watchable. It's never been so good, you know, and affordable. You know, these drone guys are not cheap, Johannes, but compared to a helicopter, he is worth every penny. You know what I mean? It's just amazing. Yeah, that's the finish line. It's looking a bit limp at the moment, isn't it? Needs some Viagra. Yeah, but okay. I'm reading a comment here. Everyone is free to participate with no cam sales in national competitions. No need to make a special no cam competition. Yeah, but you need, if it's a level playing field, what you don't want to do, and this is like foiling. When you're racing against foiling, it's like, yeah, you can race with the foils, like, but then the foils just beat you, and then it's just like kind of like it just takes away from the whole racing. I know it's not one design racing, but you want to feel like no one's got this massive advantage. Have they got massive advantage with cambers? Maybe not, but still there's a stigma and stuff attached to it. I think you can have a full category for it and promote it. Again, everyone's got their different opinions, and maybe I'm just looking at where we're at right now. I've not been involved in national racing for a long time. And it doesn't need to get complicated, you know. It really doesn't need to get complicated, but you need to bring back regional racing. You know, it has to start everything I've ever seen. I'm going to rant now. I'm sorry. You don't want to give me a mic, but like, it can't just force people to go to events. It has to build organically on its own because people are enjoying themselves. That naturally then creates groups. Groups then go to a national event because they're a group and they're friends, and then they meet other groups. And you look at Team 15 in the UK, which is under 15-year-olds, had groups everywhere, and then they turn up to national championships. Massive. Back in the day when I used to longboard race, sailing clubs would have groups and regional comps. They go to the club championships. Massive. You know, it's all about these little groups in all your areas and building those little groups, sticking a couple of boys in, racing around. You know, again, maybe there's different ideas from it, but that's what I see. I just think if you tell people they don't have to have cams, they don't have to have race sales, even the good guys would be like, you know what? I'm in for that. I'm in for that. So we are getting closer to racing. You won't have to hear me rant for much longer. Don't worry. Rennie says, not that much speed differences with cam or no cam in top speed, just a few knots. Averages with cams are higher. Yeah, and the average is higher for sure. But you know why? Because it's so much work. The pull is just relentless. And that's what, for me, unless you're doing a lot of sailing and you're fully trained into it, is not as fun for a weekend sailor. Again, everyone's got their own comments, but that's the kind of conclusions I got to. I'm looking at when we had wind the other day. These guys could be racing on like 5.0 no cams, easy 4.5 no cams. And I think you would just be, it wouldn't have looked any different. The race would still be epic. Sam saying, Ben, what do you think about the comeback of the windsurfer class? I think because there's a lot of nostalgia there, obviously, but it's the social. Windsurfing is windsurfing. It's fun at every different level. 2-minute flag is up, yellow flag on the boat. So we are going in 2 minutes. But yes, I think there's a lot of social aspects to that windsurfer class, as well as the racing. You know, it's competitive. You enjoy that competitive side, but you also enjoy the social side. We've lost that. We've gone away from sailing clubs where everyone's together. Some of the best countries in the world have got those sailing clubs or surf clubs. Look at them. They're the ones that are doing well. That's my feeling on it. Weather forecasts have got too good. People don't go to the beach unless it's windy. We didn't even used to look at a forecast, really. We go anyway. Right, let's get it on. Yellow flag is up on the boat. 2 minutes or less than 2 minutes to go. When that flag goes down, we'll have 1 minute until the start. Johannes on the drone is making his way up to the top. Ooh. Who's going to win the first ever Slalom X heat? It's the men is kicking off. We have got Nico Preen in this first one. We've got Maciej Rakowski, Scotty Stallman, Jimmy Tieme. We got Sukos from Greece and Andy Laufer, blast from the past. Imagine Laufer gets through this. And he isn't slow, that is for sure. If you've been looking at his GPS speeds, the guy's quick. But this is not a speed competition. This is slalom. Well, Slalom X to be specific. Here we go. Looks like they are lining up. Most of the guys will be on 6.5s, small slalom boards. So full power racing. 4 guys will go through to the quarterfinals. Elimination 1, day number 5 here in Gran Canaria for the PWA World Cup. They are lining up here. It's a bit hesitant. You don't want to be over in this first start, but you don't want a bad start. 4 guys go through. 2 guys will go out. Here we go. Lining in. And it looks like a clean start from what I can see. Green flag is still up. Someone's going quick down this bottom end on the Neil Pride. Actually, we've got quite a few Neil Prides in this. We've got the Patrick sail of Jimmy Tieme a bit further back at the moment. Sokas on that RRD is in there. The Gastra of Scotty Stallman. And look at this. This is what we wanted to see. The Finns absolutely flying down this first reach. We're going to have to try and pick out who's who. I think it's Jimmy Tieme. I'm sorry, Maciej Rakowski in the lead with Nico Preen in second place. Oh, we just lost someone. I think we might have just lost Sokas, but it is Maciej Rakowski. Let's stay on that drone. We can see what's happening. Maciej Rakowski in first, Scotty Stallman in second. And we've actually lost Jimmy Tieme and Sokas at the first mark. So there we go. We've already lost 2 riders. Maciej Rakowski looking good. He's actually on the JP here. So Maciej Rakowski on the JP. Second place, I think we've got Nico Preen. Then we've got Scotty Stallman and then Andy Laufer. I'll have to make sure I've got everyone right. But yeah, that is Nico Preen in second. So choosing the JP slalom board because Maciej has not got a board sponsor at the moment. He can choose anything. And this is, remember, this is just the first round. You've got to be in the top 4, make it through, no mistakes. But you will be able to catch up. There will be problems at the jibes. It is not an easy place to jibe because already Jimmy Tieme has caught up on Andy Laufer. And the problem is you can't really back off on the fin because the board goes out. So you've got to go pretty much full tilt. Maciej Rakowski coming into this inside job. Can we stay on the drone? There we go. You can see the line. So Maciej Rakowski rounding first. Second place, Nico Preen. There we go. That's the swell. You see, jibed on top of it, and that's going to hurt his speed. Next guy comes in, can make it on the wave. But this is going to be an easy top 4 qualification at the moment by the looks of it. There's still a battle. Oh, and there we go. We lost Andy Laufer on that jibe mark. Jimmy Tieme is going to come through. He went down pretty hard just by looks of it, taking his foot out the foot strap. You can't tell how difficult this chop is at the moment. No guarantees that you stay on. One of the hardest jibe marks coming up. Maciej Rakowski just cruising round. Who picked Maciej Rakowski for the first win? A few of you did. Second place, Nico Preen. You can imagine when we get to the finals, this is going to be closer. It's going to be hectic, and we will see lead changes. Scotty Stallman in third place, and it will be Jimmy Tieme in that last one. I mean, hopefully we want to get a word with the guys as they cross the line because this will be pretty hectic. This is just the first round. Then we get to the final 16. It's going to get pretty close. Obviously, the crashing at the first mark didn't help, but Maciej Rakowski wins the first ever slalom elimination here in Gran Canaria. Second place, Nico Preen. Then Scotty Stallman jumping over the line. And then it looked like Jimmy Tieme was going to be in fourth place. There you go. Puff of the cheeks. There's Brendan Lohol. Rigging up. 78 kilos. So Andy Laufer went down on that inside jibe mark. It's Maciej Rakowski. Next heat on the water will be Vrieswijk, Cousin, Board, Russia, Daldorf, Pirboni, a new name for me, and Dennis. So a couple of French guys obviously favour the fin. We've not seen them in the foiling category before. It's windier than it looks. That's the thing. It's quite deceptive out the back. It's pretty breezy. They're on 6.5 small slalom boards. Easy Surf Shop tuning in, obviously supporting their boy, Maciej Rakowski. Pozo wins, says 30 knots, says Ride the Log. What have we got? Yeah, Michael, bravo, Maciej. If you can get around the jibe mark safely, you'll be plenty fast enough for falling in the camber, which might be faster on a straight. Yes. Is there any obstacles? No, not in this first one. They are talking about it in the next one. But the waves are picking up. As you know, it's higher tide at the moment. The lower tide, it might even get a lot harder. So we're going to be pushing throughout the day. We're just waiting for the drone to get back out there. There we go. Red flag up. 4 minutes to go till the start. Marty saying, I'm not sure I want to see an obstacle now. Fin racing is exciting enough, but let's see what happens. Again, we have to see. These are just the early rounds. When we get to the final, you can imagine if they're all racing down neck and neck and they have to navigate an obstacle, there's just a bit of a talking point there, and it could throw up some interesting stuff. Let's see. The finish will be in the breaking waves at low tide. Yes, that is correct. This is exactly how slalom used to be in the early 80s, 90s, exciting with waves and more crashes. Again, early rounds, we're sure we're gonna see it when we've already had Laufer going down. Mario says, this is not slalom. This is hardcore slalom. I mean, that's the thing. The X stands for just more extreme. So we just basically windy slalom with different elements chucked in, and maybe no elements sometimes. So don't get too crazy on the old obstacles. Okay, so coming into the second ever heat of this Slalom X, first competition. Are there any Aussies in this event? No, there's not. And the thing is, you know, to promote the younger riders that are coming up, you have to have that upper level to aim for. So there might be a lot of Finn guys or people who love the Finn, but then you know, if the Peterway isn't having Finn racing, then, you know, there isn't that thing to aim for. You want to, you know, set your sights. You know what I was like as a young kid? I always used to see the indoor and see this. I was like, oh, imagine competing on there one day. And not that you focus on that solely, but it does drive you. Tom says, when is windsurfing ready for betting platform? Yeah, I mean, I totally agree. The only problem is maybe the money's not enough. So there'll be people throwing races left, right, and centre. Match fixing. Yeah, obviously Paul Van Bellen in the comments. We might be seeing the wave rally. But we will be seeing the wave rally. But who knows how big it could get. Is Brendan in the main event? He is in the main event. Yes, he's in heat number 4. We've got Lezek, Rakowski. They're all riding at 50 to 60% in the first heat. Totally, exactly. They just want to make it through. It's all about making it through to the semi-final. Then once you're in the semi-final, you're pushing harder. And then in the final, all the gloves are off. You know, you're going for it. Do any of the wave sailing men do slalom too? Well, Sarah Keita, yeah, mentioned that. No, not really. You know, no, not really. Okay, here we go. Less than a minute to go until the second heat. Just to go through who's in it again. Vrieswijk, Cousin, Board, Rusha, Daldorf, Pierbonnet, and Dennis. It's not so easy for me to see the cell numbers. So when I do have a few of the guys I don't know, you might need to help me out here. Here we go. So we've got an RRD in there, which I'm guessing is one of the French boys. We got Matchek. We've got Mardo Vrieswijk on the red Severn. We're going to have Cousin on the Patrick red down that bottom end. So, it looks like not a good start from Mardo Vrieswijk, right back in the pack. But down that bottom end, is that Cedric Board flying on the Severn? I think it is. We've got Multarusha getting all sorts of loose in second place. My God, did you see the board? So a couple of people mentioned Cedric Board as maybe a guy for the podium, and he looks like he's absolutely gunning in this first race. So it will be Cedric Board that goes round in first. Daldorf and Multarusha are in there on the GAs. Then we've got Alexander Cousin in about 3rd or 4th place. Amado Vrieswijk in about 5th at the moment. Remember, 4 riders qualify. This looks pretty evenly matched for that 4th place. We're going to see a big battle going on here. But look at Cedric Board. I mean, Cedric's been around a long time, and he has got this down. He's got the speed. He seems to be hammering right now out in front. Second place looks like Multarusha. Then we've got Ingmar Daldorf, but Cousin has come back here. Vrieswijk's on the outside. How's this jibe going to go? Cedric Board safely round. Then we've got Rusha. Cousin inside, and Amado Vrieswijk has gone down. Amado's been spending a lot of time on the foil, and he didn't seem as confident when I spoke to him today. And that just goes to show, even for an ex-freestyle world champion, the jibing here in Pozo is not easy. You've got the wake of other riders. You know, on the foil, you're above the water. Yes, you've got to keep it trimmed, but you're not dealing with every bit of chop as Cedric Board comes into this jibe mark in first place. This is just a qualification. So Board goes round. Then we've got, looks like Daldorf overtaking Malta-Russia. And then Cousin, not a powerful jibe from Cousin, but he's got a bit of breathing room here. Top 4 get through to the next round. So first place, Cedric Board. Second place is Ingmar Daldorf. I mean, he's a big, doesn't really do the foil. So he'll be loving this discipline coming back. Malta-Russia, again, does the foil, but I think his heart's with the fin. So Cedric Board, Daldorf, Russia. Can't have any mistakes here from Cousin. Needs to make a nice jibe. Got a lovely bit of swell there. Just jibes it through. Oh, there's a bit of a comeback on here. Here we go. I thought it was all done, but there is a comeback. Who's that challenging Cousin? And he's got him. Let's go to the 4th place rider because there is a real battle going on through the waves and he's got ahead. The top 3 are sorted, but what a comeback. Is that Amado Vrieswijk? Wow. What a jibe from Amado Vrieswijk to take his spot in the semi-finals, overtaking Alexander Cousin on that last stretch. Whoa. Well, you didn't see that coming. I thought he was down and out. That's going to feel pretty good. He was so far back after that crash at the jibe. I think Alex Cousin may be taking it easy, thinking he just needed to cruise it home. And Amado Vrieswijk come back from the dead. He looks a bit out of breath. Oh, that's going to be gutted. I think he thought he got that wrapped up. And that's the deal when the swell, especially on the fin stuff, and you can't make it over the wave, the next guy jibes in the next swell and just catches you up. Oh, he's going to be gutted. How did he even... I didn't even see him coming. He fully was like half a reach behind. Wow. Well, there we go. That was the second heat. I've got to calm down a bit because it's only the first round qualification. But as you know, with the smaller fleet, this is the quarterfinals already. So, you know, next round is that you're in the top 16. So Amado Vrieswijk guaranteeing top 16 result. And every place, you know, if you're in 5th, you're 4 points back from 16, or you're 17th. But then the next place back is something like 4 because there's 4 heats. So if you're every place that you, how do I explain it? If you're in the top 4, it doesn't matter because you're in the top 16. But if you're out of it, every place back is 4 points because you're level with the guys who finished 5th in the other heat and then level with the guys who finished 6th in the other heat. So every place is a 4th. So you have to battle for those minor places because maybe, who knows, by the end of the week, you might be counting some of those results. Unless you're in the top, and then you're definitely not going to want to count those results. Next up on the water, we're going to have heat number 3. We've got Mortafon, Martini, Mercer, Jules, Struismar, and Hessels. So a couple of Frenchies in this, 3 Frenchies. We've got the Dutch and an Italian, Bruno Martini. He looked so focused, almost, I don't say angry, but he looked focused. I'll stick with focused. So I'm just looking through the comments. Oh, here we go. We've already started. So they're straight in. Neil Pride in the lead. Looks like Pierre Mortafon in second place. So the Neil Pride is obviously Bruno Martini. So Bruno Martini in the lead. Second place, Pierre Mortafon. Then we've got the S2 Maui Sails, which will probably be one of the Dutchies. Maybe Hessels. I need to see the number. And then who else have we got in this? We've got Mercer on the Severn. Jules is on the S2 Maui Sails, obviously. Jules from Guadeloupe. Jules likes a bit of fin action. One of the young guys obviously pushing through. Mercer as well. I think the drone might be struggling to keep up with him at full speed. But there we go, Bruno Martini. I said he's one of my tips. Just reading the body language, listening to people, how fast he's going. He's been waiting for this for 5 years, you know. He wants it. And he's 104 kilos. That also helps. You can just see the way his board is driving. Yeah. Wow. So you don't get the chop from the drone, do you? But it's definitely the best view. So Bruno Martini, great jibe from him. Full power. Mortifon's actually got a that swell there. And then we've got Jules and Mercer. Just cruise at the moment for Bruno Martini. How the hell do you cruise with Pierre Mortifon behind you? But they are not full tilt at the moment. This is just to get through to the next round. I heard we might be getting beach interviews. I don't want to say we are, but I have heard that might be a thing. So, but it will be more after the finals because otherwise we don't have the time. But Bruno Martini, Pierre Mortifon, Laurent Jules, and I think it's Mercer in 4th place. Again, this jibe mark in the semi-finals, I think will be very interesting. I think we're going to have a closer bunched group of guys. And by the looks of those swells on that outer jibe mark, we could see some overtaking movers like we saw with Amado Vrieswijk before. But Bruno Martini wins his first heat. Pierre Mortifon in 2nd, Jules in 3rd, and I think it's Mercer in 4th place. Just like I say, early rounds here to get through to the semi-finals. Semi-finals, I think it's going to be a super close matchup. This is heat number 4 coming up. Yakino, Mattis, Vonk, Macker, Franz, Vasquel, and Lojo. Renee says, I have to say, great coverage, guys. Compliments, but it's pretty distracting me from my work. Yeah, that is the problem with the live. You get sucked in sometimes. We got Pedro saying, Brazil is ready for Slalom X. Bring it on. Let's go to Brazil. I'm in. Where do I sign? That's what I mean. I could see it happening. You know, we want windy locations, proper windy locations around the world. There's a lot of fin love out there. So 4th heat. This is just the first round. I'm looking forward. Semi-finals and finals is going to be insanely tense because then the boys and the girls, because they're coming up as well, will be pushing full tilt. At the moment, you know, they're pushing full tilt. You can see on that first reach and then backing off a bit. I feel like as we get to the semi-finals, finals, you're not going to be able to do that. You're going to have to go. We saw with, you know, the speed difference when Amado was pushing to catch up compared to the cruising speed. It's big. Ben, what do you think of Slalom X so far? We haven't even scratched the surface of Slalom X. I can't even comment yet. These are first heats. This is just slalom with a few little things in. It's like I said, this is just the start. Let's just get some under the belt. Let's see where we're at. Let's see some finals. Let's see, you know, we're not judging it off the first round. If I judged anything off the first round, it wouldn't be fair. So we have to wait for it to finish. We have to see some eliminations. Then I'll give you my accurate assessment. Okay. Big dogs in this next heat as well. It'll be interesting to see how Jordy Vonk's going. Like I say, he's been ill for a bit. He was looking very good. He looked really pumped up. A lot of, well, again, what I tend to do is judge it off what other sailors are saying. What's the feeling in the camp? Jordy has definitely been on the lips of a few riders. The same with Bruno Martini, Pierre Mortifon, Matteo Iachino, Matt Chekhrikovsky, Nico. But, you know, the normal, usual suspects, but some more than others. Jordy was definitely one of them. But when you're ill, that definitely doesn't help. So here we go, lining up to the start. Yeah, let's see. Franz, he was feeling the pressure, Franz. He's like, you know what? When there was a load of foils there, I was kind of like on my own. I did my own thing. Now it's like, oh, and a lot of people are giving him the big up and people are pushing on this line. Franz has not had a good start there. So Franz further back. Looks like Matteo Iachino with a good start down this bottom end. Yeah, it looks like Matteo Iachino down that bottom end. In the middle, we've got... well, Tati Franz just a little bit further back in about 4th place at the moment, just touching down. Jordy Vonk a bit further back. Matteo Iachino, though, is going to go round in 1st place. And it is Tati Franz in 2nd, going inside, having to slam that jibe through. Jordy Vonk in 3rd. We've already lost someone on the outside. Brendan Lohol is with the boys, though. 78 kilos, fair play. He's in the mix on the black 0.7 sail, which is great to see. Macker's on the Pride. Is that who we lost at the first mark? I think it was. We lost Macker at the first mark. Mattis should be on the Gastra, GA, which I think he is, just ahead of Brendan Loho. I know that's pronounced wrong. Not very good at French names. Matteo Iachino round in 1st place. 2nd place, Tati Franz. 3rd place, Jordy Vonk. Who's in 4th? No, it's Macker in 4th on the Neil Pride. Not a good jibe from Jordy Vonk, though. Then Mattis comes through. Then Brendan. Oh, it's a choppy little number, that outside jibe mark, isn't it? Swell and chop all together. Top 4 got a little bit of breathing distance here. But you can't slow down. Mattis in 5th, Brendan in 6th. Any mistakes will be punished. This is just the last of the qualifying with Matteo Iachino jibing in 1st place. 2nd place, Tati Franz. 3rd place, Jordy Vonk. Does look pretty... Oh, Mattis catching a bit on Macker there. Remember, the fight in these early rounds is the 4th place rider. 5th place will not make it. Great view, this. Proper slalom. Look at that. Coming into this outside jibe mark. Let's stay on this jibe mark because we want to really see what's happening in those lower places. So, Iachino round in 1st. Then we've got Tati Franz inside the jibe mark. That's what can happen. Jordy Vonk, it won't be consequential. 4th place is Macker. Keep your eye on Mattis, but it's a good jibe from Macker. But it's not. He's on the swell. Mattis is on a swell. He's going to catch him right up. Watch this go right down to the wire. And Mattis is going low over the waves. A real fight, but it looks like Macker's got the better of him as he goes down the swell. He's going to do it. Oh, that's what we're going to see. You can only imagine when we get to the finals how close this last jibe mark will be with that swell line. Oh, it could have been a different story, that. But it is Macker that gets the 4th place. Mattis just missing out. Vonk, Iachino, and Tati Franz into the semi-finals. There we go. Little recap from that race as we get ready for the semi-finals. Bam. So just look how much that board is out of the water. Slalom X in the gorge, someone says. I mean, seriously, there's some great places around the world for Slalom X. 100%. The riders are just going to have to say they're up for whatever the race guy wants to do. And the boys just go, turn up. As long as you can get some wind, it's on. I mean, in the gorge, you could probably do figure of 8 with the amount of current you have there, couldn't you? So, yellow flag up. It's the Vreeswijk. You know, pick me 4 guys from there that are going to get through. Go on. Let's see if anyone can get it right. Pretend you're betting. I'm going to put 10 euros, I know, massive, on this race. Who you betting on? Top 4. Can anyone win the bet? I'll be checking the comments. So, put your best guess on. You know, you would say standouts, Rakowski, Preen, Board. Then pick me another one. I think those 3. And could Vreeswijk do it maybe? You know, fell off, but could do. He's big enough. Maybe Vreeswijk, Board, Preen, Rakowski. Daldorf, though, maybe. Anyway, here we go. Lining up to the start of the first of the semi-finals. Great start down that bottom end. And that might have been, no, it wasn't. It was on the Severn. But it was not Armado Vreeswijk. He's further back. The drone is getting outpaced here as the GA boys are trying their best to go. Down the bottom end is the Neil Pride, looking pretty solid. So Rakowski, Preen, right in the mix as we come through. We've also got Cedric Board flying on the Severn. So Cedric Board, he was a name mentioned, and he's obviously working pretty well. But it looks like the 2 Pride boys, Nico Preen, Maciek Rakowski. This is going to be an interesting one. I think we'll see some places change here. Ooh, managed just to get away with it. It's one of the Gastras coming out of it. It looks like Russia in 4th place. Amado's out. But after we saw last time, I'm not sure it will make a difference. Looks like Nico Preen in the lead. Maciej Rakowski may be regaining that lead now. Cedric Board in 3rd place. It's a battle here between the JP and Pride riders. Maciej Rakowski, Nico Preen, Cedric Board, then Malta Russia, then Daldorf. Remember, top 4 qualified for the final. The first ever final. Oh, Preen! No, Rakowski. It's Rakowski who lost it coming into that mark. And now we've got Cedric Board take over. And Russia's gone wild. He's gone rogue. He's nearly taken out Nico Preen. Cedric Board now has the lead. Nico Preen has somehow stayed on. Maciej Rakowski is right back on his horse. He's up into 3rd. And Russia has somehow stayed in 4th place. We got Daldorf behind. And is it Armado Vreeswijk making ground up on the top? Oh, it's getting close already and tense. Cedric Board leading. Then Nico Preen, then Maciej Rakowski. Let's stay on this jibe mark. There we go. Board. Oh, Rakowski's up into 2nd. Then we got Nico Preen. Then it looks like Daldorf now up into 4th place. Russia dropping back, but Armado Vreeswijk making ground on the upwind side. We're going to have to stay on this jibe on the outside because 4th place is not guaranteed right now. Cedric Board on the edge, flying out in the front. Then Maciej Rakowski and Nico Preen. It looks like Daldorf making a move down that bottom end. And Armado is sailing his own race upwind. He's going to have a great line into this mark. It's going to be about this jibe mark. It's going to be 1 jibe to win it. Daldorf making a go through. Rakowski going wide. Preen on the outside. Armado Vreeswijk comes right at the inside. What a jibe from Armado Vreeswijk. And Rakowski's out of it. Daldorf up into 3rd. Armado into 2nd, spins out. And Rakowski's coming back down the bottom. Preen has dropped back, and Malta Rusha is coming through to take fourth place. You are kidding me. Malta Rusha coming through to take fourth place. Why, Jesus, has he got it? It's still a fight with him and Maciek Rakowski all the way to the line. Wow. Let me just recap. Board, Daldorf, Amado Vrieswijk. It looked like Rusha took the fourth spot. Maciek Rakowski very close, though. It all changed on that last jibe mark. My God. Wow. Amado Vrieswijk, did you see that jibe? Wow. Malta as well. Oh, say Malta. It was. I forgot Scotty Stolman was in that. I definitely apologise. It's super hard for me to see who's who. If I've got it wrong, I apologise. But look at this jibe. Oh, no, this wasn't this one. This was the other one. But look at this one. All over the bloody place. So coming into this jibe, Board jibe's there, then Maciek, then Preen. It's all about the last jibe, though. That is Malta Rusha. Yes, and it is Daldorf. Oh, no. Yeah. Yes, it is. I mean, they need to... I'm going to have to work out the helmet colour. It's the only thing I've got to go on. Wow. Well, there you go. I told you the semi-finals would be exciting on that last jibe mark. Man, you're better to slow down and take the gap. You know, obviously, when you're racing, you can't always do that, but you've got to line it up with the swells. When racing in swell, being on the swell is more important than being first to the mark. Because as we saw there, when the timing is right, oh man, it's insane. You can just destroy people. Man, it was hard to keep up with what happened there. What happened to Nico Preen? He was in and then he was gone. Like, you know what I mean? Ridiculous. I need to see it again, really, just on the drone. But I don't know if we got a replay of just that drone angle so we can kind of just work out what happened. The last jibe mark, the last one out to sea, where all the places are over to, it'd be good to see that last jibe mark from the drone in slow-mo. Red flag is up, so 4 minutes to go. So we've got a bit of time. If we can get that drone angle of the last jibe, it would be cool to sort of analyze it and have a look exactly what happened. No, the boy on the outside where they turn. So red flag up. So 4 minutes to start. Again, just have a little look at that jibe. I think it would be. Here we go. From the drone, yeah, from the drone. But well, see it from that angle as well. But look at that. Go. Can we reverse? Is it? I don't know how it is to control this sort of stuff, but it will be cool to just go back to the beginning of it. Oh, look at that. Again, it's the start. We're just seeing if it's possible. It might not be possible. I'm very demanding. Yeah, here we go. So Board goes round first, then Maciek, then Daldorf. Preen is in for, and my God, that jibe from Mado. But then watch Malta Rusha with the red helmet on the far right at the back. He overtakes everyone, doesn't he? Yeah, he goes past Preen, and then he's got that run down. Wow. I'm not sure we need the jumps, do we? I'm not sure we need the jumps. That is already enough, you know. That just bit of jeopardy, bit of swell line. That's what we just wanted to see. It's not much. Okay, yellow flag up on the boat. If the second semi-final is as good as the first, we're in for a treat. You're still in my ear. Hello. Okay. Heat number 6. Martini, Mortafon, Jules, Mercer, Yakino, Franz, Vonk, Macker. Did anyone get that prediction right? I would hazard a guess at no. Anybody? Anyone want to claim the top 4? I can't believe anyone would have got it. Yellow flag is down. Less than a minute to go. What we thinking? Martini, Mortafon. I mean, the seeds, Yakino. What are you going for? Franz or Vonk? Or are we seeing Jules come through? You know, this is the thing. Yes, they might not be the top seeds, but they've all got the skills to make it in there. And as we saw before, you know, maybe you wouldn't have put Rusha in there, but he's got the speed. All right. Counting it down as we come through to this start line. Neil Pride, so that's pink and the purpley sail is Bruno Martini. We've got Pierre Mortfon, so easy to spot this year. He's the only one on phantom sails, so that's an easy spot. Jordi Vonk, pretty much the only one on duotone, so on the white sails, easy to spot. Jules on the S2 Maui sails on that left with the yellow on top, easy to spot. Tati Franz on the 0.7 black sail, easy to spot. And there we go. Off to the clean start. Matteo Yukino down that bottom end with a good start. There's a Neil Pride with not a good start back there. I think that's Macker. Bruno is up the front, but Tati Franz flying down the middle now. Tati Franz is definitely going to have a lot of support. Jordi Vonk looking good. Bruno Martini further back. Who have we got at that top end on the Severn? Is that Mercer? It is, I think. But Tati Franz is going to be leading. Matteo Yukino! Mercer getting super loose. Like airing into that jibe mark. Tati Franz goes wide. Matteo Yukino, Jordi Vonk, Bruno Martini. Does feel like the top 4. If there's any mistakes, though, the boys will be behind to mop up. Look at that. At the moment, Tati Franz leading on the way out. It's different to on the way in. Who's the fastest on the way out? At the moment, it looks like Matteo Yukino might be the fastest guy on the way out. Looks very comfortable. Tati Franz definitely going well on the way in. Jordi Vonk out there. Bruno Martini. There we go. Coming into the second jibe mark. Swell line there. Better for the second boys if they can get through. Matteo Yukino is going to get caught up a little bit here. Jordi Vonk goes right round the outside, keeps it going. Tati Franz still on the inside. Bruno Martini. All top 4 intact at the moment. But what am I on about? Where's Pierre Mortafon? I'd forgotten about Pierre Mortafon being in this heat. So Pierre Mortafon is in 5th place and hunting 4th. Tati Franz and Bruno Martini, not where you want to be. Nobody wants Pierre Mortafon behind him because Mortafon is coming on like a train down that bottom end right now. Have a look at this jibe mark because it will get a bit different. So Yukino, Vonk, Bruno Martini, one-handed round that jibe mark. Then Tati Franz. Then Mortafon. Mortafon with a pretty solid jibe. Oh, hello. He's gone over the top of Tati Franz. Or has he? No. It's close. Coming into this last jibe mark, we are going to lose one of these top 5. And Mortafon sailing right down on Tati Franz, just absolutely drilling him. And he's let the top 3 get ahead. So it doesn't matter. When you come into this jibe, if you don't get the swell right, you're going to be outside the back door. So Matteo Yukino is going to go round in 1st place. 2nd place, Jordi Vonk. 3rd place, Bruno Martini. Then Pierre Mortafon. What's Tati Franz got to say? Mortafon going in tight. It looks like they've got the swell. Pretty good from the top boys. Tati Franz has had to go low. I think that's not going to help with Mortafon already on a good line. It worked out good for the top boys then. That could have gone any way. It does, unfortunately, look for Tati Franz fans that he's going to miss out. We're going to try and get a lower angle on that jibe mark just so we can see the lines a bit better. It's so difficult to see from the top. But top 4, Bruno Martini's there, Mortafon's there, Yukino's there, Jordi Vonk is there. Tati Franz missing out on the final. Everyone looks a bit knackered when they cross the line on the fin, don't they? Geordie Vonk, he has been ill for a while, and that looked like it was taking its toll. Wow. Love it. He was bombing on that first reach. What happened to Pierre Mortifon? Yeah, he was right back, Pierre. Just coming around the jibe there. Makes a difference getting that inside line out. Good jibe from Geordie. Yeah, just going inside Jules on the last jibe. Coming through. Yeah, that was the outside jibe actually. Bruno made a bit of a mistake. Mercer actually looked like he went into the buoy. Mortifon made some serious ground up. Geordie coming inside, great jibe, but one-handed from Bruno. Tati, this is where it kind of went wrong. A good jibe from Mortifon put him on that inside line, and then he just sat on him on this last run. Oh yeah, there was that slip from Bruno. He held it together so well. Last jibe mark, yeah, jibed on a lovely bit of swell Mortifon there. That could have, you know, you don't know how that's the swell's going to be lining up on that last jibe mark, and it is going to cause some problems, no doubt about it, but it worked out great there. Really nice jibe from Mortifon. Oh, okay. Just to confirm, Maciek Rakowski, by going low, did get ahead of Maltarusha. So Maciek chose to go down through the waves. The finish line is closer to the bottom to encourage people to go through the waves. The buoy is at a slight angle, so it's kind of more beach bias, let's you say. And it worked out good because Maciek Rakowski did clinch that final place. So in the final is Cedric Board, Ingmar Daldorf, Mardo Vrieswijk, Maciek Rakowski, Bruno Martini, Pierre Mortifon, Matteo Iachino, and Geordie Vonk. That is your final 8 riders. Women will be coming up. There's one fleet, which I'm pretty sure it will come after the men's final. It could actually come now, actually. I'm just catching up. Oh, okay. So there's a general recall. So the women's final is coming up now, but they've already had a general recall. Again, we're going to have to slow things down with this slalom because we really want to get it. Okay. So we're going to have women's final next. General recall has already happened. We're just waiting to see who was over the line early. And hopefully get that drone back up there. Again, basically nearly all the racing now just has to be tied in with when the drone can be there. Because without the drone, yeah, it's not the same, is it? Let's be honest. So still waiting to hear results from this general recall. And what's your theory? What's your feelings on the slalom so far? I mean, I agree. Paul said, I think 5 minutes between heats would be great to allow beach interviews and general. The problem is, I totally agree with that. I am more in for hyping it up and hearing the thoughts and building up the races that we've seen rather than more and more races. The problem is with Pozo, not everyone wants to come back to the beach because of the stones and everything. So they'd rather stay out there. And that is why this has kind of been, that's why it's happening like it's happening here, as far as I'm aware. But I agree. I like the build-up. I think if you look at any other sport, a lot of the build-up is hearing from the riders, hearing what they've got to say, and then we understand more what is going on out on the course. And, there's little battles that we see. It brings just context to them, and we can relook at them. And I think a lot of that analyzing, again, maybe some people are not into that. I really like that type of stuff. Yeah. Zik saying interviewing on the boat. I mean, that is the ideal thing because you want to hear from them. That's the bit that gives it that extra twist, and I'm sure it'll happen. I'm sure it will happen. Again, this is just to get things going, see how it goes down. I think so far, for me, visually, it's been great. We've had, it's not a foregone conclusion. We've had some good overtakes. And just when you add swell into any mix, it's always going to bring some drama. People talking about freestyle in Pozo. Used to have freestyle and slalom and wave back in the day. And again, that's kind of what Bjorn is talking about. But obviously, you need money to do all those things. So I'm refreshing, and I'm not seeing any over earlies just yet. But it is a full fleet, so I can imagine it wouldn't surprise me. Let's have a look. Put the women's elimination on. There we go. It could mean they've just got that flag up. Sometimes they put that flag up, well, usually for a general recall, but it sounds daft just when they're checking the wind and stuff. But it probably is a general recall. That's what it says on the ticker. No, we've got the women's. Women's elimination is next. So not the men's. Can have the women's elimination. I'll go through the names in a minute. Just bear with me. So coming up, women's final, pretty much straight in. We've got Blanca Alabao, last year's world champion on the foil. Lemetier from France. Lemetier, sorry. I get told how to say these names and I forget. I've only got a small brain. Marion Mortafon. All eyes were on her in the windy stuff. We've got Jenna Gibson, one of the fastest women out there, that's for sure. She says she's not looking forward to jumping any obstacles, but she's definitely into full power slalom. Van der Veen, we've seen some good stuff from her. Davico, races in France, so probably used to the wind. She'll be enjoying this. Obviously, Sarah Keita Offringer. She's got to be one of the favorites here. Van Hoon from Belgium. We've got Hunter. She actually does waves and slalom. So there is, someone was asking who does the waves and slalom. Hunter is one of them. She actually won her first competition up in Silt. De Jong, very small rider from Bonaire. So, yeah, it'd be interesting to see how she gets on. The De Jong sisters we've been seeing on all these slalom competitions. So great to see some new blood in the slalom. And Brodhult from Norway. Ude. Right. Have we had confirmation? General recall. General recall. Oh, my life. There's loads of them. Oh, my God. Okay. Let's get ready for this. So we have the women's final coming up. There has been a general recall and Jenna Gibson is over. Davico is over. Alabao is over. Van der Veen is over. And that's it. 4 riders, though, out in the very first final. Wow. Pushing hard. So last place for all of those in the first ever Slalom X final. So we've only got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 or something. So we've only got 7 riders left. So Alabao out. Le Métier is in. Mortafon is in. Gibson is out. Van der Veen is out. Davico is out. We've got Offringer, Van Hoon, Hunter, De Jong, and Brodholt. There you go. So already for those girls, it's going to be not a bad result. Take 4 out already. Yellow flag is up. 2 minutes to go till the start. I think racing in Pozo, someone said, yeah, but surely Serakita is going to win every race. Let's just watch. there's some quick girls out there. And as we know in Pozo, it is not an easy place to sail. Anything can happen. The jibe marks, they don't look it from the drone, but on the lower cam, or when you're even out there yourself, trust me, the drone makes it look relatively easy compared to how hard it actually is. Just even, I was speaking to Laufa, you'll hear it on some of the videos to come, but just taking your foot out the strap, it's hard. You've got to find the space, but when you're bouncing over the chop, when do you take your foot out? Here we go. That's what these girls are paid to do. So let's see what we have. Lining up. Le Métier. I think she's going to go good. Justine Le Métier. I think Marion Mortafon right up there. Offringer, obviously. They'd be my top 3 maybe in this. And we'll see what the other girls are bringing to this first ever Slalom X elimination for the women. They were close to that line at the front end. Looks like Marion Mortafon with a good start. Le Métier with a really good start down the bottom end on the S2 Maui sails. And we've got Serakita Offringer in the middle. These 3 are already poking out from the rest of the group. But look at Justine Le Métier. She is so quick. I've raced with her in the Deafy Wind. Trust me, she's fast. And look at the speed. She looks super comfortable. Looks very, very good here as we coming into this first mark. Serakita in second, Marion Mortafon in third. But it's not just about going in a straight line. You've got to get it on around the jibe marks. Le Métier goes down on the first jibe mark. She had the speed, but like I said, those jibes are so not easy. Good jibe from Serakita Offringer. Marion Mortafon in second. Then it looks like Van der Veen on the Severn. Then on the KA, what's it called now? The tribal sail from Hunter. Serakita's got some pace. And this is a final. So for the women, you've got to go flat out. You're not cruising through some qualification rounds as Marion Mortafon takes to the air. Said on the way out, you've got to go a certain speed to go from almost chop to chop. A little bit slower and you end up hitting everything. So as soon as you back off the power, it gets harder. But it's obviously it's a killer on the legs. Serakita, 4 riders out. She's having an easier ride of this than she might have. Still no guarantees. Looks like she's on a big sail, doesn't it? Holding down the power. Board just flicking around here. Trademark pink helmet. Look at the board just dancing down this reach, spending more time in the air. It's almost like I'm in foil. It looks like we might have a co-commentator coming in. You better take that jumper off, mate. It's more like a sweatshop in here. Here we go. Good jibe from Serakita. Going nice and wide. Keeping it together. A few swell lines coming in. Marion Mortafon jibing in second place on a nice line as well. It's not all over. We've got 1 jibe mark to go. As we've seen with the guys, anything can happen, but she does have an absolute hell of a lead here. I really wouldn't want to race against Serakita from a lightweight slalom sailor's point of view as we're coming into the last jibe mark. John Sky, can we hear John Sky? I think you're on. You've been out on the beach. Well, we're going to chat in a sec, but Sarah Keita Offringer. Have you ever raced against her? Yeah. Do you know what size she's on? It looks big. It does look big, though. So Sarah Keita coming in to the first elimination for the women here in Gran Canaria. The first ever Slalom X elimination will be won by Sarah Keita Offringer. Did anybody doubt it? I mean, we're missing 4 riders from this big general recall. Lots going over. It looks like maybe Marion Mortefon in second place. But good result for Sarah Keita, starting the way she wanted to start this competition. Marion Mortefon looks like in second place, Van der Veen in third, and then Justine Lemetier is coming up back into fourth place. So a good comeback after a crash. Why aren't you racing? That's what we're all asking. I've got John Sky next to us, obviously lives here in Gran Canaria, trains here in Gran Canaria, sail tests here in Gran Canaria. I've been seeing video left, right and centre of him flying around on his slalom gear. I see comments like, I've got the best gear I've ever had for these conditions. And then I see a post saying, I'm not going to do it.
Well, the main thing, I've only got one production sail. So, okay. Yeah, and for the rules, especially after last year.
Gutted.
Yeah. So I just had I have a 5.6.
If you had the gear.
Yeah, probably would have done it. But I tell you, I'm well, you know, I'm getting a bit older, the body's aching, and it's really, really full on. It doesn't, you sort of
don't see it on the drone.
Yeah, you sort of, is this a heat or is
this
this a replay?
This was a replay. Like Lemetier on this first reach, she was absolutely fanging, but then went down on the first jibe mark.
It is brutal, and what I find, I can go quite fast for a short period of time, but then these guys, they're so good and they're so fit that it's hard to appreciate it when you watch this, but it's like so physical sailing, and they're doing it absolutely full whack, non-stop, and then I mean they're probably going to do 3 rounds today at least, maybe 4.
They don't break a sweat.
Yeah,
and I mean they do actually. That's not true. But
Amado looked pretty punished. I don't know if you saw.
I saw Geordie. I saw Amado. Amado's had some amazing comebacks. I don't even know how he did it.
I think Amado's been really sick the last few days, so he's hardly sailed, and I think he's not on full battery. But he had 2 comebacks at the end of the last one, which was like amazing because he was like so far back, and then he came through, and I think he even won the heat, didn't he? Or
he was close. The jibe on the last jibe mark was just insane. Obviously, he had a bit of lining up with the swell, but you've got to have the skill to take it.
2 times he's had that because he's looking for it, and the rest of them maybe are focusing on their jibe, and he's just looking at that exit.
Well, Preen, he came in quite early on, but actually it punished him because then he got stuck, and we saw Malta. Well, I thought Malta Rouge had gone through, but actually Maciej Rakowski got
Maciej got it. Okay, it was close. It's really hard to see. To be honest, that's why I came here, because it's not much better watching it. The guys at home, I think, have got the best view in the town.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Okay, so we should be going into. I guess we might be going runners up final first. Let me just check. Hang on. After an extremely tight finish in the opening men's semi-final, we're still looking at video footage to confirm who progressed into the winners' final. There will be a slight delay. Malta Rouge is on a 5.7. Malta Rouge and Maciej Rakowski,
it was really hard from the beach. Yeah, it was impossible
you couldn't even see it from here. Maciej went low.
Can we get a replay on the drone?
Yeah, but he's off screen because he went so low. And the boy, and it's angled. So I was like, I didn't know. And then I saw Maciej made it. And I was like, whoa. I thought Malta had made it. But then I thought, okay, well, maybe it's just the angle. And Maciej had kind of gambled to go over the waves and low, which I think would be cool if that's how it can work.
Yeah.
But again, we'll have to wait to see whether that. But
we don't have the drone angle where we can draw the line on it. And
if he was in shot, yes, we actually probably could. But without him being in the shot, it's difficult. I'm just looking in case I missed anything here. Official results: Offringer, Mortefon, Brod. Oh, I take it back. It was Uda Brod on the Severn in third. Oh, I didn't give her. And De Jong in 5th place. Impressive, because she must be very lightweight. One of the young sisters.
One of the sisters from Bonaire. Yeah. They look tiny. They're super young, aren't they? Or 5th
place. That's a solid result. That is. Wow. Yeah. So it's going to take a bit of time, because when when the leader is quite far ahead, we don't actually always see the further back girls. Slow down, Sarah. But we'll have to go back with the drone. It's a bit more tricky. Final. what we have a look? Well, we got runners-up final. I'm guessing they're going to do that first if they've got.
So heat 7 is the
runners-up final.
The runners-up final, and heat 8.
So at the moment, we've got Maltarusha in that. Again, that's what we're waiting to confirm. Was it him or Matt Cheprakovsky? We'll find out. Preen, he looked like he was making that final all day long till the last mark. Kind of crazy that he didn't get it. Stallman is in there. Jimmy Tieme, Lohan Jules. We got Tati Franz in there again. Someone else who lost out on that last.
Yeah.
Well, he didn't actually. He got smashed by Mortafon.
Mortafon just like
never want Mortafon in
yeah.
fifth.
That's what I saw. He was like, because I think he was sick about the first jibe, and then we were like, "Ooh, Mortafon's back." No, I think he's got another gear.
Yeah.
Like I got like a proper reality check. I went sailing with Pierre and with Bruno Martini, and my goodness, those two were flying, absolutely flying.
Yeah, they are two of the fastest guys.
Yeah.
From what you know,
that's what time I came in. I was like proper tail between the legs, and they went, "Well, you did choose probably two of the worst ones to sail with." I was like, "Okay."
Yeah, and again, we're in these early rounds. We're seeing people kind of 60% to what they push.
Yeah.
In the early
you kind of
rounds.
saw it, which was the first semi-final that was like nuts, wasn't it? You just saw them all like absolutely hammering it down. Like it's pretty impressive.
Yeah. So the first round is literally make it in that top 4. Don't do anything crazy. You're probably going to get through if you're one of the top guys.
Yeah.
And then the semi-final, there's too many to fit in 4.
I mean,
so it's like,
it
gets. I mean, there's definitely guys in the first round that can cause an upset, and they will be going flat out.
Yeah.
But the top guys, the difference, like we saw it back in the day. You know, everyone out there have seen Bjorn Dunkerbeck and stuff, and Antoine Albo for so many years. They had this extra gear. Then they would go into the front, then they cruise. And then they depend in when they use it, and then as we get,
you kind of saw it with Achino in the second semi-final. He had like a huge lead at one point, and then you could see he just like was cruising it and controlling it, and
no,
it's good to have that. Like,
it's demoralising, though, isn't it? You're like you are busting your balls to try and stay with them, and then you realise they're not even trying yet. You're like, oh no, this is shocking. Right, let's have a look at the comments.
And why aren't you doing it, Benny? I just heard you were just third in the Portuguese Championship, weren't you? On a free ride sail.
I don't like confess to being fast. I've never been fast.
You'd be all right here, like, that's what.
Well, I think here, if it was absolutely cranking and I had specialist equipment, because I was saying this to the guys earlier, you know, back in the day when I used to race here, it was custom equipment.
Yeah.
Now we've got production equipment, which is amazing. You know, everyone can use these boards, but you can't design them. They're not designed for massively crazy chop. And
they're all on relatively huge boards. Like, because I think probably 99% of the fleet is on a sort of a 62, 63 wide slalom board, which is the standard 95, 98 kind of liter board. I think back in the day they were on like 50 wide, so that's like an extra 10 centimeters. And for example, Kai, the guy I sail with all the time here, he's actually got a couple of Bjorn's old boards, and they're not even like from the custom era. They're from the first like production. They're production boards, but they're like 76 liters. I think they're like 52, something like that, 55 maybe. But he's like, when it gets like rough, he can go on that, and he's like just cruising along relatively. Whereas like, you know, so I think
it's different.
Maybe we'll see now with this Slalom X and the kind of like the sort of the switch towards a more like high wind orientated fin sailing. Yeah. Maybe we'll see a slight change in what their choice is. But
because also, I was just saying, when I first came here, one of my first PWA events, they were still doing slalom here. You were doing the betting.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's illegal. We can't talk about that.
No.
But I remember Matt Pritchard turning up in the real windy stuff. It had way more control. You know, it maybe wasn't the fastest on flat water or less choppy water, but here in Pozo, it seemed to be like this winning board. And it was obviously Matt Pritchard's mega talented. It's not like it was just the board.
They also know their gear so well, so they know what they need to be in control here. But one thing I'd say, like having, you know, I've been sort of dabbling a little bit in slalom for roughly about 10 years, I think. And when I first started, I definitely had the feeling that when it got really rough, the level was not so high. There were like a few guys, and that's why you always saw someone like Ross Williams, who was like such a talented sailor. When it got rough, suddenly he'd be like right at the top. And when it was like flat and easy, maybe he was like not quite so at that top. But now they're all so good in everything. They all train in Tenerife, which is pretty much like this. Yeah. And And so they're all so good when it's rough. They're still super fast when it's flat. Like, it's not like they go to Defi and they're really slow. They're super fast there. Then they come here and they're fast. And then now I think the overall level is so much higher in a big chunk. Before there'd be like one or two guys. You'd say like, okay, like obviously Antoine, no matter what the conditions were, he'd be right up there.
Yeah.
And then and you could sort of say that like someone like Ross, when it got rough, he was like really like top challenger. And now like they're all so good in everything.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
I mean, I've often said this, and everyone's like, "Oh, you just want it for yourself." I'm like, I don't genuinely. Do you think there should be weight categories? Like, let's say an under 8. Me personally, I'm an amateur slalomer.
Yeah.
Let's say, don't do it that often. When I do it, I enjoy the racing. I really enjoy being in the pack.
Yeah.
Making those decisions or whatever. But I'm never gonna be fast. And even there's a lot of people out in the world who are way faster than me at my same weight.
Yeah.
I'm not. Some people, you know what it's like. Tatty, when he was 78 kilos.
Where's the break in the
But
category?
that's what I'm saying. It's difficult to put a break. But I would say under 80 kilos. Like,
Maybe
I'm not
under
80.
83. Could it be?
Exactly. I'm like, I'm not even under 80 anymore. Damn. But maybe you need a bit of leeway on it.
Yeah.
But I do know there is a huge difference. And for example, when I raced with Brendan, who is racing here, he's put on weight now, but back then he was probably low 70s.
Yeah.
And he had some weight on. And he was hanging with me
relatively
okay. He took the weight off.
But like putting weight on is a different thing. I think it's not.
No, but do you know what I mean? It does make a difference how heavy you are. And then I'm thinking, are there people out there that don't race because it just becomes like, I think, people want to have some sort of accolades to doing it.
Yeah.
But me personally, as an amateur slalom racer, I want someone to look up to. I always remember looking at Antoine. I'm like, well, I'm not looking at what he's doing. It's just totally different to me. Whereas when Tatty was 78 kilos, I was like, what fins you have? Well, how are you doing this stuff?
Yeah.
I mean, even Tatty was built like a brick shithouse and not the same as me.
I don't know what he weighs now. What does he weigh now? Do you know?
94 or something.
He's beast,
ridiculous,
isn't he?
ridiculous. Yeah.
Well, I don't know. I think you can also sort of say at this level, which is the F1 of windsurfing, you kind of like.
Sorry, I got to interrupt you. But there is some news. Malta Russia is now in the final. After a video review, Malta Russia will be in the winners final. Maciek will be in the B final. And I thought we saw it on the camera, and I said Malta Russia, what a comeback. Yeah. And then we saw the results. We're like, oh shit! So it did look to us like Malta had got it. So it was a shock to see Maciek in there, but that's even worse, isn't it?
Yeah.
You think you're not in, then they're like, you're in. You're like, we're in, and then you're oh, you're right. So yes, and there's a big difference between being that winners final. Worst you can get is 8th. And obviously the best you can get in the losers final, if you sail the best, you beat everyone in that losers final, which is hard, and you only get 9th.
Yeah.
So just making that cut is like, I'm already got a top 8. It's pretty solid.
So who's now in that losers final? I mean,
most of the major players. There's no real upsets, but I would say Preen, maybe people would have been thinking, here we go.
Is it already?
Oh. Well, they don't tell us. Okay, well, we're in men's runners-up final. We got Lohan Jules on that S2 Maui sail with the yellow on the top. You can see him pointing out. We've got Maciek Rakowski in there. Nico Preen is in there. Oh, Lohan Jules giving it a fight up on that left-hand side on the Severn. I'm guessing that's going to be Mercer, maybe. Yeah, it is. So it's Nico Preen. No? Nico Preen leading into this first mark. Then Lohan Jules. No, it's Mercer that takes into second. Maciek Rakowski getting a nice bit of swell there, but Mercer getting some acceleration out of that jibe mark. Lohan Jules still in this. Nico Preen looking very good, though, as he comes over the swell, heading out. I mean, I lined up with him at the Defi Wind, and he was absolutely flying. Again, I'm not the quickest, but Nico was flying. He's put on some weight this year. He's up to, I think he said 98 kilos, which is just insane. But this is good. If he wins this, it would still be single digits, 9th place. Lohan Jules has gone backwards. He's right into about 6th place now. Nico Preen still leading. Tatty Franz making a charge through to 4th place. Mercer in 2nd. Whoa. Then looks like Maciek Rakowski. Then we got Tatty Franz. Great jibe from Tatty Franz underneath. And he has moved up into 3rd place. I think it's a good battle with Maciek. Just want to make sure that is Mercer on the Severn. If you've got any other ideas, please let me know. But Nico Preen looking very solid in the front. 2 jibe marks to go. And I spoke to the Johan on the drone before. He says they're going quicker than me on the drone. It's very difficult to keep up with them. But there we go. Preen ran in first. He's a wide jibe. Mercer going inside. He's going to have an opening here. Tati Franz coming through. Then Maciek Rakowski. Then it looks like Daldorf. So out in the front, Nico Preen. Fighting it out. Tati Franz in about 3rd place. Mercer, we should hopefully see them at some point. It's going to come into the last mark. This is the winner will take 9th. 2nd place will be 10th. Tati Franz, will he have an opportunity in the swell? It's going to be Nico Preen that jibes in 1st place. Is it a good jibe? Is it on a swell? It doesn't look a great jibe. He's trying to get over that bit of swell to push down. I think he's going to get this. He's made it over the swell. It wasn't perfect, but it was okay. He's managed to stay ahead of Mercer in 2nd place. He's given it a good go, but it will be Nico Preen that wins the first runners-up final of 2000. And the drone's getting super close. Nico Preen wins it. Mercer in 2nd place. 3rd place, Tati Franz. Or it was, Tati Franz. Well,
it's really interesting. When you see it from the drone, you can't really appreciate how choppy and gnarly it is. They just look like they're cruising, don't they? And when you're out there,
I said that before.
It's like knee-breaking stuff going on.
It sort of not ruins it, but it just doles it down, doesn't it? You're like, wow, it looks, go on, have a go. And you're like, you've been out there, I've been out there. It's just like,
especially on the way out, you're kind of like picking your line and you're going full speed, and then all of a sudden there's just like this stump ramp in front of you, and you're like, you just hit it and you're flying. And, yeah.
Right. Well, there we go. Nico Preen, 9th place in the first elimination. We should be going straight up to the final. Cedric Board, Ingmar Daldorf, Vrieswijk, Rusha, Vonk, Yakino, Martini, Mortifon. John Sky, give me your top 3. We've got 4 minutes until the start.
Well, I got to say, for me, Matteo's been looking good. Chino looks like he's been in control all the time. And then, after that, Bruno's flying. Bruno Martini flying. Pierre's flying. Borders actually looked really good in the first round. I thought it was actually Matteo in the beginning. It's so hard to tell. I find it really hard to tell the difference between everyone. They're all on the same gear. It all looks the same now.
Sail numbers are all the same. It is difficult. There needs to be. We got to do something. The helmets are actually useful. Once you work out who's
got which helmet.
But it does make a difference. If they had all different colour helmets, it would help me, like a yellow, a pink, a white. Yeah. It does make a difference.
Well, why is it so different from before? I think before there was more mix, wasn't there? You used to have like someone on a
stickers or something. It was easier to see. But also the drone isn't the best for reading sail numbers, because you get the overall view, but it's not so well. That shot's pretty easy.
He's insane. I did a couple of runs. I was out like the other day, and he was like flying the drone. He's so close. It's just ridiculous, and you're kind of like scared to like. You feel like if I go downwind, you're going to get the drone knock it out. But he's so good with a drone.
No, it's insane. The only problem is, he said they've got to build faster drones. Like the Mavics at the moment are not quick enough.
He's got some custom one, though.
But that's the FPV one.
Okay.
But this one for the racing, and because the FPV is too hectic for racing, it needs to be a bit more steady. But they need to up it by for windsurfing, 5 more knots.
Yeah, would
be the best. So here we go. Cedric Board, Ingmar Daldorf, Amado Vrieswijk. Rakowski won't be in this, but Malta Rusha will. Jordi Vonk, Matteo Iachino, Bruno Martini, Pierre Mortifon.
So you got a top 3? Or are you allowed to?
Yeah, I think from what I've seen and what I've heard, I'm going for the first one very safe. But I was going to say Bruno Martini, Pierre Mortifon, Matteo Iachino. Obviously, it's a bit boring. That's not to say that any of those other riders, like you say, Cedric Board, a few people mentioned him, and he was mentioned by Pierre Mortifon.
And he sails in this stuff all the time, doesn't it? Like in the south of France, they get this sort of whenever I see those French championships, and it's like 10,000 knots, and they're all racing like a lot in this stuff. So they should.
That was the biggest takeaway I had from this morning. Like I wasn't hearing expecting to hear his name. No disrespect to Cedric, but we know he's quick, whatever. But Pierre and Matteo mentioned him.
Okay.
Like totally separate. So they know they're racing with these guys. So wouldn't be surprised if he caused a problem. But also Bruno Martini was mentioned.
Bruno, for me, Bruno was just like absolutely flying. He's just a beast.
But we got to stay on around the jibes. You got to get a good start because no one's slow.
Because that's the other thing. Like Amado Reesvik, he has had the terriblest starts in both heats, and then come through and won. So like, if he nails the start and gets a good first reach, I can't see anyone touching him.
Exactly, and he's not small. He hasn't been doing much on the thin. He hasn't had much practice, as he said. He's been ill. There's a few things that are going against him, but the talent of the guy is undeniable.
Yeah.
So let's see.
To have the two comeback. The second one as well. He went from like out the picture.
Go. Where's the start, boys? Here we go. Lining up. This is the first ever final of Slalom X. Oh, it's tight down that bottom end. There was a Severn down there. I think it's Matteo Iachino. Got Bruno Martini in the mix. And we are on right now. Again, Amado with not a great start, but there's people slowing down. It's general recall. We might have just lost Matteo Iachino and Bruno Martini in one hit, because those two definitely look close
down there.
Wow. Well, that would be huge. That would be two of my picks if that is the call. Out in general recall. We'll have to wait for the official ones, but
can we get a replay on it?
Yeah.
Can we get a replay on the start?
Can we have a replay of the start? Let's have a look if we can seriously pick it out. Sometimes the start's at a different angle, but if you are over down that pin end,
it's clear, isn't it?
It's very clear.
Yeah, there's no getting away with it.
You aren't hiding, that is for sure. Starts off super interesting.
Like they always talk about the fight at the pin, and I've never been involved. My start.
Here we go. I mean,
oh no, it could be at the top.
You reckon?
Oh.
It does look like they're a good chunk ahead.
Yeah.
But
then they're at the pin. Line... Often the pin is a chunk ahead, and that's the whole.
Yeah. Being a betting man that I am, it looked like Bruno was just a little bit ahead of Iachino.
Yeah. And
Matteo is usually never over.
Yeah. But then you can easily get pushed because you kind of like in that.
Bruno's pushing.
If they're going, you kind of like either got to go or not go.
Does anyone look like they slow down? Actually, Amado looked like he's. Yeah.
Pretty hard to tell, isn't it?
I would say. Oh, it was bored. That's bored.
No, because Matteo's downwind. He's not in shot.
Oh, he's further downwind.
Yeah.
Further downwind than that?
Yeah,
yes,
yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it's deceptive, isn't it? The drone is just...
okay, wait.
Yeah, let's have a look. Okay, we're waiting for confirmation.
Oh, look, we get the drone to see the iPad as they're checking it.
Yep, it's official. Just making sure.
But they have had it where they've called it and then they've looked at the footage and gone, actually...
Like I said to you, he looked fired up, and I thought that could have gone either
way.
way.
There we are.
Yeah, two Italians.
Matteo and Bruno.
Looks like Matteo and Bruno.
Ooh. Well, there you go. That's our prediction gone.
Yeah, that's two.
Good job. We're not betting people.
Well, exactly. That's what I mean. We're gonna have to rejig the bets. I mean, let's wait for official confirmation. But that looked like Italians. Yeah, it was pretty clear. Yeah. I mean, my eyesight's bad, but I think that was pretty clear. But that's good news for everyone else in that final, because those two pushing on the line, if they hadn't have been over, would have been a hard race. So if you get rid of those two, let's refresh it. If you get rid of more, it's knackering, but he's got one race in him for sure.
Yeah.
If it was the end of the day, we'd already done two, I might be like, well, but I feel he'll let it all hang out.
He seems to either just sort of smash it and lead from start to finish, or is.
Yeah, you may be right.
Where there's other guy like Pierre is the sort that you can easily see him coming out the first jive in fifth or sixth, and then fighting back and taking it.
If like you say, if you're going to put money on top, and like you say, other people come in and out of that form depending on size sail, depending on the kit combos. Some people on certain kit have got.
I heard Geordie was actually on a smaller sail than the rest. He was on his 5'8". Is it
Really? That's his smallest.
Is it his smallest? I don't
Yeah.
know. Yeah, this is like his magic. Apparently, it's his magic sail that he like loves it, and so he was on that. Whereas I think most of the others were on sort of 6.5s and 6.6s, that kind of size.
Interesting. He was on this smallest because it ain't windy. I mean, Pozo windy.
Yeah.
Which, if he's already on his 5.8, that's interesting. Yeah, it does look pretty small. Sarah Keita. Yes, we got 2 minutes till the start of the final, but then definitely. Okay. We're going to be having hopefully a word with Sarah Keita in a minute, just coming in from her first ever Slalom X. But 2 minutes until the final. We are down to 6 riders. Cedric Board, Ingmar Daldorf, Amado Vrieswijk, Malte Ruscha, Jordi Vonk, and Pierre Mortefon. I definitely would be hard to bet against Pierre Mortefon right now. I think
could be a dark horse with Malta, though.
Yeah.
Malta is like, he just absolutely charges. Like,
he doesn't back down, Malta, that's for sure. I mean, if we're looking at what I've seen so far, Cedric Board looked good. Cedric Board looked quick. I want to get confirmation of that. Yeah, Giacchino and Martini are confirmed to be over the line. So, who's your sneaky top 3? I'm going Board, Mortefon, Vonk. Oh, maybe Vrieswijk. Oh, maybe Mark.
It's hard. But I think that those two that you mentioned, the two Frenchies, I think they're going to be strong. I think Amado, like if you can get that good start and get that first reach done, he's deadly. Because
yeah, he's come back so much.
Yeah,
so much. So here we go, lining up for the start. First ever Slalom X final. This is day number 5 here in Gran Canaria for the PWA World Cup. It's the first look at Slalom X. High wind fin slalom is back. Let's get it on. Let's have a look how they're lining up into this start. Let's see if we can work out where they are. Ooh, it's a good start in the middle. Looks like Pierre with a good start. Looks like Cedric Board with a really good start as well. Actually, no, it's not Pierre. We'll have to have a look. It's quite difficult to tell.
Pierre's the second one.
Yeah, no, he is. Yeah, so it's a good start from him. Malte Ruscha or Ingmar Daldorf. We'll have to check the colour of the helmet because those GAs, one of them's in, one of them's out. Jordi Vonk a little bit further back. Down this bottom end, though, Pierre Mortefon has just put on the power and gone straight over the top of Cedric Board, and Jordi Vonk getting super loose. Mortefon goes into the first jibe mark, but goes into the back of the swell, and he hasn't had a good run there. Got a little bit stuck, but has managed to get out. One of the GAs has gone down. Mortefon's got away. Vonk's got away. Board's got away. And I think it's Daldorf that's come through in 4th place. Then Amado Vrieswijk, and then Malte Ruscha. We'll confirm that GA rider in a minute. The black helmet is Daldorf. Red helmet is Ruscha. Pierre Mortefon out in the lead at the moment. Missing 2 of the big guns from this final, which is such a shame due to that over early. But as they come into this outside jibe mark, it will be Pierre Mortefon. It's been a long time coming, seeing these Finn guys going head to head. But it's Pierre Mortefon that's round in 1st place. Down the swell. Or is he down the swell? Yes, Jordi Vonk, then Cedric Board.
Cedric got pushed out real wide there, didn't he?
Yeah, he's a little bit there. Amado Vrieswijk's not out of it. We've seen him come back from worse. Daldorf in 4th place. Mortefon looking good. Like I said, the drone really does soften the chop here. That is just hellish coming through here. Although coming in is a doddle compared to going out. Look at Pierre Mortefon go. He looks so comfortable, and Daldorf has gone up into 3rd place now. So, Pierre Mortefon, penultimate jibe mark, looks very comfortable in 1st place. Jordi Vonk in 2nd. Then we've got Ingmar Daldorf, followed by Cedric Board. Little bit light on that inside. 1 jibe mark to go. We've seen so many places change on this final jibe mark. If you get there and you're not in a swell line, it can be hellish. Obviously, Mortefon on Phantom sails this year, FMX boards, so Finian Maynard boards. And he looks pretty comfortable as he's coming up into this first mark. Jordi Vonk also looking good on the duotone in 2nd. Ingmar Daldorf, could he get up into 2nd? It's Mortefon. Is he going to find a swell? Is he going to get stuck on a swell? Jordi Vonk's going to come down the swell. He's not going to have enough, but he's going to stay ahead. That actually went really well, but Cedric Board has gone down on the outside jibe mark. Mortefon has had this pretty comfortable as Pozo goes. He's led from start to finish. He's been waiting for the fin to come back, and he is still in dominant form. A change of sponsors, but not a change of result. Mortafon wins the first ever Slalom X final. Second place, Jordi Vonk. Third place, Ingmar Daldorf. And it looked like Board might hold on to fourth. Well, there you go. It was almost tame without the other two boys in it. Quite relaxing for Pierre.
Sure, it wasn't
Mortafon.
relaxing really
for us.
Yeah, for us. Yeah.
Mardo Vrieswijk comes in sixth place. And the next start time is set for half an hour's time. So there will be a 30-minute break. I think we're going to try and get some interviews with the riders. That's what I'm hearing. I don't know if someone can confirm with me. Are we going to get interviews? We don't know. I'm not hearing anything at the moment. So hopefully we will. How do you see this Slalom X discipline? Excited for it?
Yeah, no,
Not
super.
to it?
I mean, like, obviously, this course was fairly standard. So, I mean, there's not much X in this one, but I've been, like, some of the proposals are on the table. Like, I was actually talking to Rich saying, like, you got to have them finish on the outside, so we get like a nice inside jibe and like send them out through the waves, because it's actually, with the angle of this bay, it's quite hard to kind of really get it into the waves. But I know they're talking about putting the jump in on the next round, I believe, or possibly adding a few more jibes, and then I think it should get really, really different.
And that outside camera gives you a really good look at how actually choppy it is. Like you say, drone's actually amazing for positional for me in the commentary, but actually to see the conditions, that low camera on the outside.
It's actually like the inside jibe for me is actually the harder one, because you actually get like some bounce back off the groins, and the wind's quite light and gusty in there. So it's really easy just to sort of get stuck and hitch off. And
oh, there you go. We'll see it. So, Akita Ofringa, are we having some words? Have you seen any cameras on the beach? Do we know if we're going to get beach interviews? No, we don't see that yet. We haven't heard.
A pass.
Yeah, come on. Let's get her in. Cheers, Johnny. All right, we're getting Sarah Keeter in for a few words here. See what she's got to say about conditions out there, what size she was on, how it is, who's looking good. The girls were very eager to start this one, weren't they? They were.
Yeah, I really felt like I was trying to start on time, but I felt everyone going. I was like, maybe I should go with. And then so many went over early. So it happens very often that people are over eager, I guess.
Yeah, but it's in the first one as well. You're already like, oh, God. It must feel nice to win the first one.
It feels great. It's a good start to the event, the best start, I would say. But having said that, like Jenna Gibson was not in there. Blanca Labau wasn't in there. And Jenna was flying on the reach. And I was like we're just staying in her bubbles, and then I realized it wasn't over early. So I'm looking forward to see the next race where we're all going to actually have a feeling of where we're all standing speed-wise.
You've been on the slalom board much?
I've been sailing here a bit with John, actually. And he's secretly my coach here in Pozo.
Is he any
good? He gives the best tips. Yeah, he's really good. He's super, Yeah, I actually look up to you for riding here in Pozo. He has really good style.
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
Did
good technique
you ever
and everything.
burn him off?
No, never.
No, just checking. Just in case there was something.
I always try.
What size were you on? What kit?
So I was sailing my small board, 63. I could go a size smaller, but for Fuerte I decided on that. And then 5'3" is my smallest sail for here.
What are you on today?
5'3".
You're on 5'3"?
Yeah.
Okay. So
but I was powered, kind of stacked, but still in control. So if it would get any windier, then it would be more a game of survival, I guess. But I feel like now we could actually properly race and go for it.
And how windy? What wave sails are people on? I haven't actually been outside.
Wave sails?
Yeah, just
this morning, I think Lena Erpenstein was on a 4.0.
Okay.
So I think it got a little bit windier than that, but it's not one of the windiest days. But I sail 7.8, 7.0 at home in Aruba. So if anytime I'm on a 5.3 or it's super windy. So. But
good to be doing slalom again out in front. That must feel quite cool.
It always feels amazing. Like I think training slalom is okay, but racing slalom is the best adrenaline rush that you're gonna get. And I think now for the second round, they just put up the new race course. We're gonna have a jump on the.
It's gonna happen.
Yeah, they're putting it up now. Okay. So the second leg.
So we are going to have a jump in the next slalom round. Do you think that's going to change things?
Yeah, definitely.
Where are they going to put it? Just
it's on the second leg, so in between the first and second mark.
Oh, really?
Yeah, going out.
Okay.
So it will be interesting to see who's actually going to jump. To be honest, I was struggling just to go to find my line kind of on the water. So I almost would consider going around it because it's.
What does that mean if you go around it?
You would have to go upwind. If the
Okay.
what they said at the skippers meeting is if you're about to jump and someone crashes in front of you and you have to stop, then you can go downwind of the mark.
Okay.
I think it's about 15 meters. But if you're racing and you don't want to jump, you have to go upwind.
How
which is-
long is it?
About 15 meters, I think. That's what I heard. I'm not sure it's true.
It's
but
not very long.
That's
Depends how wide everyone is.
1, 2, 3, 4.
But yeah, interesting.
Yeah, so I'm a little bit excited about it, but I have to say, like jibing in the waves, it's a lot of timing and tactics. So
That's the
yeah.
hardest thing at the moment because we saw Amado come back from the dead
Yeah.
twice, not
Yeah.
once, twice.
Mhm.
I mean, is it what that the swell lines as well?
Yeah, you really need to time it. Like you see the mark, you see the lines in front of you. What if you're gonna go on that swell in front, or if you're gonna let it go and jibe after?
Yeah.
You know. So, yeah,
Okay.
it's gonna be interesting.
All right, we'll let you go
Yeah.
get ready.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining. There we go, Sarah Keita, giving you word from the street or water, so to speak. We're going to have a jump. Wow. Okay. I didn't realize that. So if you don't go, you have to go upwind of it. Well, let's see how this plays out. 15 meters long. Oh, there we go. So it's not quite as simple as that because it's not for the men. The men have to go over the jump. The women can go upwind. Actually, I think what we'll do is we'll take a break. We'll be back in 20 minutes time to give you a bit of build up before the next elimination. I'm going to go get a drink, get myself ready for the Jump Fest. If you are tuning in, just leave your browser on. I'm pretty sure they're not going to put any music on. And then as soon as you hear something from me, actually, there might be some adverts. We're going to play the adverts from the sponsors. That's what we're going to do. And we'll be back in 20 minutes time.
We are windsurfing.
We are windsurfing.
My roots, my forever passion.
My first love.
We are Windsurf Sanctuary.
Passion, my love.
Changed my life.
The endless possibilities on the water.
Ven y acércate a ver el viento, a saborear el paisaje y a escuchar el silencio de una visión infinita. Ven y acércate a sentir el amanecer de nuevos pensamientos que te nacen dentro cuando descubres que estar aquí es querer estar aquí. Santa Lucía es querer estar, querer ser y no poder dejar de hacer. Hoy, las cosas que ayer quedaron para mañana. Ven y acércate a Santa Lucía. Acércate a ti. Ven y acércate a ver el viento, a saborear el paisaje y a escuchar el silencio de una visión infinita. Ven y acércate a sentir el amanecer de nuevos pensamientos que te nacen dentro cuando descubres que estar aquí es querer estar aquí. Santa Lucía es querer estar, querer ser y no poder dejar de hacer. Hoy, las cosas que ayer quedaron para mañana. y acércate a Santa Lucía. Acércate a ti.
Have you ever wondered why you always want more? More Mondays without the alarm. More first times. More leaps into the unknown. More breakfasts in bed. More whiffs of the salty sea and the countrified country. More smiles for the camera. More heartbeats per minute. More enjoying the journey. More dreams almost fulfilled. More unexpected friends. More races to anywhere. More flavors to discover. More being at a loss for words. More time. Time to lose yourself and find yourself again. In short, more moments like this. And this. And this. And what if the answer was never really what, but where? Gran Canaria. So much to live for.
We are windsurfing.
We are windsurfing.
My roots, my forever passion.
My first love.
We are Windsurf Sanctuary.
Passion, my love.
Changed my life.
The endless possibilities on the water.
The beach? When was the last time you tried something new?
Could I do this every day?
Yep.
Could I cross the island hiking?
Yep. Or riding, if you want.
Hello, how can I help you, sir?
Oui, bonjour madame. Cancel my flight, please.
What is this?
This is our unique nature.
Oh.
And there is more. A lot more. Could that be why we smile so much? Or is it because of this? Because every day is a new discovery. start your vital movement.
windsurfing.
We are windsurfing.
My roots, my forever passion.
My first love.
We are Windsurf Sanctuary.
Passion, my love.
Changed my life.
The endless possibilities on the water.
Have you ever wondered why you always want more? More Mondays without an alarm. more first tones, more whiffs of the salty sea and the countrified country, more smiles for the camera, more unexpected friends, more laughing at life, more enjoying the journey. And what if the answer was never really what, but where? Gran Canaria, so much to live for.
We are windsurfing.
We are windsurfing.
My roots, my forever passion.
My first love.
We are Windsurf Sanctuary.
Passion, my love.
Changed my life.
The endless possibilities on the water.
Ven y acércate a ver el viento, a saborear el paisaje y a escuchar el silencio de una visión infinita. Ven y acércate a sentir el amanecer de nuevos pensamientos que te nacen dentro cuando descubres que estar aquí es querer estar aquí. Santa Lucía es querer estar, querer ser y no poder dejar de hacer. Hoy, las cosas que ayer quedaron para mañana. Ven y acércate a Santa Lucía. Acércate a ti. Ven y acércate a ver el viento, a saborear el paisaje y a escuchar el silencio de una visión infinita. Ven y acércate a sentir el amanecer de nuevos pensamientos que te nacen dentro cuando descubres que estar aquí es querer estar aquí. Santa Lucía es querer estar, querer ser y no poder dejar de hacer. Hoy, las cosas que ayer quedaron para mañana. Ven y acércate a Santa Lucía. Acércate a ti.
Have you ever wondered why you always want more? More Mondays without the alarm. More first times. More leaps into the unknown. More breakfasts in bed. More whiffs of the salty sea and the countrified country. More smiles for the camera. More heartbeats per minute. More enjoying the journey. More dreams almost fulfilled. More unexpected friends. More races to anywhere. More flavors to discover. More being at a loss for words. More time. Time to lose yourself and find yourself again. In short, more moments like this. And this.
We are windsurfing.
We are windsurfing.
My roots. My forever passion.
My first love.
We are Windsurf Sanctuary.
Passion, my love.
Changed my life.
The endless possibilities on the water.
The beach? When was the last time you tried something new?
Could I do this every day?
Yep.
Could I cross the island hiking?
Yep. Or riding, if you want.
Hello, how can I help you, sir?
Oui, bonjour madame. Cancel my flight, please.
What is this?
This is our unique nature.
Oh.
And there is more. A lot more. Could that be why we smile so much? Or is it because of this? Because every day is a new discovery. Start your vital movement.
windsurfing.
We are windsurfing.
My roots. My forever passion.
My first love.
We are Windsurf Sanctuary.
Passion, my love.
Changed my life.
The endless possibilities on the water.
Have you ever wondered why you always want more? More Mondays without an alarm. More first tones. More whiffs of the salty sea and the countrified country. More smiles for the camera. More unexpected friends. More laughing at life. More enjoying the journey. And what if the answer was never really what, but where? Gran Canaria. So much to live for.
We are windsurfing.
We are windsurfing.
My roots, my forever passion.
My first love.
We are Windsurf Sanctuary.
Passion, my love.
Changed my life.
The endless possibilities on the water.
Ven y acércate a ver el viento, a saborear el paisaje y a escuchar el silencio de una visión infinita. Ven y acércate a sentir el amanecer de nuevos pensamientos que te nacen dentro cuando descubres que estar aquí es querer estar aquí. Santa Lucía es querer estar, querer ser y no poder dejar de hacer. Hoy, las cosas que ayer quedaron para mañana. Ven y acércate a Santa Lucía. Acércate a ti. Ven y acércate a ver el viento, a saborear el paisaje y a escuchar el silencio de una visión infinita. Ven y acércate a sentir el amanecer de nuevos pensamientos que te nacen dentro cuando descubres que estar aquí es querer estar aquí. Santa Lucía es querer estar, querer ser y no poder dejar de hacer. Hoy, las cosas que ayer quedaron para mañana. Ven y acércate a Santa Lucía. Acércate a ti.
Have you ever wondered why you always want more? More Mondays without the alarm. More first times. More leaps into the unknown. More breakfasts in bed. More whiffs of the salty sea and the countrified country. More smiles for the camera. More heartbeats per minute. More enjoying the journey. More dreams almost fulfilled. More unexpected friends. More races to anywhere. More flavors to discover. More being at a loss for words. More time. Time to lose yourself and find yourself again. In short, more moments like this. And this. And this. And what if the answer was never really what, but where? Gran Canaria, so much to live for.
We are windsurfing.
We are windsurfing.
My roots, my forever passion.
My first love.
We are Windsurf Sanctuary.
Passion, my love.
Changed my life.
The endless possibilities on the water.
The beach? When was the last time you tried something new?
Could I do this every day?
Yep.
Could I cross the island hiking?
Yep. Or riding, if you want.
Hello, how can I help you, sir?
Oui, bonjour madame. Cancel my flight, please.
What is this?
This is our unique nature.
Oh.
And there is more. A lot more. Could that be why we smile so much? Or is it because of this? Because every day is a new discovery. Start your vital movement.
windsurfing.
We are windsurfing.
My roots, my forever passion.
My first love.
We are Windsurf Sanctuary.
Passion, my love.
Changed my life.
The endless possibilities on the water.
The Frans. Ooh. So maybe this end is a few.
Ven y acércate a ver el viento, a saborear el paisaje y a escuchar el silencio de una visión infinita. Ven y acércate a sentir el amanecer de nuevos pensamientos que te nacen dentro cuando descubres que estar aquí es querer estar aquí. Santa Lucía es querer estar, querer ser y no poder dejar de hacer. Hoy, las cosas que ayer quedaron para mañana. Ven y acércate a Santa Lucía. Acércate a ti.
Welcome back. We are getting ready for Elimination 2 Slalom X here in Gran Canaria. We've got John Sky in the house, and he's just been telling me that I've been pronouncing these names wrong. So I'm going to get him to pronounce.
No, it's yeah.
It's not easy, is it?
I really struggle with the names, especially I'm not so great at remembering names, and then when they're like complicated, funny sounding ones or foreign ones, it gets a bit even trickier. So
welcome to my world.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not easy, but we are getting back into the slalom, and apparently there's been a bit of delay, obviously, because they're laying. I've tried to think of another word for this thing, but the sausage.
The tube.
I'm already hearing Paul Van Bellen, or I can just hear the way his brain is working. And there is going to be some sort of clip coming out about, Sarah Keita, she loved the sausage. And, Ben going on about a massive sausage. And, I can just see it now. It's only going one way. It's only going one way. That's the problem. Immature minds.
This is the first time we're going to see the proper Slalom X now, isn't it? Because the first one wasn't really much X involved.
No, just a bit of high wind slalom with a few swells involved.
No, I mean, it's definitely hardcore, but it's like nothing sort of different. And now, finally, we're going to get the jump. And
also, I have to say, I've just been out the front, talked to Tati Franz, talked to Jordi Vong, Marta Vrieswijk. They're all on their small sails.
Already? It's not even really windy.
That's exactly what I said. They went, no, but it's pretty windy. I'm like, yeah, but it's not really Pozo windy. So, when people were going, send them out there, they are on their smallest sails now. So Jordi Vonk's on the 5.8, Tati's on 5.5 or whatever that one is. Amado's on his 5.5. Which is the Mardo, 100 kilos or whatever. Okay, they're not totally stacked on them, but they're on them. The only guy who I found is not on his smallest sail, or the ones I spoke to, was Matteo Iuchino.
Okay.
He's still on
I think Bruno was on his 6.5 as well.
6.5, okay.
I wouldn't be surprised if my check was as well.
Yeah. So, again, depending on the make of sail you've got, whatever. But that says to me, these guys haven't got small enough sails to be comfortably racing, not comfortably, but just racing with a slight air of control when you.
I think there's a sort of theory that when it gets so crazy windy, it doesn't really matter what you're on. You're going to be out of control and dying. So you might as well choose something where in the rest of the time you're okay. And
I have heard of theories before that the bigger the sail, it holds the board down better somehow, whereas the smaller sails, the board flies.
Yeah.
I mean, again, I don't know. I spoke to Tati and he was kind of like, well, for me, I think we should have 4 sails, or there should be a bonus sail for Pozo, because it can be just so ridiculously more than everywhere else.
Yeah, but I think you can survive it.
Oh, yeah, I like it.
Yeah.
He says not entering because he hasn't got the right sails.
No, I got the small sail. No, but I mean, I'm not a heavy guy, and there's not many days where you really can't survive. I mean, the last 2 days have been proper windy, and I think they went out was it yesterday I heard, or
Yes.
or yesterday evening, or
Yeah.
the day before, when it was like really, really full.
Yeah.
And they were struggling, I heard, but they were surviving it and doing it.
Oh,
So.
okay. And there's something in that watching like good guys struggle.
What's that? What you always said? What you said about the foiling? One of the reasons why the foiling was so good last year was because they were all on completely the wrong gear and therefore struggling. So it makes it more interesting. But
Yeah. I'm just looking at the chat as well because obviously yellow flag's up. There we go. I love it. We are sort of radio-less here in the booth, so I'm just relying on the visuals. So there we go. What I will request is we just have a little bit more of the run-up from the drone so I can try and work out where everyone is before we cross the start line. So just that's what I would ask. That would be great. But like I said, the guys and the girls on their smallest stuff from what I've heard. Sarah Keita was on, her smallest 5'3".
yeah.
5'3", she said. So there you go. That gives you a bit of an idea of what we're dealing with. And I will go into this double single elimination in the waves at some point because I can see there's a bit of chat about that, and I've got a few theories on it, as you can imagine. All right, heat number 2, elimination 2, heat number 1, Daldorf, Rocha, Franz, TMA, Hessels, and Pierboni. I'm going to need glasses. It's official. I'm just putting it out there. When I started commentating, I've never ever struggled
can you
to
not
see
just
that
set your fonts up to like that
I
granddad
have.
font?
Yeah, exactly. My phone is already getting that way. So yeah, that's the first heat. Here we go, lining up, and we will have the sausage coming into play in this race. It should be positioned between the first mark and the second mark. A couple of complaints from sailors that second mark was a bit too high, so I'm guessing they've moved that down as well. But looks like we've got Hessels maybe on that S2 Maui sail. Got Rusha in this down the bottom end on the GA. Got Tati Franz at the top end on the Black 0.7. Actually, we've got a couple of, we've got Daldorf in this on the GA as well. We've got the bigger sail where it looks like Jimmy TMA on the Patrick. Red sail second from the right. Looks like it is Daldorf on the right-hand side. I heard Multarusha broke his fin coming into the mark because he was doing pretty well, but apparently snapped his fin, which is pretty bonkers. Look at this. Boys are absolutely fine. Jimmy TMA is flying. Tati Franz is flying up the top end, but it is going to be Tati Franz that goes round in first place. Second place, Jimmy TMA. Then we've got Daldorf, Multarusha. Hessel's going very wide on that jibe mark, and then the Severn from Pierboni, I think it is. Tati Franz was disappointed. I spoke to him before. He was disappointed. Is there a sausage? There it is. Yeah. That's what we like to see. A little bit of sausage action. Oh, they like it. They,
Yeah, you can see there that like the boys that went flat stick, and then Jimmy there slowed down a bit, and it's cost him a good 10 meters or so.
Yeah.
So I think maybe it'd be better later on in the.
Me too. I would love to see it later on. That's for sure. Maybe in that reach, the same position going out, but in the next going out lane.
Yeah.
Well, we're going to build up to it.
But also, this is the first round. Everyone's cruising a bit more. I think when they're all going absolutely flat stick and they can't like ease off, it could be good.
But the later on in the race it is, the more tense it is because you've still got time to come back.
Do you remember in the Supercross we used to have it like 10 meters before the finish line?
Exactly.
Yeah.
I still remember that Bobby Swift incident in Lanzarote. Oh my God. So he lost everything. I think he lost even the title. Oh, anyway, early rounds, quarterfinals, so to speak, because we only have like 30 riders here, so it's a good amount of riders, but everyone's pretty much cruising. Tati Franz with a wide jibe mark there, Daldorf coming inside, Multarusha. And you're right, Jimmy TMA actually has dropped right back, and now he's in a battle, for that fourth spot, which actually before he wasn't in a battle. He looks like he's gone out of the battle now, though, because the fifth place rider's gone down. The drone is struggling to keep up. The boys are flying. Tati Franz coming into this outside jibe mark because obviously we want to get low. Low, we get to see what's the board doing over the water. Here we go. Are we going to see any heroics here? Probably not, because they just need to finish inside the top four. So nice, safe jibes in the early rounds is what we're going to see. So it looks like the GA boys are through. Tati Franz is through. And looking at what we saw before, it should be Jimmy TMA, but it's not too far away from Hessel's behind him. Looks like he made a good job. Yeah, there we go. Tati Franz qualifies for the semi-finals. I'll have to say, looking at the draw, the top end of the draw looks easier. Just my opinion on that. Because we had a few over earlies, with a few people not making finals who were right up there. They're now kind of a bit more bunched up in the bottom. It's not massively favoured, but there's definitely some seeds that are going to miss out in this second semi-final, if indeed they make it there.
I mean, it is all computerized, right?
Yeah.
The numbers are fed from the first result, and they split them out into these heats.
I guess first goes into one heat, second and third go into the other heat.
I think
it's 4 heats.
Yeah,
Sorry,
it's like ding, ding, ding. It's like heat 1, heat 2, heat 3, heat 4, and then then.
So first, second, third, fourth, let's say, and then the fifth would go against the fourth rider.
Maybe, and
the
then,
sixth
and then
goes against the third.
Yeah.
The seventh goes against the second, and then the first, obviously, the eighth against the first.
So then that goes all the way through the whole ranking. So
yeah, it's to give bonus points, obviously, for getting a good result. And it's seeded after every final. So it's not seeded off overall, it's seeded after every elimination. So once this elimination is done, it gets reseeded for the next one. Look at that. That's quite cool. It's not wide though, is it? You know, it's not bad, but it's not a wide one if someone crashes.
Yeah. They all look like they came really up high into it. So maybe it's a little bit too low on the course. But it definitely makes it interesting.
I think that's to go upwind if they have to. Slow on the course.
Yeah, but if it was higher on the course, to go round it upwind would be
harder.
like
I see what you mean.
Like that, because they I think didn't they say that for the women's they can go around it?
Yeah,
but it looked like from the angle they were doing it, you just go round it, wouldn't you?
No, but I think you're not allowed to go around it, but you can.
No, I think from what I understood, they
but
can.
It would,
I think the idea was that it would be such a disadvantage to go around it.
You're right.
That then they could choose to either do the short route over the sausage, or
they're going round it.
Yeah, they are.
If I'm in there, I'm going round it. You know, I like to jump the sausage, but I'm going round it. There's not taking a risk. Well, we'll find out, I guess. Again, this is all the first time we're doing this with slalom equipment. You know, before in the Super X, it was all different equipment, no cam sails, different boards. So this is experimental, and the fins had to be a certain swept backness or something like this. So this is a little bit different. So there will be, finding out teething problems. You know, we don't know what's going to come up, but at the moment it's looking pretty good. I'm just glad we've got high wind slalom action back on the fin again. And interesting, I'll tell you something in a minute what I've kind of noticed just since we've started. So here we go. Heat number 2, Vonk, Yakino, Mercer, Jules, Sukas, Strumar, and Dennis all on. You got a bit of RRD action in this, John?
Yeah, I got the two RRD riders are both in this heat together. Unfortunately, they're both fighting with it amongst each other.
A little of a moment on that Neil Pride there, but it's still looking good. 2 Severns looking good. Jordi Vonk looking good. So Yakino and Mercer, all good. Jules, Laurent, Jules looking good. Jordi Vonk's just powered through. You see that? Like he's almost in the air. And we are going to get them all to jump over the sausage. Yes. That's what we want to see. So they're all on the smallest sails, apart from we heard a few of the Severn riders. So let's see. Jordi Vonk will be first. Just a nice clean jump, Jordi. No pressure, mate. Oh, he's got a bit of a bad run there. Few people choosing to jump over the rope, which it may be safer. But everyone making it over. So it does seem it's not massively different.
But you saw they all had to slow and think about it. And that's the key thing. I mean, you know, we both did the Supercross and it just adds an element of
jeopardy.
Jeopardy, yeah, that's the word.
Jordi Vonk around in first, clean. Matteo Yakino, Mercer, Jules, all 4 pretty cleanly through already. I mean, interestingly, obviously the thing they're jumping now is quite small. It could grow in other events. We don't know. I mean, me and John were involved in a Supercross race where the thing was 1 meter high.
It was like really light wind as well, wasn't it?
Ridiculous thing.
It's kind of like,
and it doesn't look that big when you see it, but on the water, in the swell, in the chop, it's massive. So here we go. Top 4 riders are cleanly through. We saw this in the early rounds before. You know, early rounds for the top seeded guys, it's not a walk in the park, but they are in cruise mode right now, which sounds ridiculous because it's hard to cruise in Pozo, but they are cruising. You know, they've got another gear. But you can't relax. You can't relax too much. It's still, you've got to put the power down. One more jibe mark to go. Looks like easy qualifying for the top guys on this top end of the draw. Bottom end of the draw, as I said before, looks a little tougher. There is a little bit of a bunching up, especially towards the bottom. So Jordi Vonk said he was absolutely dead. He's been throwing up. He's still racing, but
been a few of them have been really, him and Amada, I think, have been really ill, haven't they?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Doesn't sound good at all. I mean, I spoke to Joseph Pons the other day as well, you know, wave stuff, and he said he's been ill. So there's obviously some sort of bug going around. So pretty much a cruise for these boys. It's still knackering, don't get me wrong. It's not like they haven't used any energy, but in terms of their top speeds, this is a cruise for these boys. Which is heartbreaking when I'd be in this race right back. I'd be going as hard as I could.
Yeah.
And, you know they've kind of just cruised it through. Demoralizing. So who's this one going over?
I think
Dennis.
No, I think. I'm not sure. No, I think it's the Greek. John Soukos.
Oh, he's got wider Soukos, hasn't he? I've seen him. He looks like he's been training.
Yeah, I think he's strong. He's not much taller than me, but weighs about 20 kilo more, I think. So yeah.
Here we go. Oh, the recap. I was going to say, it scared me. Yeah, look, I mean, Geordie and those boys is so ridiculously fast. When he went past me at the Defi, it was just embarrassing, like how fast they can go. And don't get me wrong, I'm not a bad sailor. Like in my, local beach, normal stuff, I'm relatively quick. Just these guys are like on a turbo level.
Yeah.
So yeah,
like I was joking with Geordie. We were looking at the speeds on the watch, and I came in and I was quite close to him. I think he had a 35 peak and I had like a high 34. And I was like, oh no, I'm pretty close to you. And he went out like just see a touch of anger there, and he just like did about 4 runs, did a 38.8 peak like, going out, and then came in and was like, yeah, that was showed me his watch and went home. I was like, okay, just
you're going to live off that for at least a little bit, just crushes you. It's ridiculous. I mean, that is ridiculous. And that is, like I said, the drone, I think top speed is 35 knots. I could be wrong. And it's getting outpaced. So, even if they're doing 35 knots in that chop, it's insane, really. I don't know what you guys are doing out there, but, to do 35 knots, just general sailing on flat water, it's pretty blood and quick.
To do a 38.8 going out here through the chop with a 5.7, it's like insane when there's like,
ridiculous.
I'd struggle to get that in La Franchi or something like that.
Yeah, no,
like,
it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Absolutely ridiculous. It's actually ridiculous because I did one of my faster runs when I was, in my home beach, was super, super flat. But I did it on the flat on the inside, downwind on a slingshot, and it's like 38.1, and you're like, you're thinking, oh yeah, that's pretty quick. These boys, ridiculous beasts. All right, here we go. Elimination number 3. If you are just joining us, just early rounds, quarterfinals. The big boys are just trying to get into that semi-finals. That is when we're seeing stuff really happen. So this is heat number 3. Board, Vrieswijk, Rakowski, Stolman, Mattis, Laufer. Not easy heat, this one. Few guys that could cause some problems here. Obviously, 4 riders make it through. how is the wind speed and what sails are they using? If you're just tuning in, okay, we have been saying this, but they're using their smallest sails, which are 5.5s, 5.8s. Pozo standards, not that windy.
No, it's
4.0 weather.
Yeah, I think so.
Maybe.
But you can actually see if you go onto the Pozo Winds webcam online, they've actually got like a wind meter and anemometer, so you can really see exactly. It's got like the average wind and then the gusts, and that's actually really.
What's it been the last few days then?
I don't know. I haven't looked at it, but you can actually see it. You can actually look at yesterday's data as well, so it's quite good. Like sometimes I'll like check it to see how windy it really was, but I'd say it's like probably in 35 knot range now.
Okay,
I guess. I know the windy days are like the kind of like 40, 45, like gusting 50. Yeah, we're definitely not in that.
Okay, well, here we go. Down the bottom end, we've got a Neil Pride pushing, Maciek Rakowski, no doubt.
Is that my check in the middle, I think?
Yeah, actually, you're right. It's Laufer. Laufer was pushing. We were speaking to him before the start. I was talking about getting your foot out the strap and then, not jibing. And that's exactly what happened to him in the last one. He said he had some good pace, took his foot out of the strap to jibe, nose went down, bang, gone. So he's quite happy with his pace and he's going well here. Cedric Board, Maciek Rakowski, just look at it. I love it. Just flying on the fin over the choppy, swelly water coming into this first mark. It is going to be Maciek Rakowski round in first place. Then Cedric Board. Oh, and Laufer's gone down again on that same jibe mark. And we've lost actually someone in third place on the Gastra. So that could be Stallman. It could be Mattis. We'll have to see who it was. But Maciek Rakowski looking good. In first place, there's the sausage. Oh, a little bit. Oh, that was a bit late from Board, wasn't it? I think we're going to have to stay on the... Well, that was a beautiful jump, whoever that is. That's Scotty Stallman or Mattis. That's a big jump on the GA.
I always remember that the hard thing, especially when you're going out, because like sometimes you have the sausage there and you have a perfect ramp and then it's easy. So no brain, you just like soar off it and fly over it.
Oh, spin out.
But then other times you have that where the ramp's really far in front and you have to like calculate if you can send it from far and make it, or if you go over the ramp and try and chop up it after. And
that's what the boy's saying. It's like, is it the long jump or you gamble that you're going to make the next chop before the sausage? And that's the decision they're having to make. Again, it's not meant to be, an obstacle that puts people down. It's just meant to make you think. It's just a little bit of extra chance to maybe slow down, hesitate, and opportunities for overtaking. Again, I think the interest will come when it's more at the end of the race.
Yeah. I mean, like in this, Maciek's clearly has got quite a good lead. They're all like fairly spaced out. But when you get to like a final where every position matters and they're pushing to the absolute limit to stay in it, then it's going to be pretty interesting, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, especially you imagine down this race, again, it's not close at the moment, but imagine, oh, geez, someone's just gone down hard as well. He wants you to come in closer. He says, I'll slow down for you. But yeah, no, it's interesting. You just get a much better idea when you come in low to how much these boys are dealing with out there. But yeah, like I said, quarterfinals, just want to make the top four, get into the semis, and then we'll see some interest. I mean, imagine putting the jump near the boy.
Yeah.
So it hurts your line.
We had a double one as well, didn't we? We had a double one in the Supercross.
Yeah.
Like you had to jump and then jump again.
Yeah. I always remember Cowley Ciardi doing a Spock over it. And then everyone's like, hang on a minute. I think you've got to do it before or after. Well, he did it over it. I'm sure that counts.
Yeah.
But yeah, pretty cruisy for the top four there. Maciek Rakowski into the semis.
Yeah, I imagine Maciek's pretty down on the first round because he seemed to be right in it. He was like, looked really good. And then suddenly at the last mark, it all went a bit chaotic and he ended up getting knocked out. So
Mardo Vrieswijk. So I'm just looking at who's going over there. That looked like Mattis maybe in board. So maybe it wasn't Stallman. Maybe it was Stallman that went down. Again, difficult to see those Gastras, the difference. I like Maciek's sail numbers. That in itself, again, looks like something not much. And I've said this to a lot of sailors. Make yourself identifiable. Well, you'll get mentioned more because I can tell who it is. So whether that's a fluorescent helmet or something, I don't know. But if it makes a difference, there's Laufer just coming over the line. He's been going fast in all of them. He's just letting it slip. So let's have a look at this. Who's this one? Is that Stallman? I think it is, isn't it? Oh,
No, that was a France number. No?
oh, so that was Mattis.
Mattis,
So
yeah.
is Stallman. Stallman that got through. Should be an OTC sticker on it somewhere. Oh, is that the start? Oh,
Well, okay.
God. Watch your fingers. Sorry, the fan's just fallen over. The things come off. It's like death trap. Oh, look at that. That was a good jump from Maciek. Super cleaned it out. Oh, that was a little bit sketchy from Cedric Ward, wasn't it? That was a moment of, oh, hello. All right. There we go. There's Mattis. Okay, so yeah, he didn't make it. He's got the white and yellow helmet. So it was Stallman that did make it. People are asking for the drone to stay on the sausage. I think it's true because that's where we're going to see maybe something happen. Right. Okay, sounds good. We will have replays from the sausage, even if they're not live. So that will be, I think, definitely Sausage Cam, as it's going to be nicknamed. All right, next up, heat number 4, Mortefon, Martini, Preen, Maka, Cousin, Loro, and Vassell. Here we go. Mortefon looking good here. Got the Neil Pride down the bottom of Bruno Martini and Nico Preen. But Mortefon just maybe just saying, look, I'm the fastest out here. And he's just rolled over the top of Bruno Martini. He's looking quick. Mortefon on a 6.0 on the Phantom. That's his smallest sail, a 6.0, which was interesting. So 6.0 from Mortefon. And then Bruno Martini in second place. Then Nico Preen. And then we've got another Neil Pride, which is Macker. So 3 Neil Prides in this. Feels like everyone's on Neil Pride. I was doing the interviews before. There's quite a lot of people on Neil Pride. We haven't even got... oh, there's a sausage. There we go. Mortefon. That's a long jump from Bruno. Oh, that was quite a long one from Macker as well. Who's on that? Who's on the... That was Cousin. Oh, the first loser. The first guy to go down. Oh. Yeah. I didn't want to say loser. I meant the first loser to lose the first crash and not the first loser. He's not a loser. But that's interesting. There was a few pre-jumps there. I think a few people might have even landed very much on it, but didn't seem to affect them. Do you think who will be the first to work out if you hit it full speed?
Well, I seem to remember that,
But that was with a bit more swept back fin, maybe. Yeah. Yeah. Seems to me like the boys can jump quite a distance. So the Yeah. Just need to pick the board up. Nice. But there we go. It's nice. Someone's going to miss out here, though. Mortefon leading. Bruno Martini, Nico Preen, and Macker seem to be the guys. So someone's missing out, which is Kazan at the moment. Could he catch up on Macker? Say 4 spots. It's going to be close for that 4th place. Let's stay on this last jibe mark because something could happen here. Pierre Mortefon is going round in 1st place. 2nd place is Preen and Bruno Martini. Here we go. This is the spot. 4th place. Macker coming through. Cousin trying to get inside. Oh, I don't know if he's got this. He's going to give it a go. I don't know. He's quick, though. He's going low. Cousin's going to give it a go here. Macker should have him. But it depends. If there's swell coming through, there's No, it looks like you're right. Let's give it a go. I mean, it wasn't far off in the end. But yeah, the way the line is, Cousin's going to miss out. So Mortafon, Martini, Preen, and Macker going through. Brendan just coming over, which is not far away from the big guys, but obviously when you're racing, that's it. Yeah, yeah. He's been throwing down some speed. He's been doing all the youth stuff in Bonaire. Like I say, 78 kilos. So
how old is he?
Up against it. Still a youth. So I don't know if I'm honest with you.
Okay.
18?
Yeah.
Guess.
Yeah,
12,
that sounds about right.
But he's put on a few kilos, but obviously you've got to put on a lot of kilos to be up with these big dogs. Here we go. Let's have a look at Sausage Cam. Coming up next. Who wants to sponsor the Sausage Cam? Maybe there's some like German sausage company that we could sponsor it. You know, and then we have like the design of that sausage is the actual sausage. No, just getting too far away from it. It looks cool though. There was what? That was a bit sketch.
It's actually really that the inside wolf Bruno they're getting a bit.
Likes to jibe like that. They did the same thing in the last race. Yeah. It's a strange way.
It's actually pretty tricky, that inside jibe. It sort of doesn't look like it. Like the outside jibe in a way much easier because you've got this sort of a ramp coming at you and you can kind of like jibe onto it, and if you get the timing right, you have a sort of a bank to turn off and then a push on the exit. And on the inside, it's sort of like this cross chop. It's often like really gusty and holy, so you can sometimes, especially where the mark is just off the rocks,
you get the bounce back.
You get a bounce back, and then also sometimes you come in and you get these like kind of nasty gusts coming off the land that sometimes are really strong, or sometimes it'll just be a hole, and you just jibe into the hole. And I find, I think it's a really hard jibe to do well and come out with speed and attack on.
Like you say, the outside jibe is good if you line up with the swell.
Yeah.
If you don't, it's like, well, you're probably better off to slow down. Which
but that's to me that's part of the skill in kind of like as you're approaching it, reading the ocean a little bit and working out. Actually, do I want to be? Because you can also, you
go upwind,
maybe lose a bit of speed, let them go ahead, but then sweep in, which I think is what Amado must have done to have been able to take like whatever he took, like 4 places on the last jibe. He must have like read that, come up high, done the jibe, and then you come out absolutely full stick in a position to attack them as well. Because if you come out full stick below them, you're then you've still got a fight on your hands. Whereas if you come above them and just like roll them all and put them in your dirty air, then you're in a good position then.
Yeah, no, totally. There's a few people said that's a crazy good idea, Ben, about the sausage. But wasn't Lena Erdl sponsored by some sausage company?
I don't know.
I swear, I'm not making this up because I was like, I thought it was a joke. But no, it's true. She was sponsored by a sausage, like a German sausage brand. I think it's pretty good. How much to sponsor the sausage? I don't know. I could just imagine it. Or like a bottle of beer, bottles of beer.
Yeah.
Just all string together. Cans, Red Bull cans. I don't know. You could think of some good ideas to jump because it is quite a cool visual in terms of pictures.
Yeah.
You've got people racing towards you, maybe in the air at the same time. Like the picture visually, media wise, obviously me, if I put that on a thumbnail or something, it's a sick picture.
Yeah.
It's really cool. So on the start.
Yeah,
on the start.
What?
You've got to jump to start.
Oh yeah.
Ooh. That would be interesting because that would be a sick shot.
Yeah.
And you've got space because everyone can start where they want. They haven't got a jibe around a point and then spread out.
How many sausages they have here? Do you know?
Do
we have a sausage fest or
full-blown sausage fest every reach. There we go. She was sponsored by Sabrina Sausage. Come on, Sabrina, the Vorston. Right, let's confirm the semi-final so far. So first semi-final going to be Tati Franz, Daldorf, Russia, Pierboni getting through. Okay, so new name for me. Vonk, Yakino, Jules, and Mercer. Then we've got Rakowski, Vrieswijk, Stallman, Board, Mortafon, Preen, Martini, Macker. That's your semi-finals. So anyone miss out who shouldn't have missed out? Most of the seeds getting through. Maybe Cousin, Cousin, and the last one, Macker taking him. I'm not sure he had such a good one in the first.
No, he didn't make it through.
So kind of going to the seed at the moment.
I think like some of these, I don't know. I don't know all the French guys. I think they're all quite young now. But like I say, that I've seen so many of those French championships. It's full on windy, gnarly. So they've got to have some pretty good level there. You'd expect it. Well, I mean, half the fleet's French, isn't it? I think.
Well,
now.
Fred has suggested that maybe they shouldn't tell the sailors where they're putting the sausage on the course, and they could hide the sausage. I like that idea. That's quite a good idea. Oh, don't put don't put at least one immature commentator in the booth. Anyway, come on. I know there's a few of you going, no, we don't like this stuff. I'm sorry, I apologize. I am very immature. And Paul Van Bellen as well. So we make a good podcast. If you haven't listened to it, tune in. Unless you're not into immature things, then you won't like it. You definitely won't like the intro. Heat number 5, Franz, Daldorf, Russia, Pierboni, Vonk, Yakino, Jules, Mercer are going to be fighting it out to see who will make it into Elimination 2.
Is the flag down in the last minute, or they haven't started?
It should be in the last minute, but I didn't see the flag before. But no, that doesn't look like it. No, it looks like we're coming up to the yellow flag. So coming up to the 2 minute, I think. Should see.
Oh yeah, here we are. They're all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So just for people who don't know, that's 2 minutes to the start. So a lot of sailors now will go over the start line, reverse, so going away from us on the 2 minute, sail for what, 45 seconds, 50 seconds, minute, maybe, but not full power.
Well, the absolute perfect thing, because you're trying to assess how far you go. So the absolute perfect thing that no one will do is to sail absolutely full speed for till 55 seconds.
Know how long your jibe takes.
Assuming a jibe takes 10 seconds, say, you go 55, you jibe, and then you know you're exactly 55 seconds, and you go absolutely flat stick on the way back in.
Yeah.
But that's really risky, because if you do that and you have a hole or your jibe's a bit sketchy, you're done. So I think most people will go, like you say, they'll sail in the opposite direction at 3/4 pace maybe, and then jibe on about like 45, 50 seconds, and then they'll know that they are more or less 45, 50 seconds away from the start line, and then
kind of judge it. I mean, like I said, I've just done that competition for me, but luckily they had the start was near the other jibe mark. So I was just testing myself from one buoy. I knew it took 20 seconds from that buoy to the start. So as I was roughly there, it was all right. But like you say, if you get a hole, it don't work like that very easily. But it was working great for a couple of days. Then it all went wrong.
I mean, a lot of these guys spend the winter in Tenerife, and they're basically doing this exact start in open sea in these conditions, like 15 times a day. And then you can sort of see that the guys that are doing it, they're so good, because it's not only like timing the line, the clock, but also you want to be coming down on a swell as well. And that's the thing that
that's what Margot said earlier. He had 2 good starts, but he was on the top of a swell. And then you're doomed.
You're better off with a bad start going down a swell that then accelerates you.
Well, here we go. Lining up. Oh, looked a pretty good start in the middle from Tati Franz.
It looked like Tati had to brake a little bit. He was, because he was in the lead, and he just sort of looked like he slowed down.
He's like, I don't want to be over
Geordie just below him just came.
Got the yellow helmet down that bottom end, which is Yakino. Yakino on the Severn on the right-hand side of your picture. We've got Geordie Vonk in the middle. Tati Franz just upwind of him. Oh, it was a recall. I was going to say, Tati definitely put he looked like he was getting a good start and then hesitate, but I don't know if he hesitated too late. But We'll have to have another look at that start.
It's pretty, yeah.
I mean, Matteo down that bottom end didn't particularly look safe, but I can't imagine he's done two in a row.
Yeah.
He can't have done that.
It's a big disaster if he has, isn't he?
Let's have another look. If we get that shot again, we'll have another look at the drone from the start. And we can...
That'd be a devastating start.
Here we go. Yeah, Geordie's poking out more than most, but then look where Matteo is. You know what I mean?
And we need to go back a bit, really, don't we? We need to see the run up to the start rather than...
Oh, Geordie looks more...
But like I say, I think like it looked to me like Geordie came from behind with speed. Could be Tati.
Where's the start mark?
It's way back.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Oh, yes. I thought we were coming into the start. Okay, so it's, yeah. Have you got the line? Can we have a pause on the line would be if we're going to get proper techers. Oh, okay. So who's your money on?
Seeing that, I'd probably say Tati.
Okay.
Tati. Is that normally when you have that hesitation? Well, in my case, whenever I have that hesitation and I try and slow down, you're already over. You know what I mean? Because you can't. It's not like you just stop. You're doing whatever 32, 33 knots coming into it, and if in windsurfing, if you open up your sail, you don't lose much speed.
Where's the
That's already too
gone.
late.
Yeah, it's too late. If we go back a bit to the mark, if we go, can we reverse? Rewind.
Oh,
Okay. Yeah, Tati.
Yeah.
Well, depends. Could be a few.
It's much easier. Like Matteo on the pin, it's much easier to time it because you've got the buoy right there, and you can really be like, okay, I'm lining up with that, and you have. Whereas like Tati, where it's a bit more in the middle of the line, it's really hard to judge where you actually are. Let's see, where's the piece of paper?
Oh,
who's the guy with the yellow shirt?
Turn it around, mate. Is that Tice? Can't see.
You can see it from there. Yeah, super
Oh
eyesight.
no, it's Tati.
Yeah,
I'm joking. I can't see shit. We'll have to
do a refresh. Did I just hear the beach? Did you hear the beach then? Say Matteo.
And it wouldn't surprise me.
He was right there. I'm trying to hear the beach commentator in the background, but I can't quite hear him.
Yeah, I was just seeing someone saying the poor people on the start boat. You got to remember those guys have been judging non-stop for the last 4 days as well.
Yeah,
it's it's easy.
But it's pretty cool now. They got an iPad. Like I don't know how long they've had the iPad. It must have been a few years now. But like they can literally they got one guy whose job is just to film the start line, and then they can then just go through it and really see like frame by frame. Because before it always seemed a bit sort of like super hard to judge, and you could never be sure. And that's why now every now and then you'll get one where they call it over early, because I think they have to call it straight away, don't they? They go straight away, and then when they actually study it and look at it, they go like, actually,
oh my god! So go on, I'm not looking.
All of them.
Is that your guess?
I'm saying Tati, Geordie, and Matteo. Who was it?
Yes.
Oh, it was
Tati, Franz, Geordie, Vonk, Matteo Aquino. I said that. Well, actually,
Matteo. That's because Matteo. To be honest, from what we've seen in the last week, and Matteo was looking probably one of the strongest, if not the strongest.
And again, there's no easy rounds here, but I would have said that top end of the draw was easier than the bottom. Like, but you've got to push as we. And again, I'm going to keep going on about this competition because I've just done it and I've realised it. So what you think is the difference between a good start and a bad start is huge.
Yeah,
it's huge.
And you can't make it up with just board speed either. No. So you can maybe, let's say, just for example, that Matteo was like 1 knot quicker than everyone else in the.
Yeah.
If he's below them in dirty water, that 1 knot is irrelevant. It's
Yeah,
gone.
yeah.
It's gone because you
That's what I
lose probably 1 or 2 knots straight away by being in the dirty air. So you can be actually in clean air going slower, and you got a better chance than being fast in dirty air. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's too right. I mean, it was super eye-opening actually. That what I found is I was thinking, oh, go pretty quick, and then I got a couple of bad starts. I'm like, I'm not as quick as I thought I was when I'm in the.
I think that's sometimes as well where the sort of the camber sail has like more of an advantage when you're in that dirty air. You can kind of, with a race sail, you can kind of pull yourself out of it a little bit better than on a sort of more of a free ride orientated sail.
Yeah. All right. Wow. Is it right? As Yukino had 2 over early?
Yeah, but they've both been in the semis, no?
Oh no, this is the semis. Oh
Yeah.
yeah. So the first one was in the final. No.
Yeah, it was in the final. Yeah. Oh, so it's not so bad. Well, it's like an 8th and a.
Not great, is it?
Yeah.
Here we go. Looks like we're lining up, but it should be a relatively relaxed one.
There's only one person goes out.
Yeah,
huh?
one rider goes out. So the fast guy's in this, but there'll be a few who will be having a really good fight. So you remember, the battle is for 4th. It's not about who wins this. It doesn't really matter who wins. The battle is for 4th. So keep your eye on the 4th place. Maltarusha flying with the red helmet on the GA blue sail. Then we've got, looks like Daldorf behind him on the other GA. We've got on the Severn is Mercer. And then we've got Lohan Jules on the Future Flying S2 Maui sails. And at the moment, in 5th place is Pierre Bonny.
This is looking really good for Ingmar, who had a great result in the first round with a 3rd. He's now looking pretty.
What about the sausage, though, Skyboy? Oh, easy. Oh, that was bad. That was bad. Not terrible, but oh, shit! And that's why the sausage is there, because Lohan Jewel has been the first guy to really eat it. Wow. Well, there we go. That is why this is called Slalom X. Oh, because he is X.
I looked a nasty one as well.
Wow, that was a proper. Wow. Wow, that's why they're wearing helmets. That's why they've got protection, because you time that wrong. It's not a big tripwire, but with the moving chop, the moving swell, that is just that little focus point. It's really difficult. You could see left it late, hesitated from the long jump, which seems to be the safest option right now.
Yeah, it does seem all the ones that have just like sent it, they just seem to like soar over it and land with speed.
The hesitate ones looks the one, doesn't it?
But then how long is long? That's the thing.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I asked earlier. It's like, how far can you jump if you have to? You know, can you just send it early and just cheat in? Wow. What did we think? Let's see the comments. I'm interested to see. There might be a few people saying that is disgraceful. We don't like it, you know, whatever. I don't know. But the sausage has took its first casualty. Oh my God.
The Severn almost went. He got the nose dip, didn't he, when he landed?
I thought that was it. I thought, oh, that's it. That showed it. And then Lohan Jewel just absolutely ate it.
But it's definitely his heart rate went up a bit after that one.
A few people saying man down. Nope, we love it. Cannibal. Completely love it. This is great viewing. Love it. Okay, so the comments seem to be pretty unanimous. Someone said this is terrible. Oh my God, man down. The sausage is painful. Oh man, everyone's here for the sausage crashes.
We just need more of them then, don't we?
Oh my life. Jump long, fast lands with more speed. Sausage is good. Everyone loves the sausage, John. That's apparently the verdict. See, if you were sponsoring this, you're a sausage company, everyone would be loving it.
They're going to be all over it in Silt, aren't they?
I tell you though, I'm just sorry, my brain is already going. I'm like, there's so many sponsorship opportunities for this sausage style thing, like cans stuck together, bottles of beer, whatever you want to, whatever your sausages, actual sausages. There he is. Pierre Bonny's through into the final. First ever final, maybe? Good job.
Him. Yeah. Is this his first event, or he's?
Well, the name seems new to me, maybe he's been in before,
Yeah.
but it's definitely his first final. I don't remember making any finals before. We love Slalom X, sausages on every reach. Does the biggest crash get a voucher at the local butcher?
Oh, you know what would be good? Like a double sausage, you have to send it over both of them.
Exactly. Long jump.
Yeah.
I think one before the finish would be interesting because that is when that was the one.
Yeah.
And then
Got away with it.
that was
and that one as
great.
well.
Oh,
they're all kind of like going up that top
they're
end.
bunny
of it.
hops, aren't they?
Oh, he had it nasty because he had the
Swell.
wave come in.
That's why, because he was coming downwind to it. If you can go upwind,
Yeah,
you get
I
the
think
wind under your board.
You're better off having it coming in quite low, and then you can just really
come
head up.
high
And
into it.
says us sat in the booth.
John says, "Is there a vegan option?" Oh yes. I tell you, there's some decent sponsorship ready here. Come on, someone's got to get some ideas. Someone must
You could
know
have like
someone.
an epic, like two bottles of beer with like the line in the middle as well, like sticking up.
All right, next up we're gonna have, excuse me, heat number 6. As we're watching the,
This one is loaded.
yeah, this is interesting. I'm liking the look of this. Rakowski, Vrieswijk, Storman, Board, Mortifon. Wow, already. Preen, Martini,
It's loaded.
Macker. This semi is loaded with like seeded riders. And again, it's no disrespect to the other guys who haven't got that big seed. They can still do the damage as we saw there. But the seeded guys in this are already stacked. So this is difficult. Not an easy run through. Well, we've seen the first casualty. Well, not casualty, but you know what I mean? The first guy to go down.
Oh, here we
on
are. We got the
sausage.
nice jar. They're all bunched up at the bottom there. Yeah, look how close they are.
Here we go. Oh, that looked like they were pushing pretty hard. I wouldn't be surprised if that's a general, but it looks okay at the moment.
That Severn down the bottom got a beauty start.
Yeah, Bruno's down there. I think Preen's down there. Rakowski's got to be in the mix. Cedric Board, obviously Matteo Yukino. Oh, it is a general. I think it is. It is. Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought it looked. We're losing some big players.
I think that to me that was like Cedric there, Boards. He looked.
Was that Cedric?
Well, to me, I saw
Well,
that and
Matteo
I
was
thought,
in the other one. You're right.
yeah,
Sorry.
yeah,
Yeah,
it was like
yeah.
that Severn at the bottom either got a beauty start or was over early, and obviously you can never tell from the angle because quite often you'll be so focused on the bottom end, and then actually the top end guy who's in the middle of the line. Let's have a look.
No, sorry. Oh, Neil.
They're all pretty
Oh.
close. It
Yeah,
could
go
be.
back. Can we go back? Can we go back? It's really everything is on the line. If you can even pause it, would be even.
Oh, look, there we go.
Oh,
there we
that's
go.
what we love. Come on, come
Yeah,
on.
ora,
Keep going.
Pogama.
Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going.
Pogama,
Keep
Pogama,
going. Keep going. Keep
Pogama.
going. Keep going.
Ahí, para.
Yeah, that Neil Pride looks a little bit sticky outy. Okay, a bit closer. Close.
Zoom in.
Stop. Oh, I need to be
To
right
me,
on the line.
all those four,
Yeah, it could be.
I wouldn't. I reckon they're all over.
You wouldn't think they're safe, would it? It's not.
I think they're all over. So what's that? That's like the two. Mychek, Preen, Borders,
Maciek's-
and Bruno.
Yeah,
I'm
you're
calling
right.
all of them.
Yeah, Magic's down the bottom end.
I'm calling all of them.
Really?
Oh, look at
Ooh.
that angle.
Oh, go back.
Where's
Can we go back? Where's the boy? Oh, there we go. That's it.
Sure,
Right on
what
the
an
line.
angle.
Bit further forward. No, in line with the boy. Stop. Oh, keep going. Well, it looks like the starboard is poking out more than ever if one is over.
You know
But
what? Mychek might get away with that because you can't see him.
Yeah.
You know, I remember one. Who was it that said?
They're
Like,
watching the live stream, you know.
are they?
Just dressed him up.
No, I remember them talking about having. You should always have your sail numbers as far back on the sail as possible, so that you can't see them
Yeah,
when they go
no,
across
it's
the
true.
line.
When I put my sound numbers on, that's gone. I put them on. I thought, oh no, I've put them further forward. I was like, shut up, Ben. But it used to be like that.
You got fluoro yellow.
Massive. And then they
Oh,
got
just the one. Yeah.
Yeah.
That must have
The
been
starboard.
so close.
Yeah.
'Cause he was
It-
literally, he was
yeah.
like 20 centimeters ahead of the rest.
yeah. Mad.
Wow.
Mad. There we go. Cedric Board is over early. I mean, that's the cool thing. Like usually, you know, when we had these over the line early, they were kind of boring. You're like,
Yeah.
waiting. But now when we can go back and look at it and
Yeah.
see what happens, I like it. You know, it's actually kind of interesting. I mean, don't get me wrong. It'd be good to have no over earlies, but interesting. Someone said, who was the first guy to go down on the sausage? What are we talking about here?
Was it Jules? I think it was Jules in the first round, wasn't it? I think.
Yeah, he went down
Yeah.
first hard. Well, there's a few people had a little moment, but he definitely went down the hardest. Right. We should give prizes out for the best marketing thing you can think of, like as the sausage sponsorship. And then there's definitely a cut of the sponsorship money if you can find us a sponsor for the sausage.
Do we know the price?
I'm making this up, so maybe don't hold me to this. But I'm sure there is. I'm sure if you find a good sponsor, there's definitely some money in it for you. Come on, think outside the box. Yeah, no, that's interesting. You know, as long as everyone's okay, we honestly don't want to see anyone get injured. But that little bit of hesitation is the difference. And again, when they're moving this, depending on what reach they put it in, if they put it on the way in, you know, maybe that's going to be way harder.
The way in was, I remember it being harder.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because you get stuck down the hole,
Yeah.
and then it's like it's a disaster. So you have to slow down, and then people catch you up. So, and you don't want to slow down, so then you end up jumping in a hole. It feels like you're jumping like triple the height. It is interesting, and I'm guessing here it could easily bounce up. You know, the way the chop like flicks it up.
Yeah.
Could be. Ooh. Someone here says they're a vegan, but they're converted to loving the sausage.
It's quite a selection of veggie sausages.
Yeah, no, I did make that one up. What would happen if OnlyFans sponsored the sausage?
Is that Paul saying that? Is that Paul with that suggestion?
It actually wasn't.
Uh-huh.
Oh. Oh, dear. Okay, we do have. There's no flag on the boat at the moment, is there? No. So yeah, if we've got some interviews coming up, that would be good. Keep your eye on the flags. But if we have got some interviews, we're definitely keen to listen.
Sarah Keita, first ever win in Slalom X. How was it?
Yeah, it was pretty cool. It's a good vibe on the water. It's not crazy windy, but I'm still stacked on my smallest set. And a lot of women went over early in the first round, so I think there's some nerves. So I'm happy to take this win. It's a good start. We still have so many races to go, so I'm looking forward.
How's the energy levels after the wave event?
Yeah, I had to recover for a day yesterday. I spent quite a lot of time in bed, but now I'm energized and running on caffeine, so watch me go.
Keep going, good luck.
Thank you.
Taddy Franz, you were last at the first mark. Talk us through your race.
Yeah, I had a really some slow start. I was behind the waves, so I got a bit slower. Then on the first mark, I said I'd better go wide and fast to the other jibe. I think that will help me a lot to get to gain some long spots. And going to the second mark, it's so fucking choppy out there, so it's kind of like crazy to just hold on. So I said, you know what, just relax and then just some race. And I think I did really good. I finished third in the Brazil finals. It's 11th place, but it's still okay for the first day.
Whew. Nice to be fighting on the fin.
Amazing. Yes, it is. Thank you.
Good luck, Taddy.
Thank you.
The start. Let's get it on.
And here in this shot, you can actually see them all lining up out at sea.
Yeah, this is good. This is cool. We like to see where everyone is. So we've lost some big names. Oh,
it's just board.
Yeah, it was just board.
Just
Cedric Board.
Still,
so Rakowski, Vrieswijk, Storman, Mortefon, Preen, Martini. There is some big names. Macker in this. Get a little bit lower.
Pushing down that bottom end, aren't
possible. To see
they?
who's who.
Three prides at the bottom there.
Yeah, he's going to have to go. There's some fast guys in this. They're going to be catching you up. Okay, so
looks like a good start.
Looks pretty safe, I think, at the start. We're expecting to see Rakowski in this. Obviously, Vrieswijk, Mortefon, Preen, Martini. Looks like Mortefon's gone semi-safe in about 4th place at the moment. Little moment down that bottom end.
Who's that down the bottom? Have a look.
Yeah, I think that's... well, I actually don't know. But the guy out in front is absolutely flying. Maciek Rakowski in about 4th place at the moment. First place is it Bruno Martini, followed by Pierre Mortefon. Then we've got Maciek Rakowski. Pretty sure it's Bruno. He looks quick. Looks like he's on a big sail. So I'm going to go with Bruno Martini, Pierre Mortefon. The sausage is coming up. Oh, he's gone early. He's gone so early. He went so early then. It was unbelievable. So maybe that early tactic does not work. And already we've had second guy going down on the sausage. Oh, we've lost the last place rider.
A leader going down.
Wow. He went so early. That was our tactic, John. It doesn't work. Oh, my good golly.
I think high enough, I guess.
I don't know if I like it anymore. It's so scary. Wow. Who was questioning Slalom X? Someone tell me in the comments, do you love the sausage? If you do, I want to see you pile up the sausage. Oh, my God. I'm sure there's a few Italians that are not into the sausage right now. Wow. Bruno Martini going down really hard there. Pierre Mortefon.
We lost 2, didn't we? Wow. Who else? Preen. Preen went down.
Was it Preen?
Yeah, I think he went down after.
So, Mortefon now with a clear lead once again. Marta Vrieswijk up into 2nd place.
Yeah.
So let's have a look. 4 riders go through. So Mortefon round, Vrieswijk round. We need to home in on the 3rd, 4th, and 5th because there's going to be a real battle here for that 4th place. Mortefon's home and dry, I have a feeling, from now. So as much as I'd love to watch him sail this, the real battle is the 4th place.
So is that Scotty on the Gastra behind?
It could be.
As a Brit behind him.
Yeah, Stallman is the only one on a Gastra in this. So it is Stallman. So Scotty Stallman in 4th place at the moment. Amado Vrieswijk in 2nd. 3rd place looks like Maciek Rakowski. So Stallman needs to keep this together. He's got the Neil Pride of maybe Macker behind him. Or could be Preen. We're not quite sure yet. But it is Amado Vrieswijk round. Then it looks to me like Maciek Rakowski. Then we've got Scotty Stallman. Here we go. Check the 5th jibe. It's a good jibe. I'm not sure it's good enough.
No,
it's not going to get Scotty from there, is he? We don't know. It's a wavy old reach. One moment of...
Yeah, but coming in, it's...
Oh, he spun out. You say that. I was about to say it. He totally spun out. He's in the chop, in the wake of Maciek Rakowski. Macker's coming through, but Scotty's going to hold on to take 4th place and book himself in the final. Bruno Martini.
So I think that's our first proper, proper casualty from someone going. He was leading that in a normal heat. It would have been comfortable, home and dry, cruising, and boom, he's in the drink.
Wow. We got Bernd Flessner watching. I want to hear what Bernd Flessner thinks of this. Would he have loved to have done this in his day? I'm sure
he's
he
German.
would.
I bet he loves the sausage.
I bet he loves the sausage. Exactly. Yeah, so it's Maciek down that bomb end. Preen was there. It was, Bruno Martini, then Pierre Mortefon, then Maciek, then Preen. And he had a bad jibe there, Preen. That's why he was so far back.
Look at Amado.
Oh, so early. He was, oh man, he must have been trying to carry it like... Oh, wasn't far off. Looks pretty cool. Come on. Oh my God.
But he had that exact thing. You got that, we were talking about when you had that ramp ahead and you're like, okay, if I send it now, is that the...
And that's when you probably in the lead, you have to slow down. You don't need, you've got the time. Although psychologically, it probably feels wrong. Wow.
More sausages.
People said they want more sausages. They want a sausage fest. That's what they want. We need a condom brand for the protection. Yeah, true. This.
Yeah, Mardo.
See, I knew there'd be a few complaints. This is a circus, not slalom. I guess they are Italian. And that is my... I have a feeling there will be Italians saying that because their man just went down and he would be qualifying for the final. And I know that's what I'd maybe be thinking if it was a Brit. Maybe not, though.
I do think that is the sort of the idea of this concept is to liven it up.
Racing doesn't need it. We're going to have mixed feelings on this.
Yeah.
Not everyone loves the sausage. I love this. Again, we're going to have mixed feelings. I'm pretty sure. Bernd says it's much more interesting. We need more jumps. Perfect to watch. That's from Bernd Flessner. He knows what he's talking about, this guy. This guy has had sponsorship on sponsorship. He was sponsored by Wash and Go when he was bloody bald. Like, if anyone can get sponsorship, Bernd Flessner is the man. So I'm with Bernie. It's great. All right. We've got the women's final coming up next. Are we going to see any carnage in the women's fleet? First time we're going to see them.
Well, I'm not sure we have it really clear what the rules, because I did hear them talking at the briefing that they could go around it if they wanted to, and I think that the idea was that it would be in a position on the reach where to go around it would be a significant disadvantage.
Yeah.
But from what we're seeing, I don't think there's going to be any
No,
disadvantage
not
about
at all.
going 2 meters further upwind and just
at all.
absolutely spritzing it straight through there. So it'll be interesting to see who's therefore then willing to take it on.
Yeah.
Or who's just going to be like, no.
Okay. Paul Van Bellen says results are in. 96% of windsurfers love the sausage. I've changed that a little bit, but Slalom X needs to stay. Not a fan of the sausage. Do we complain about having to ride waves in a wave comp? No, it's part of this discipline. It's part of the fun. That is why it's called Slalom X. This isn't slalom. This is Slalom X.
There's an argument that says, like, if you want pure racing, pure slalom right now, it is on foil. And they are going quicker. And if it's like 4-buoy downwind.
And this is the reason Slalom X is here. What you can't do with foiling is do beach starts. You can't do beach finishes. You can't jump sausages.
You can't maybe go through waves as well. Like, yeah.
We're here for the sausage and the waves.
I really hope they do. Like, they were talking about maybe having the finish line further out so that they actually have to sail, because like we were saying earlier, it's really hard here with the sort of the orientation of the beach and the wind. It's really hard to have a jibe that actually goes through the waves, like we saw in Portugal. I think it was like 4 or 5 years ago.
That was epic.
And you actually, there was no way out. You know, they had the jibe mark, and they went around the jibe, and there was like a wave there. There was no escaping it, and they had to go through it in some way or other.
Yeah.
And the sort of the orientation of Pozo means it's actually quite hard to get that with a finish where we have it. So, you know, you could have a finish out at sea, and therefore the last reach would be flat stick through the breaking waves. And then I mean,
it opens up more stuff, more media. The sport, as Bernd Flessner says here, I mean, it's pretty clear. Our sport is under pressure. Slalom makes it more interesting. There's more jeopardy. There is that X thing, you know. Windsurfing racing is cool anyway. I get it, but we've got foil racing for that. That is all not going anywhere. That is the Formula One right now of our sport. But I know I'm in for this, and I'm sure the media will be in for this. Sponsors could be into this. There's just way more branding available as well. I mean, where the action's going to be.
And also, I think the concept of this from the beginning.
Company.
The concept of this from the beginning was just to be able to vary it more. Because, I mean, last year we had the slalom here, and it was more or less the same course every time.
Yeah.
And I think the concept of this is not so much let's stick a million sausages in and watch people catapult. It's like, okay, we'll have a sausage dish, this one, and then the next one. I've seen courses where they have like a chicane with like, you know, 2 or 3 jibes really close together. So then it becomes a test of your jibing skill rather than just flatline speed. Because in the end, flatline speed is very impressive, but then you've got the fast guys will always win if it's a long reach. But the more you mix it up, the more like options you have for other riders to come through, more technical riders to come through.
Looking back in the day, there was a lot more lighter riders doing well. You know, equipment have changed, everything now's production, so you're having to be a bigger rider to hold it on in the slalom we were doing, 5 years ago, something like that. Now with this added stuff, hopefully that opens the door for maybe lighter riders coming in, more jibes. I've always wanted shorter reaches. Obviously the indoor, I don't know if I've mentioned it before, but I was indoor champion.
Oh, really? I never knew that.
But you know,
congratulations.
But you know what I mean? The big guys are never going to win indoors. Yeah, there we go. There we go. This is Motor. What is it? Motor X versus
MotoGP.
MotoGP, exactly.
Yeah.
You know, there's lots of different ways of doing it. These are all trials, but in proper racing. So we are finding out what the public like, what you guys at home like, what the riders think, but not so much what they think. No, I'm joking.
I'm not sure Bruno will be liking it too much now. He was loving it a minute ago. Like I spoke to him just sort of summer lunch, and he was fully into the idea, but maybe not so much now. But fair play, he sent it, didn't he?
Yeah.
He sent it, and yeah.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's hard not to like it if you're a fan of Bruno. Obviously, he's just been the first casualty proper one, leading, going to be in the final probably. Now he's not.
Yeah.
You know, yes, I understand. Everyone's like, oh, no, I'm not sure that's fair. But stay with it, because I'm sure he's going to tune into that, because I spoke to him before. He hadn't done any practicing jumping
No.
the sausage. He'd practiced jumping,
Yeah.
but not over a fixed object.
It's quite a hard one to set up. It's pretty easy to find a buoy and do some jibes around it. It's pretty easy to even put a buoy in and do some jibes around it. It's pretty easy to put a buoy in and practice some starts. But to find a sausage, just pump one up and...
Sorry.
Yeah, it's quite hard to practice. I guess you could buy it. You could get a lilo or something like that.
Yeah, we just need something with a bit of just let it, you know, you just need a line in the water.
Yeah.
Like pool noodle. I said this before. Literally, it's all you need is just some visual point, because when you're going as fast as these guys are going, you know, where you jump is hard to work out, or how much clearance you need.
But did you? I mean, you grew up on a lake, didn't you? Spend the whole time like jumping over lines and
Yeah,
buoys.
100%, 100%.
There were
Loved
like
it.
little buoys and like little weird
This
fishing lines
this
everywhere.
interests
and-
me. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
I liked Supercross, but I didn't really like the freestyle aspect to it. I thought it made it too disjointed. But I loved the jumping of the
Yeah.
boys, and I loved the forward loop. I thought the forward loop
I think
was
for me
amazing.
the Supercross was like the biggest downfall of it was that they didn't change it when it was light wind and strong winds,
Yes.
because strong wind
Oh,
with the
amazing.
freestyle was
Yeah,
amazing. You know,
amazing.
like when you see like, I mean, I got overtaken by Victor Fernandez doing a forward. I'd already done my
Yeah,
forward.
I saw that.
And I was like
He
ahead of him. I was
accelerated.
like level with him. I thought, oh, I've got him now. He's got to do his forward. And he jumped up, sheeted in, flew 2 meters ahead of me, and landed fully planing 2 meters ahead of me. And it was like amazing. And the same when you got like someone like Cheo at the time, he wasn't quick, but then he just comes out of the spot at 100% of his speed.
Yeah.
Whereas other guys are stopping, and then you go like, okay, that's cool. But then what was well, in my eyes, was the letdown was like doing a flat water forward on an 8 meter underpowered, where everyone just would stop, and then you all have to pump and get going again. And
Yeah.
that, you know, I think
Yeah,
what they
it
should have
did
done
work,
really
didn't
in 8 meter, where there was just have the jump, the sausage jump, and that be it. And,
I
and
agree.
the duck
That
jibe.
was where it all went disjointed.
Yeah,
You're right.
yeah.
But I still think, even back then, just the forward loop and the boys was so good,
Yeah,
because the
yeah.
forward loop, when, like I said, I remember seeing Fernandez do that. I didn't realize it was you. He landed going faster than when he took off.
And he, as he sheeted in,
Insane.
he like actually gained, he accelerated ahead and then landed ahead. It was
Mad,
like,
isn't it?
yeah.
Mad. Yeah.
That's one of those moments that when you look. I remember I got knocked out of that heat, but it was just like hands
Yeah,
down.
yeah.
That was like amazing. Well played.
And you were having at the time, it was the first one, obviously. We're going back to Super X times, not what we're talking about now, Slalom X, but we had Antoine Albo taking on basically Cowley for the world title,
Yeah,
which
yeah.
was like the David Goliath.
It was
actually
such a
racing
it was
together.
such a mishmash then of like, you had these slalom racers that were like trying to get the freestyle stuff going versus freestylers that were trying to find a bit of speed, and someone like Tonki who would like just cruise along and then just do the smoothest planing forward that you've ever seen on like in no wind. Like, yeah, pretty impressive.
100%. Okay, let's get it on. Women's final coming up. First time they're going to get to show their sausage skills in this one. Women's Elimination 2. Obviously, same group. It's going to be straight final for the women. Offringer, Mortefon, Brodholt, Lemetier, De Jong, Hunter, Van Hoon, Gibson, Davico, Alabao, and Van der Veen. I have heard Sarakita saying Gibson was going super quick, but she is very scared of the sausage. She's like, I'm not a big fan of it. So let's see. Sarah Kita out in front already. Lemitier just upwind of her on the S2 Maricels, the yellow sail. Down the bottom end. Looks like Jenna Gibson a bit further back. We've got Blanca Alabau, I think, trying to come through on the Severn. Got Marion Mortefont on the Patrick coming through. But Blanca Alabau quite far back at the moment. Obviously more known for a foil racing. Didn't have a great start though. But it is going to be Sarah Kita Offringer going round in first place. Lemitier in second, but leaving a big gap open for Marion Mortefont to come through. And De Jong is still up there, I think, on the Pride. Here we go, Sarah Kita. This will be interesting. What has she got? Can she get over the sausage? Oh, there's... Oh, okay. Okay. Oh.
Well, I think they got to change that.
Yeah, that's not going to work, is it?
Yeah.
That's not a big disadvantage.
What could they do there?
I mean, they said carry on with the race because it's a good race, but we're going to have to look at that because we wasn't sure how it was going to work. We didn't know. It's the first
Maybe they have
time.
like a couple of little jibes.
You need a penalty, don't you? You need some sort of penalty. But okay, as we go in, let's go. We carry on going, boys. We can't show the replay at the start because we're still racing. Let's go back to the live action. Yeah, here we go. So Sarah Kita still leading. We've got Marion Mortefont up into second place. Looks like Lemitier went down on that last jibe marker, same as Hunter. Gibson looks like she's up into third place now, but Sarah Kita Offringer is looking very comfortable here. She's on the 5.6, so it's her smallest equipment.
5.3 is her smallest.
5.3, sorry, 5.3. Well remembered.
She's cruising.
Yeah,
it's quite funny because last year she arrived early and was so focused on the wave, and she didn't touch her slalom gear until literally the first day of the slalom, and she went out and it took her like 2 or 3 rounds to kind of get tuned up, and then once she got tuned up, she was pretty on it. And this year she came early and she went out on like a couple of really windy days.
She wants this. Yeah. She wants this first Slalom X title.
And when you look at that image there, you can see the difference it's made. Like, look at it. She's miles ahead.
She is caning it right now.
Yeah.
I mean, so are the girls actually second, third. She's not actually pulled out more of a lead. They've sort of, maybe a little bit actually.
Yeah.
Since that first one.
I think Jenna's making a.
Yeah,
she was
come
miles
back. Keep your eye on second and third because there is a battle coming up. I think we can maybe even stay on this jibe a little bit. We've got Sarah Kita. Looks like she's going to win it. Wide jibe. But just to stay safe, Jenna Gibson having a go at Marion Mortefont here. And Marion with a terrible jibe, but it's actually helped her because it pushed Jenna Gibson wide into that swell. And Jenna Gibson has gone down. I think she'd give herself more room. She could have gone inside.
Yeah, I think she had plenty of room there. It's it's very easy to say when you're like sat here, but when it's like you're tired, you've been racing for like 5 minutes flat out, and it's a whole nother world.
But Sarah Kita will win the second elimination for the women. I'm disappointed she didn't.
She should have sent. She just should have sent it in.
Marion Mortefont second place. Someone would have got hero status. Do you think anyone jumped it? I don't think they did.
No.
It would have been nice just to see someone just go, you know what?
Yeah.
Going over. You would have won then.
I think it could be good. Like maybe if you are going to have that, like
it's got to be a penalty, hasn't it?
Like, or you
go
know,
right downwind or
something. You've seen in Formula One sometimes when they have like the runoff areas and they kind of put like
another jibe in.
Yeah,
they just put another buoy in.
Yeah, you have to go around it and go slow and kind of like do a bottom turn around the buoy.
Oh, I tell you what, Jenna Gibson did lose a lot. I think that's Blanca Alabau that came back. Van der Veen's in there. Oh, they're all in there. No, Blanca Alabau's there. So I'm going to have to get my game on with this sales. I think there's a few people changed. But yeah, okay. I'm sorry to sound disappointed that race, but we didn't know what to expect, and we thought I wasn't.
No, I did. I heard them at the briefing saying that they could go around it if they. But I think the idea
there needs to be
was
an extra buoy to either make you have a very. They could.
You need to be slower. Basically.
Yeah, it needs to be
a lot slower
to
go around it. Whereas like clearly just locking and sailing past it.
Yeah, that didn't work. That's definitely work. And they could just put another buoy out there that they have to. What would be harder in slalom? If they had to go really far downwind and then have a really, really tight reach, and then the other girls could jump and stay higher than them, that would be a bit of a punishment.
So you need to be able to. You need to actually do sort of like half a jibe.
Yeah.
Like a little bottom two marks, kind of offset. You actually have to turn around.
Yeah, that didn't work. Or like maybe a jibe further out. You know, so it's.
Oh, you could do the jump and do an inside jibe, or you can miss it
and do a long jibe, because then you'd still see that race happening.
Yeah.
That could be quite cool. That would be cool, because then the people near the back might be like, you know what, I'm going. That might be really interesting.
I don't know how.
Oh, there we go. Johannes on the drone says, yeah, if you don't do the sausage, you have to do a duck jibe.
Oh, yeah.
That's fine. Good. That's actually pretty good. Like it.
We'll go back to Supercross and you have to do a forward on that reach or jump the sausage.
Oh, my God. Okay, we got a few interviews. We're going to keep an eye on that runners-up final and final coming up. We're going to have a few interviews before that.
Pierre Mortefon, first ever Slalom X race winner. How does that feel?
It's good. It's good. I'm super happy. I was a little bit stressed before. I had a hardcore semi-final, so it woke me up a little bit. And I had a good final, good start, good first reach. It was light on the inside, but I managed to jibe okay and go quick with the 6.0 and 98.
What are the conditions like?
Yeah, it's good. Huh? It's good, but it's right between the small sail and the 6.6. But I decided to go with my 6.0. I like it. It's going quick. And really happy with the gear.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yuri, finishing in second. You've been sick all week. How was it?
I mean, the result was amazing. I mean, I can be super happy. Obviously, second is solid. Pierre was fast. I was on his tail all the time until the finish. Not enough to pass him, but I didn't have an amazing start. I think it was Amado and Malte who came over the top, so I had to come back anyway. But I'm happy. Like I threw up between the race. I feel completely disconnected. I'm not feeling good at all, but you know, I managed to push out the second. It's on the board. I'm happy.
Congratulations and keep going.
Thank you.
Okay, looks okay. We're back. Unfortunately, we didn't actually hear those interviews, so if they said some gems, you're going to have to let us know. Right in, we are, where are we? I've got
Losers
things all over
final,
the place.
or...
Yeah, there we go. Jules, Franz, Giacchino, Vonk, Macca, Preen, Martini, Board.
This is loaded. This is a final.
Yeah, this is hectic. This will be a tricky one, that's for sure.
Right. Well, they're right on it. They're right on. There we go. Oof.
Oh, someone was gunning that line. They look like they're pretty confident, though, on the Neil Pride. Is that Bruno again?
Those two in the middle.
They're gone. If that's Bruno, he's gone. Surely. Is it Bruno? It must be.
Who we got? We got
Tati Franz, Bruno Martini, yeah. I mean, they look miles gone.
You never really know if the rest of them were miles behind either.
Yeah,
you know,
no,
they could have been like
point.
a fraction.
We have another look at
over.
the start. It looks like it's an over early. Let's have another replay of that. But
see if we can get that rewind angle that we had before.
I mean, I've seen more over earlies than a long time. Is that because of the swell? You get stuck on a swell, you've got to go.
I think it might be, yeah.
Because it does make a massive difference, swell, when trying to start at full speed. If you have to slow down and end up on the back of a swell,
that's the thing. I did the slalom here last year, and I really struggled with the start with that whole swell. And I had a couple where I started okay, but on the back of a wave, and then I'm like, right, okay, I've got to start on a swell. And then I was on a swell, but like miles behind. And then I had one where it's exactly that. I had the swell. I was on the swell, amazing speed, but like right on the limit of the time. I went, well, I'm going to go anyway. And I went and I was like, I was only like a fraction of a second over, but it made such a deal. I was miles in the lead, and then got disqualified, obviously.
What's that? Italy, Bruno and Tati Franz. Yeah, they look miles. Yeah. They look miles. Oh dear. So you know what I mean? It's never as easy as you think.
Can we get a replay and see?
Yeah, can we have a replay?
It's really hard to actually see, because you need to see when the flag actually goes up as well, which is pretty hard from there. from the angle.
Any chance of a replay of the start? Obviously not. Oh, yeah, there is. Here we go. So Bruno's in the middle. You can see Tati Franz goes over the top of Jordi Vonk.
The Mars.
And then Jordi's backing off already. He knows. I mean, they are so far gone, aren't they?
Yeah. Well, I don't know, because you like, can we pause it right on the line and see actually when the flag goes up? That's the key.
Yeah.
The key moment actually when the flag goes up.
But Jordi slows down like mile. Look now, he's like, we're not even. Yeah. I think they were. Just looking at how Jordi was reacting, he's like, probably, because when you get those, have I got this wrong? Yeah. It's a horrible feeling, isn't it? You think, is it me?
It takes a lot of like
balls not to go
to stop.
Yeah. Yeah.
So have you ever had the one where you stop and then they all carry on and it's totally fine, and you're like, oh, and then you're like 20 meters behind, not moving. Like you have to like. Yeah.
It's a horrible feeling.
I think the start, like if you're not trained in it, it's so hard to get it right. It's and
yellow flag.
Yeah, for the listeners, if they want to actually try it, just find a fixed point like a buoy and set a watch and try and hit that buoy on the watch.
Yeah.
And then you'll
full speed.
You'll appreciate how complicated it is.
Full speed. It has to be full speed, because if you're not full speed, don't count.
Yeah.
Because everyone just goes over you.
Yeah.
If you have to slow up a little bit as you get in there, you're done. Jump. Everyone's on top of you.
And that, just doing it with one buoy is like, it's hard enough, but that's without other riders.
Yeah.
If you got swell, it's like so many factors that go into it.
But in the middle of the line or nowhere near the boat,
it's really difficult. And then some of the classics, it would always be like Antoine would be one of them. And
I was going to say,
he'd be like
Marotti was in there. The last few
and
years,
you see them before, and they're already trying to get their position like a mile out to sea, and they're lining up and trying to like push each other down. And wasn't there was one where I remember that Matteo went below the line because he knew they were going to go over. He pushed, and then dipped below the line, so he didn't get disqualified.
Yeah.
But it was a risk, because if it had counted, he would have had to.
It was elbow, but
maybe
maybe it happened a few times.
I just remember one where
everyone
they
thought he
below.
was over. He's like, no, I didn't go over the line.
Yeah,
but everyone thought he had.
Yeah.
And they had to look back at the stuff. It's quite funny. Okay, we're going to resell that with 2 less people.
So there you go. You're talking of that sort of like fight. You can see it there between the 2 guys down the bottom. Well, there's 2.5 trying to get that position. Looks like the Pride's got it, but then the other guy's going to come over the top.
Okay, here we go. Runners up final. We've got Jules, Giacchino, Vonk, Macker, Preen, and Board.
Oh, look at whoever that is on the Saverne.
Yeah. Board probably down that bottom end. Green flag stays up. Looks like we've got a clean start going on. We've got Jordi Vonk in the middle of your picture on the white duotone. Then we've got Preen down that bottom end getting so loose. Oh my God, he held that together. Then down the bottom end, it looks like we've got Matteo Giacchino, Cedric Board further upwind. So at the moment, it is Matteo Giacchino. Or is that? Yeah, it is Matteo Giacchino. Yes, it is. They've changed the sticker. But Jordi Vonk out in the lead now. Giacchino in second. Then we've we've lost Preen. He's not having the best one. He's probably so used to the foil getting back on the fin. He's had a few moments. We've still got the sausage to come, though, so all is not lost. Jordi Vonk in the lead in this runners-up final. There's plenty of breeze out there. Slowing up and accelerating now is Matteo Giacchino. Oh, and Jordi Vonk's gone down. So we've lost Jordi Vonk. Oh, Preen makes a lovely recovery there.
But that I mean,
that could be Macker, actually.
That was amazing. I mean, you see the ground that Matteo got in the run up, because Jordi started slowing and he was like, "No, I'm going," and he went full power. And
I love it, Matteo Giacchino outside jibe mark with plenty of room now, and Vonk is he's right back. He's gone from leading to that. Again, just adds that little bit of jeopardy. It's not a difficult thing, but in a race where everything's on with this sort of moving chop and swell, it soon ramps up by times 10.
And it looms up on you as well, don't you? Yeah. I remember, like, you're sailing towards it, you go, it's coming. Oh,
well, what is it? 35 knots, like 15 plus meters per second they're doing, 16, 17 meters per second. I mean, that's That's pretty quick. It comes at you. So Matteo Iachino, runners-up final. I'd quite like to see it towards the end of the race, though. I want to see the race get fully in, and then I want to see that. But Matteo Iachino looking good here. Cedric Board, Lohan Jules.
It'd be good on this reach, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Because then you've also got some sort of more of a wave as well, so it could be extra jeopardy.
I mean, but look, it's already full hectic at speed. Pretty spaced out. Obviously, we've lost Tati Franz and Bruno Martini, so a bit more room in this one. But Matteo Iachino is making up for that over the line early in the semi-finals, and it looks like he's going to win this runners-up final. Obviously, we'd be used to seeing him in the winners' final. That's where he wants to be, fighting it out. Cedric Board in second. Lohan Jules in third. So this will be 9th, 10th, 11th places for the final result. And it looks like they're right down the bunker here in the waves. They're going along the line, though. So like you say, it's not typically surf slalom. We really want to see him heading out with that line.
Through that, yeah.
Would be interesting. But wins it. So 9th place for Matteo Iachino, 10th place Cedric Board, 11th place Lohan Jules, and it is Macker in 12th, 13th Jordi Vonk, and 14th Nico Preen. And we were talking about doing this in 10 more knots than this? And they're on their smallest sails at the moment.
Yeah.
You could imagine. I'm not sure that jump would be necessary. But there we go. Right, next up, we've got the winners' final. That was the start. We'll start down that bottom end. Yeah, we're going to watch this.
You see, just like...
Jordi Vonk was looking really good. Into this jibe mark looking there's Queen goes down just in the wake. Just lost it coming in, and then Jordi Vonk. It's interesting this, wasn't it? Okay, I was gonna say Matteo kind of speeded up. Oh yeah. It looks so weird. That's what they see.
Yeah.
It's not like we're seeing from the drone where it just looks...
It's all going up and down.
Yeah, look how much it's moving.
Yeah.
It's sketchy. Oh, that was a great jump.
It was that on the bottom,
yeah, that was huge.
People loving the jeopardy.
All right, remember we got the final coming up to see who will be leading after 2 eliminations. Who's your money on, John?
I'm going for my check. He would have been a bit annoyed in that first round, right, losing out by what must have been a couple of centimeters.
Well, I'll tell you, look who's in this. I mean, again, this is no disrespect to these names. They're all good sailors. But in terms of the bigger names that we're used to seeing, it's already throwing up different stuff. I mean, Daldorf is a guy who's never really taken to the foil. He's always been Finn, so he'll be loving this coming back. He made the last final and had a good result, and he's made this final. So
he's been wave sailing almost every day. Like,
really?
Yeah, just going up to
good
Vargas.
Lad. He's a beast, man. He's a beast.
Yeah.
Rusha snapped his fin in the last one, but looked like he was in good form. Mercer, he's been racing smaller than some of the bigger guys, so maybe this suits him. Pierre Bonny, first ever, I think, final on the PWA. Mortifon, yes, he's going to be my top pick, I have to say. Vrieswijk, we've seen him come back from the dead in a couple. Maybe this sausage will suit him. Rakowski, as you said, looked good, maybe a bit unlucky with that jibe, didn't quite get it. And then Stallman from the UK. So an interesting lineup. We've got Great Britain, Poland, Bonaire, France, Germany, the Netherlands. So good mixture of nationalities. You're always going to get a few Frenchies in a.
Did you see the video of Amado just sending on the slalom gear in Tenerife?
Massive,
yeah.
Absolutely massive. I just put a video out for me wave sailing in Cape Town with quite a big jump in it. I was like, oh, that's bigger than mine. Oh no, mine was pretty big, I thought. Oh, so here we go, lining up. I think Maciek's going to prefer the pin end. We've seen him down there a lot on the Neil Pride, and looking at this matchup, I would expect him to be there. Pierre Mortefond tends to favour the middle of the line. We've got a lot of Gastras in this, so it's going to be tricky to pick out who's who. So we're going to go on helmets in this, and then we've obviously got, it looks like Amado Vrieswijk down this bottom end. First time. Challenging Mortefond, and he loses out to Mortefond big time. He absolutely got smashed there. Mortefond with a good start. Maciek Rakowski with a good start. Looks like Daldorf has just had a bit of a nosedive, Daldorf, as I mentioned it. And then we've got also on that other Severn, is that Mercer? Yeah, he is really stepping up right now. Maciek Rakowski, though, good call by the looks of it at the moment, Skyboy. He is looking very, very solid. We've got Mercer in second place, and then we've got the Gastra boys, but Pierre Mortefond coming from the top on that Phantom rig. Then we've got the crazy sausage run. Who is going to manage it the best? That's the question. Not a good jibe from Pierre Mortefond. Maciek Rakowski gets out first. Mercer in second.
This is the whole pressure
bunching
thing.
Up behind. This is the look that they are seeing. Look how that thing is moving around. Look at the swell. Look at the chop. He's got a good line there. That looked good. Maciek Rakowski safely over. Mercer safely over. A little bit of a wheelie. Looks like Daldorf. Good round in that from Mortefond. Everyone clean over. Little moment from, I think that's Pierre Bonny there. But really nice from Maciek Rakowski. Seemed to line up. He looks comfortable. Now he can try and enjoy this race. And it is not over yet. We've still got to go around 2 more marks. There's chop. There's swell. Different riders all in play. Mortefond won the first elimination. He's definitely not given up on this one. I think he's got Mercer in his sights. You know, these guys have raced together. Pierre knows how fast he is. He knows he's done the... So here we go. He's going downwind now. Pierre Mortefond is putting the hammer down. Look at the speed of Pierre Mortefond down that bottom end. Maciek Rakowski better be careful here, because Pierre Mortefond is kind of right down, going super quick. Maciek's holding him. He's not really gaining much. Mercer is staying in the race here. He's lost out to Mortefond, but we still got 2 jibe marks to go. Rutkowski, not safe at the moment. Jibes round in first. Then Pierre Mortefond. Then Mercer. Then we've got the GA boys. Maciek Rakowski surely has this sewn up now. With 1 jibe mark to go. Could he win this second elimination? Really disappointed to not make the final in the first. Loads of wind on his 5.6 Neil Pride. We got Pierre Mortefond on his 6.0 Phantom. Heading down, a nice little jump there for Maciek Rakowski, and Pierre Mortefond is coming in. This could be whoever gets the line up here, because Pierre is not slowing down. Maciek has slowed down a little bit. Jibes on the outside. Pierre gets a good run. This is going to be a good battle. There's a bit of a swell line. It's going to help Pierre a little bit, but Maciek is going to pull up now. He should be able to keep him behind him from that positioning. Pierre's going to give it a go. There is a swell. He might get a boost, but Maciek's going to pull out. Maciek Rakowski takes the second elimination in the first ever Slalom X competition here in Pozo, Gran Canaria. Pierre Mortefond backs up the first with a second. What a race. Mercer, great result for him in third. Then it looks to me like we've got Daldorf in fourth, another solid result. Then we've got Malte Ruscha. Then it looks like Stallman, Amado Vrieswijk, and then Pierre Bonny. Woo! How's that race?
Pretty good, eh? They're flying. Pierre just looks like he's got gears to go through if he needs to.
He looked like he put it down, but he just didn't. He was too far back then.
But you know, his smallest cell is a 6.0.
Yeah, 6.0 is his smallest cell.
6.0. So, yeah, he's going to have juice.
He's got 6.0, 6.6, and a 7.4. That's interesting. Yeah. He obviously thinks they're going to be racing in that 6.
Well, I think you sort of need the 7.4, something that kind of size for the lighter wind days.
Yeah,
for sure.
But there's only 0.5 in between all of his sizes. I just thought that was interesting. So yeah, Maciek Rakowski come around first. That was where Pierre lost it. That's where he lost that bit to challenge for the first. He came in quite nicely there in third, but that bit just got stuck. He was lucky not to get taken out, actually, by Daldor, because he was coming in with some speed there. Pierre got quite a fast run over that. Good race. Good race. Oof, Pierre Mortavon looking good.
So what happened to Armada? Because Armada, is that? Oh no.
Yeah, that was just sometimes it sits right, then other times there's a few of them you're like, oh my god, it's just jump and hope. There we go. Did you enjoy that? That was the second elimination from Slalom X, the first ever showing of it. It's not full-on Super X. It's still slalom, but just with that one little element in the race, which can help gain some entertainment. We know everyone's not going to love it, but as I've worked out in this life, especially owning a YouTube channel where you put out videos with different music, different things, not everyone will like your stuff. That is it. You will always get a percentage of people who don't like something. That's okay. We don't have to like everything. That is definitely okay. So if whatever your opinion is, let us know of Super X. He says, Ben, what's your opinion of old Super X? I've said it a lot of times before. I always liked Super X. I just thought it was too complicated, and I liked it more simple, which is what we've got now. And this is kind of the format I like. I think I would like to see the smaller riders challenging the bigger riders, which then when you put forward loops in, when you change the equipment, that also can make a difference. Because I'm a smaller guy, so I obviously see it from a smaller guy's perspective, which is why I'm always banging on about weight categories or adding elements. But I don't like it to get too complicated. I thought Super X at the end, there was too much falling in and the race got lost.
Yeah.
When I saw the good freestylers do it, who were making the moves like first events, I did like it. I thought it was really cool. But I would have also liked it just with jumps and forward loops. I think
they needed to vary a bit, which I think is one of the concepts behind this Slalom X. It's not
the same.
Going to be the same with a sausage there, and they're going to jump over it. It's like the first one was a normal slalom. This one with a sausage. The next one, maybe they got a chicane, an extra jibe. Maybe they move the sausage somewhere else, have it coming in, coming out. I think that's the main thing, just to keep it fresh. And
well, think about it. I've always said, well, I've said this, if you've been watching my commentary, you'll know, but I was kind of a fan of putting the sausage like 20 meters before the finish.
Yeah.
So then you feel like it's all over.
It's never over.
It's not. You know, you've got this, you've got to jump it, you've got to clear it, you've got to sail past it to cross the line.
Yeah.
So then there's just this moment of, okay, it's all done. But, and I still quite like that idea. This is fine, but I think the later in the race, especially for those tighter positions when you're battling for making the final or not, we saw it with, can't remember what it was with before, where someone speeded up. Geordie slowed down, hesitated, and
Matteo went through.
Matteo accelerated. And that's really, I don't want to see people crashing, but I like this element to,
in that shot, you clearly saw like Geordie had enough of a lead that in a normal slalom, he would have been home and dry and just covering.
Yeah.
But that little doubt, he slowed down and Matteo sheeted in and went for it. And that was his advantage. I mean, in the end, Geordie crashed, but if he hadn't crashed, Matteo would have overtaken him in the same place. So.
When you're in the lead, you kind of go, well, I've got a bit of room to play with, so I'm going to slow down. When you're behind, you're not slowing down. So that you're automatically getting this concertina effect, which, you know, sometimes in the older slalom could get in some flatter conditions a bit samey, you know, once the first jibe was done, it was kind of done.
Yeah.
You know, we don't have that in foil because still there's a lot of stuff going on. And here in Pozo, not so much, but I think this element is interesting. And again, you guys are the guys that are watching, the media, the sponsors, these are the guys that really count. So if everyone doesn't like it, obviously it's not going to carry on, but I'm not picking up those vibes
I'm
right
seeing
now.
Like there's a lot of people that are liking it. So I think in Supercross, we always used to have like, I think one sausage fairly early. And then I remember the classic one in Lanzarote that was like 10 meters before the line.
That's exactly right. It was
like,
small as well.
Yeah,
it was just
tiny. And it was flat water as well, wasn't it? So there was less chop. I remember seeing so many heats where you go like, well, he's got that one in the bag. And he's like,
the classic was Swift. Final in the bag. I think he would have won the Supercross world title or been on the podium or something like that. Last mark. Catapulted, rig went down, literally everyone and he lost everything.
Yeah.
And I was kind of like, wow, that's cold cut. And you're like, oh my God, you know, like you've got these mixed feelings, which I'm guessing a lot of Italians, when Bruno goes down, they want to see him win. He's got the speed, you know, in normal slalom.
Oh, he would have had that. Yeah.
Had it, you know. So I definitely get it. We're going to take a break. Obviously, we're going to be back with Elimination 3. Let me just make sure I confirm that is what's happening. Usually a half an hour break. Next, we'll be starting at 4:30. So, 30 minutes. And we're going to have some interviews, so stay here. They're going to be dropping the interviews on. I'm going to be leaving you, but we will be back in 30 minutes' time.
Ingmar, third place. How was it?
Exhausting and really nice battles at the reaches, but also at the jibes with the waves. So having a lot of fun, and now I'm exhausting.
We've probably got another 3 to go. What are the conditions like?
I think they will stay the same, or will be a bit more wind, but the chop will be less because the water is going down. Now it was high tide and then it's extremely choppy.
Happy to be back on the fin?
Yeah, for sure. I never left the fin. So for me, it's still racing, but now everybody's on the fin, so it's great.
Well done, and good luck in the next one.
Yeah, thank you.
Sarah Kita, back-to-back wins. How was that one?
Oh, it feels amazing. Like winning a race is like nothing else, you know? So the wind got stronger and stronger by the minute because we were having these over earlies. So I was setting it to just really control my gear, but I focused on the start to go like full speed. And I think that gave me the edge to make it to the mark ahead. And after that, it's really about, being tactical with the jibes. It doesn't have to be super radical, but just like keep planing and staying on the board. And
Do you think your wave sailing is giving you a massive advantage in these conditions?
Yeah, I guess the knowledge of the swell and like the freestyle capabilities a bit. Like that's what I love about windsurfing, just to do everything, you know, like it all pitches in somewhere, so chips in,
Congratulations and good luck in the next one.
Thank you.
Marianne, second. How's your day going?
Quite nice. I'm happy about my sailing. Now I need to take a good start. Maybe it's gonna help. But now it's super nice to sail in slalom and in fin and to battle with the girl. It's super fun.
Did you try the jump?
Yeah, I tried before the race. I crashed once. I managed to jump once also. So yeah, but it was not necessary to do it during the race. So better to fight like this.
Good luck in the next one.
Thank you.
Have you ever wondered why you always want more? More Mondays without an alarm. More first tones. More whiffs of the salty sea and the countrified country. More smiles for the camera. More unexpected friends. More laughing at life. More enjoying the journey. And what if the answer was never really what, but where? Gran Canaria. So much to live for.
Ven y acércate a ver el viento, a saborear el paisaje y a escuchar el silencio de una visión infinita. Ven y acércate a sentir el amanecer de nuevos pensamientos que te nacen dentro cuando descubres que estar aquí es querer estar aquí. Santa Lucía es querer estar, querer ser y no poder dejar de hacer. Hoy, las cosas que ayer quedaron para mañana. Ven y acércate a Santa Lucía. Acércate a ti.
We are windsurfing.
We are windsurfing.
My roots, my forever passion.
My first love.
We are Windsurf Sanctuary.
Passion, my love.
Changed my life.
The endless possibilities on the water.
The beach? When was the last time you tried something new?
Could I do this every day?
Yep.
Could I cross the island hiking?
Yep. Or riding, if you want.
Hello, how can I help you, sir?
Oui, bonjour madame. Cancel my flight, please.
What is this?
This is our unique nature.
Oh.
And there is more. A lot more. Could that be why we smile so much? Or is it because of this? Because every day is a new discovery. Start your vital movement.
windsurfing.
My roots, my forever passion.
My first love.
We are Windsurf Sanctuary.
Passion, my love.
Changed my life.
The endless possibilities on the water.
Ven y acércate a ver el viento, a saborear el paisaje y a escuchar el silencio de una visión infinita. Ven y acércate a sentir el amanecer de nuevos pensamientos que te nacen dentro cuando descubres que estar aquí es querer estar aquí. Santa Lucía es querer estar, querer ser y no poder dejar de hacer. Hoy, las cosas que ayer quedaron para mañana. Ven y acércate a Santa Lucía. Acércate a ti.
Have you ever wondered why you always want more? More Mondays without an alarm. More first tones. More whiffs of the salty sea and the countrified country. More smiles for the camera. More unexpected friends. More laughing at life. More enjoying the journey. And what if the answer was never really what, but where? Gran Canaria. So much to live for.
Sarah Keita, first ever win in Slalom X. How was it?
Yeah, it was pretty cool. It's a good vibe on the water. It's not crazy windy, but I'm still stacked on my smallest set. And a lot of women went over early in the first round, so I think there's some nerves. So I'm happy to take this win. It's a good start. We still have so many races to go, so I'm looking forward.
How's the energy levels after the wave event?
Yeah, I had to recover for a day yesterday. I spent quite a lot of time in bed, but now I'm energized and running on caffeine. So watch me go.
Keep going. Good luck.
Thank you.
Taddy Franz, you were last at the first mark. Talk us through your race.
Yeah, I had a really some slow start. I was behind the waves, so I got a bit slower. Then on the first mark, I said I'd better go wide and fast to the other jibe. I think that to help me a lot to get to gain some long spots. And going to the second mark, it's so fucking choppy out there, so it's kind of like crazy to just hold on. So I said, you know what, just relax and then just some race. And I think I did really good. I finished third in the finals. It's 11th place, but it's still okay for the first day. Whew.
Nice to be fighting on the fin.
Amazing. Yes, it is. Thank you.
Good luck, Taddy.
Thank you.
Pierre Mortefon, first ever Slalom X race winner. How does that feel?
It's good. It's good. I'm super happy. I was a little bit stressed before. I had a hardcore semi-final, so it waked me up a little bit. And yeah, I had a good final, good start, good first reach. It was light on the inside, but yeah, I managed to jibe okay and go quick with the 6.0 and 98.
What are the conditions like?
Yeah, it's good, huh? It's good, but it's right between the small sail and the 6.6. But I decided to go with my 6.0. I like it. It's going quick, and yeah, really happy with the gear.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Jordi, finishing in second. You've been sick all week. How was it?
I mean, the result was amazing. I mean, I can be super happy. Obviously, second is solid. Pierre was fast. I was on his tail all the time until the finish. Not enough to pass him, but I didn't have an amazing start. I think it was Amado and Malte who came over the top, so I had to come back anyway. But I'm happy. Like I threw up between the race. I feel completely disconnected. I'm not feeling good at all, but you know, I managed to push out the second. It's on the board. I'm happy.
Congratulations and keep going.
Thank you.
Ingmar, third place. How was it?
Exhausting and really nice battles at the reaches, but also at the jibes with the waves. So having a lot of fun, and now I'm exhausting.
We've probably got another 3 to go. What are the conditions like?
I think they will stay the same or will be a bit more wind, but the chop will be less because the water is going down. Now it was high tide and then it's extremely choppy.
Happy to be back on the fin?
Yeah, for sure. I never left the fin. So for me, it's still racing, but now everybody's on the fin, so it's great.
Well done and good luck in the next one.
Yeah, thank you.
Sarah Kita, back-to-back wins. How was that one?
Oh, it feels amazing. Like winning a race is like nothing else, you know? So the wind got stronger and stronger by the minute because we were having these over earlies. So I was setting it to just really control my gear, but I focused on the start to go like full speed. And I think that gave me the edge to make it to the mark ahead. And after that, it's really about, yeah, being tactical with the jibes. It doesn't have to be super radical, but just like keep leaning and staying on the board. And yeah.
Do you think your wave sailing is giving you a massive advantage in these conditions?
Yeah, I guess the knowledge of the swell and like the freestyle capabilities a bit. Like that's what I love about windsurfing, just to do everything, you know, like it all pitches in somewhere, so chips in, yeah.
Congratulations and good luck in the next one.
Thank you. Woo.
Marion, second. How's your day going?
Quite nice. I'm happy about my sailing. Now I need to take a good start. Maybe it's gonna help. But no, it's super nice to sail in slalom and in fin and to battle with the girl. Super happy.
Did you try the jump?
Yeah, I tried before the race. I crashed once. I managed to jump once also. So yeah, but it was not necessary to do it during the race. So better to fight like this.
Good luck in the next one.
Thank you.
Maciek, getting a win. How does it feel?
Yeah, it feels really good. I had a photo finish before and I was in the final and then they told me I was not, so it's a bit weird. I still didn't ask what happened, but so I wanted to come back, and just before the final I grabbed a bigger sail. It looked a little patchy and it ended up being the good call. I didn't have time to change the fin for the bigger sail, so I was a little bit skittish. I was like, please don't spin out, but I got good out of the first mark and I had a bit of a buffer, so it was nice.
Fully out of breath, how much more physical is this than the foil?
No, I mean, the racing is fun. The rocks are not.
Good luck in the next one. Benoit, finished third there, your best result ever on PWA. How does it feel?
Yes, very happy with that. I didn't expect this, but the final so it was pretty huge victory. And then it was like only pleasure, so I give everything and really happy with the third place.
How do you like this format with Slalom X?
Really good, but I must admit I don't feel like the sausage. But fit Slalom is the best.
Thank you very much and good luck.
Thank you.
Luca, first time ever on the PWA and straight into a winner's final. How was the race for you?
Yes, I'm super happy to finish the race and finish in my first of event in the final, the winner final, and I continue for the next race.
How's your experience been so far on the PWA?
It's my first PWA, and the condition is very nice, and it's very choppy, but it's very cool and good wind, good people. It's good, very good.
How do you say your name? How old are you and where are you from?
I'm from Marseille in France. I'm 20 years old, and I sailing in the 5.6.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Men's wave.
Are you up in one of the early heats?
Yeah, I'm in heat 2, so it was a bit early for me. Also a bit of a surprise, but I'm ready now and ready to compete.
Do you know who you're up against?
Yeah, I'm in a heat with Leonard Neubauer, with Lucas Meldrum, and Anthony Rennes.
Slow, you don't wanna feel the pain. Every go round, you're driving me insane.
Yeah, I mean it's freestyle conditions, so it's nice.
A couple of shifties, what are you going to do out there?
Yeah, maybe let's try, but it's quite windy, so I think you fly away if you try some shifty.
That's what she said.
I already have my sails rigged. I was having a coffee and watching a little bit. Conditions seems to be improving actually. Everyone thought it was gonna get worse, so looking forward for some good action.
So first heat in the main fleet, first run out, double.
Yes, first run out double. That's my style, that's how I do it, that's how I like it. I like to start with a jump, it's the best I can do, and then I just relax myself a little bit because I know I have a good jump.
I can't resist when you act that way. It's getting harder every day. That's what she said. That's what she said.
I've just seen Carlos. Is it going to be up against you next?
Yeah, so I get Carlos, he's been ripping on the first round. And yeah, I mean, first time competing for him with the main fleet. He wants to give it all. I am feeling I'm sailing great, so I'm also gonna give it all. So it's gonna be a great one, I think.
Wanna keep going on.
Are you up for this?
Yeah, I'm ready. Like I'm feeling super ready. I really want to go. I've been waiting for this moment the whole summer, so let's do it.
End of day 2 here in Gran Canaria, and we have just smashed out the first 2 rounds of the men, and there was some absolutely crazy heats. Probably too many to mention, but I'm going to mention some standouts. Marino Gill just going absolutely massive. The guy looks on another level. Obviously Ricardo Campello with that Martin Garrix sponsorship just come out of the block swinging double after doubles, looking good. We've seen a new guy Ferraro cause some upsets, but we did lose a few major players. We lost the current tour leader Morgan Nero, but the big one, last year's champion Marcilio Brown, went out. Yes, taken down in Heat 16. It did look the hardest matchup on paper. We had Chap Reese in there, Salmon, and Alessio Stilrich. Alessio Stilrich was just absolutely on fire. And then it was the battle for second place. Brown had a stalled double to take the win in the last minute, but his sail came down, touched the water, too many points got knocked off, and it was Julian Salmon that took the second place. What an amazing heat.
I know your heart is pumping. Take a seat and make a room for your entertainment.
And then in the women, we got through the early rounds of that. So far, all the seeds getting through, but Justina Schnaddy with that broken foot tried to sail through the pain, but in the end, it was Julia Pasquale that had the wave rides that took the second place, and Sol Degree taking the win with an absolutely flawless performance. So yeah, that is it. Day number 2 is done. Join us for day number 3. The forecast is looking very similar to today, but with bigger waves. So I have a feeling we'll be crowning the wave champions at the end of the day tomorrow. Join us for more action.
Have you ever wondered why you always want more? More Mondays without an alarm. More first tones. More whiffs of the salty sea and the countrified country. More smiles for the camera. More unexpected friends. More laughing at life. More enjoying the journey. And what if the answer was never really what, but where? Gran Canaria. So much to live for.
Okay, welcome back. We are getting ready for the third elimination of Slalom X. So far, we have seen some great races so far and some absolute carnage over the sausage. Has there been any standouts, I hear you asking? Well, let's have a look, see if the results are in. I think they might be. Yeah, so after 2 eliminations in the men, Pierre Mortefont at a first and a second, he has been looking great at this discipline so far. Obviously one of the top slalom racers. We didn't doubt it, but he has kicked off all guns blazing. Second place, Ingmar Daldorf, yes, from the Netherlands, a 3rd and a 6th place. Ingmar is one of the guys that's not really taken to the foil. He stayed on the fin and he's sitting in 2nd place at the moment. 3rd place, Malta Russia. Yeah, the GA boys are going well here. 6th and a 5th place. Then we've got Amado Vrieswijk in 4th. He had some amazing comebacks. Maciej Rakowski in 5th place after winning that last elimination. Then we've got Benoit Mercer in 6th place. So you can already tell there's already different names in there. Cedric Board, 7th. Jordi Vonk, 8th. Scotty Stallman in 9th for the moment. Matteo Iachino in 10th. Now, these results will change because a lot of guys have had over the lines earlies. There's lots of things that have maybe gone wrong, which shouldn't have gone wrong. And when discards come in and we have more races, it will be more clear. But it is interesting to see different names up there. I think we're going to get Mr. John Sky back in the booth as well, by the looks of it, which is good news for you guys. 2 guys to talk you through it. But we are coming up for Elimination 3 up next. The best thing to look at is like Maciej Rakowski, and I think John said that earlier, he looked really good in the first elimination, but then obviously he got PMS. Yeah, he got over the line early and then went in the run.
Oh, no, it's actually on the finish line. Remember, it was that.
He didn't make it. Yeah, there was a
he
was
in
mix up on the
qualifying
last
the whole
mark.
way. He looked really good. He
that was it.
Cruising in 3rd, and then at the end there was a bit of a mess, and boom, he was out. So
yeah. So that's an interesting one. He could come back strongly like that. That first makes a huge difference, obviously. But it depends what he does in these next races. Consistently inside the finals, he's going to be right up there at the end of day 1. Because obviously this is day 5 of the competition. It's about 9 days long, I think, 10 days. I just remember. But we still got a lot of days to come. And this is just day 1.
Have they got a maximum amount of races,
There probably is, but I don't think we're going to get there.
It's like 15 or...
Yeah, usually it's like 15,
like that,
which is a hell of a lot.
Yeah.
But we should.
Well, Pierre's definitely off to it. That's a pretty good start. You take that out of the air.
Yeah. First and a second, already you're like, okay, well, that's 2 counters.
Yeah.
Haven't used your discard. I mean, that's the goal in that's how I usually look at it when in racing is you don't want to use your discard. You really want to be discarding a good race. Like Maciej, he's probably used his discard 12th.
If he wants to win, if you want to win, you ain't
going to be counting a 12th, ideally. So you're already going, shit, there's my discard. Now he's got that pressure of, he's going to try and get a good result every race, but you've got that added pressure that you can't mess up. You can't risk certain
Pierre
things.
can risk a bit knowing that he can just throw it out if he needs to.
Yeah, it's a bit like wave sailing where you get your jumps in nice and early, and you're like comfortable. They might not be your best jumps, but you're like already relaxed. And if some other jump comes up, you're like, well, I've already got some good ones. I can risk it a bit more. I can throw a hand off, do it. It's a bit like that with racing. You can push a bit harder on the start line if things are getting close or something like this.
Or start to push the others over as well, can't you? That's what you see. Like
happened in sales. They're sailing a lot. I mean, Jordi Vonk as well, second in the first one, then a 13th. So there's been quite a lot of guys with one good result and one not so good result. Cedric Board looked good. He was gutted. He was over the line. He was like, Ben, do you reckon I was over? And I'm like, well, you know what? Looking at the camera, it was close.
Yeah, I spoke to him. He was because that was the one. He was like literally about 10 centimeters further ahead than the rest of them.
Nothing.
So,
nothing. So we should be going up to the start pretty soon. Elimination 3 in the women. Quite a dominant performance so far from 2 riders. First and a first for Sarah Keita Offringer. Second and a second for Marion Mortafon. So Oda Johanna, there's quite a few Saverns and they all look very similar. It's difficult to pick out who's who, but Oda is obviously going well. 3rd and a 4th so far. Feel like I've cheated her really in the commentary because I've not really mentioned her. So we're going to have to work out what sale logo she's got on. Usually she's got quite a few. She's quite heavily sponsored. Marine Hunter doing pretty good in 4th place. Lemetier in 5th place. Bobby Lynn de Jong.
She's the one from Bonaire, right?
Yeah. Young Bonairean, 5th and 9th. And we've got Jenna Gibson, 11th.
I think Jenna's the one that's, I mean, we've seen that she's got the speed to to battle at the front. And the first one she was over early, wasn't she? And then the second one she was fighting for second and ended up crashing the last jibe and ended up 5th. So
we do have news though on the sausage avoidance. So in the women's, they could actually avoid the obstacle. Let's call it the obstacle from now. And the downside of that was basically nothing. So nobody jumped over it. You know, the idea was if you avoided it, the avoidance of it would slow you down.
Yeah.
But as we saw, it didn't really happen. So there is talk of them putting a buoy upwind.
Yeah, they have to
the
either go
sausage
around the buoy above or
over
the sausage.
So obviously there's a bigger advantage then because you've got to go tight upwind, whereas everyone else, if you jump the sausage, will get a big advantage. And that is what they want to do. There's a lot of ladies out there not happy with that. They're like, yeah, but it's hard enough just racing around the course. We're on the smallest sails. It's, you know, it's chop, it's swell, and don't worry, I feel it. It's hard. But the race crew said,
well, I think you have to having the option there is good.
Yeah.
And but yeah, you need some consequence if you don't, because like last time they just literally didn't even unhook and just blasted past it, and there was no way. It was that they actually said it was a disadvantage to go over it. You had to detour more to go over it to then get back up to the other mark. That's the only problem now I see, that because they set it high. So basically, if you jibe tight and you choose that's your tactic, you stay high, and then you get like a real broad reach down into the next jibe. But saying that, a broad reach going out to sea here is pretty hardcore. It's kind of what you want to avoid. So
interesting. Interesting. I mean, well, we'll see. Like I said, this is all new. Slalom X, starting in a few minutes' time, hopefully. Who will be the first lady to jump it? Who do you think?
Calling Sarah.
You'd think so, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I'm a bit gutted. I'm a bit gutted she just didn't do it anyway.
I am.
Yeah, she's like cruising. She's in the lead. She could have just gone.
I think she
should do it anyway.
She could have.
Like pop her forward. Shack her over it.
I actually haven't spoke to her since, but if I did, I was going to say, come on. That's what the crowd want.
Yeah.
You're a crowd pleaser. Come on. If it's not Sarah, who's it going to be?
But you think if Sarah just goes round it and then someone chooses to...
Who's going to be the first to like go, you know what, I'm doing it?
Well, Alfie, your photographer man, was saying that Marine Hunter was up for it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So maybe, I mean, Marine Hunter in 4th place at the moment, had a 3rd in the last one. If she's in the mix and she goes for it, in theory, there's an advantage now.
Yeah, that's what I think. If there's an advantage in doing
it's got to be a big advantage. I think that's the way to do it. It's got to be a big advantage.
Yeah. I'm not sure just one boy. I think like we talked about before, maybe you need 2 to sort of have to kind of do some kind of like sort of like almost like bottom turn. You know, like they do at the end of a speed run. You know, when they go down, they have to do that lay down and then carve back up.
Yeah, no, totally.
Something like that.
Well, let's see. I'm just having a look at the comments. Most people are still loving the sausage. There's a few. There is a few. There's a few that are not keen on it.
So what's the argument of not having it? They just want to see pure...
I'll tell you the classic I've seen. It's a circus.
Circus.
This is a circus. This is not racing.
Well, Nitro circus, isn't it?
Exactly. The circus is not always bad.
Yeah.
Not always bad.
This is throwing me. The screen you've got up, it's got the live stream running delayed. So I'm like, I feel like a ghost. I'm not there.
Okay, so I'll put you on.
So when they say start at 1640, is that the green flag or is that a red flag?
In theory, that's the red flag at 1640, I think. I'm just looking at the comments. Yeah, this guy, he actually, is it Cornelius? He's always not saying nice things on my YouTube channel, Cornelius. He's always upset, this guy. He thinks it's a gimmick.
Yeah. I
would agree. This is a bit of a gimmick, but it works. Like, what's a gimmick? What's the definition of gimmick?
Probably asking the wrong person. This one.
Keep the obstacle would be interesting with a chicane. I mean, they're going to mix it up. This is not how we're going to be every race. This is just for a select number of races. So don't think this is happening every race.
The only thing I see with the chicane is that surely it would...
It might be even...
It would separate everyone. It would separate everyone because you'd have to line... There's no overtaking opportunity in a chicane.
I'm not a massive fan of this.
I think
chicane.
a double jibe,
yeah.
I think that would be epic to have like a jibe come straight out and you got like more or less 10 seconds.
Not enough time to hook in.
Yeah, or just to hook in, get your feet in the straps and get out again. That kind of thing. Like we did that once in Fuerta and that was really mixed it up because it was like
Yeah.
this.
Or the speed run, you know, like like you said, I like to
You know,
keep
they
it
were-
flowing, keep it fast. That's
You know,
that's what
Geordie
we're
did
looking for.
37 knots on the first reach.
I just spoke to him.
37.
37 on his watch. I spoke to Malta Rusha, 34 and a bit. Scotty Stallman, 35.
Yeah.
You know, most guys are around 34, 35.
Yeah.
Geordie Bonk is a freak. I need to speak. I couldn't find Pierre Mortefon or Giacchino, but I wanted to just see how fast they're going because that is ridiculous. On this sort of water, although Scotty did say you can go pretty quick on that first reach.
Yeah, I think if you like coming in, sometimes you can get a line down the wave and it kind of goes flat. But I'm normally sailing on my own, whereas you haven't got 8 guys around you.
No.
It's like for me, it's like it's quite a stress that. And
Hey, look, don't get me wrong. Anyone can have an opinion on the jumping bit. You know, like some people are not going to like it. I'm like, that's fine. Everyone can have an opinion on it. I think the majority of opinions is they like it. Neil's back says, love seeing the fin action again. I'm with you. I'm definitely saying, and weirdly, I was saying this before to John, or no, I was saying it to Andy Laufer. It's interesting. I watched the foil racing and I'm not that taking in the boards, maybe because I'm not into foil racing. But when I watch the fin, I'm looking at how the boards over the water. I'm like, oh, that looks like it's riding well.
Yeah.
That looks like it's jibing good. It makes me want to be excited about buying slalom stuff, you know. And I think that must make sense. I don't know. It makes me more into the equipment again. I haven't seen these boys on their slalom kit really in this type of environment. You know, like, I don't know. It made me just look at gear more.
Yeah.
Looking at the way the sails are working because that's what I'm doing more of the time. So I think that's quite interesting just from a brand perspective. I don't know what you guys think at home.
I definitely like the analogy, like MotoGP versus motocross. And it's like they're two completely different sports almost. And there'll be those that love them.
Totally.
Both sides of it.
Yeah, and they're both racing.
And they both got their own, probably, like, I don't follow motorbikes, but like, I'm sure they both got their super elements of like what makes a race winner. And in motocross, I imagine it's like sending it long over a double jump or whatever. And in MotoGP, it'll be like picking that perfect line and having the gear totally tuned. And yeah, I think there's room for both in the sport. And I think, both are good to watch. And it'll be interesting in Fuerta, actually, where we will have both, I believe. Is that right? We're gonna have both?
Well, just looking now. So people are asking what's going on here. But basically, Slalom X has basically 2 events this year. And unless another organizer wants to organize something else in a windy spot, I'm sure the PLA would do it. But at the moment, it's Pozo, which is this one right now, and then Fuerta. Fuerta is shared with the foiling as well. But they are 2 separate disciplines. So now if you want to race fin on the PWA, Slalom X is where it's at. Pozo and Fuerta for now. There could be other organizers that jump onto this. Maybe they see this. Maybe someone was talking about Brazil earlier, Greece. Who knows where it leads? But at the moment, it's just 2 events. And then the foiling world tour is basically Fuerta, Silt, Japan. So 3 events. Most of it, you know, it's a late start in the year, but it's going to go later.
Yeah.
So that will be the foiling event. So yeah, that's how we're looking.
Well, we're just lining up for the first heat. You can just see them coming in.
Yeah, let's have a look. First heat on the water, elimination 3. We've got Mercer, Daldorf, Jules, Preen, Sukas, and Mattis. Let's see how we're looking. So Mercer, Daldorf, Jules, Preen. Yeah, let's just get my eyes in. We've got RRD up by the boat. Actually, it looks like it's maybe a bit more boat bias. Who knows? But Sukas right on the far left. Mercer just downwind of him. Then we've got Mattis. Then we've got Lohan Jules. Oh, going well. Sukas now, isn't he? Coming from the boat. Oh, he's got some serious speed on the RRD. Oh, you must be happy, Johnny.
Yeah, it's good to see it.
He's absolutely powered.
No, he flies. He was a bit unlucky. He said on the last one he was a bit underpowered and he just couldn't.
Well, he looks like he's got power now. Rounding first, not the best jibe though. And Lohan Jewel has caught him up. Who is going to hit the sausage first? down that bottom end.
This
on
is
the
quite good.
Neil
They're all
Pride.
packed. They're packed as they hit the sausage.
It's
so-
downwind as well. Look at the angle they're coming at. That's how it's more difficult to jump when you're going on a downwind angle. Nico Preen's going to be first. Lohan Jewel jumps clean for Preen. Lohan Jewel got some PTSD. Everyone over clean. There we go. That was nice to see. Good bit of tight racing.
It was good there. You saw it was pretty close between second and third there, and then after the sausage, it's all changed. So
Yeah, really close. I think this is Mattis. Yeah, Mattis right down here. We've got Preen in the lead. Daldorf. Then we've got Sukas, Jules, Mercer. He's been having a good event so far. He's not in a qualifying position right now. Benoit Mercer. Preen's going well on this run. We heard Bruno Martini broke his mast in a catapult. I mean, look at that. He's absolutely flying, Nico Preen.
you can see there,
really throwing it down. He's not had the best couple of eliminations for him so far, and he's going quick at the moment. Oh, a little bit of a run in there. He's had to go wide on the jibe, like really wide. He's got enough room, though, so we will be fine. And Daldorf jibing in second. Oh, Sukas has gone down. Lohan Jewel goes inside. And Sukas is not going to be qualifying from there. Looking like he might have found himself into the semi-final then. And it's a big difference between not making it through this first one and making it through. You make it through, you get a semi, and you get a runners-up final, worst-case scenario. Yeah. You don't make it through.
You're always in the
That's
mid. I
it.
think if you're in the losers final, there's quite a high chance someone will go over. There's a good chance someone will crash. So you're already kind of like 2 or 3 places up normally without even starting. You know what I mean?
Oh, Lohan Jewel there, just jibing on that face. But Preen, Daldorf, Mercer does in fact get to third. Lohan Jewel in fourth. And obviously Sukas not getting back. But here we go. That's it. Full power slalom racing here in Pozo Beach, Gran Canaria. Good first race for those boys. So Mercer and Lohan Jewel. Now, wave's starting to pick up. Be interested to be heading out through that with a bit more of an upwind angle. Because that's what will happen at some point. There we go. That was the start. Good start in the middle from Daldorf.
It's definitely good. It's good seeing Mar doing well because he's been, like you mentioned it, he's been sort of a little bit anti-foil in a way and sticking to the fin, and now it's obviously nice that it's paying off, and he's not only doing a fin event but doing well in it and right up there. So
just look at this. X is like the kicker in Formula One, a few people say.
Kicker.
I think everyone pretty much is into it. When you're looking at the beach and speaking to the guys, they all seem to be liking it.
What's the kicker in Formula One?
In terms like it's like having a kicker in Formula One.
Yeah.
But I don't think it is. I think that's not a good analogy. Paul says, everyone, we love foiling, and now Slalom X has really exciting viewers. The local races in slalom will start off the back of this sausage or no sausage. The fin is back, and it's exciting again. Again, everyone's going to have different opinions, but I don't think it's a bad thing. I just don't see where the negativity comes. Again, it's only from actually a small amount of people, but it's interesting. There is any, to be honest. I really don't see where that's at. But again, everyone's welcome to their own opinion.
Wow, this is a tough heat.
That is a tough heat. So
that top 4 are solid. Pierre, Amada, Rieswick, Bordes, Franz, Laufer.
Yeah, Struzmar and Dennis. Not easy. Not easy at all. Laufer could cause a problem here. You never know. He's got the speed, Andy Laufer. Like, he won't mind me saying this, but he's cracking on a bit. Like I said, his first ever Pozo event was in the early 90s. you know,
Yeah,
30 years on, he's still going. So he's now in his 50s. He's got the speed, but he's just struggling with every so often just one jibe, and that's all you need to struggle with. But he's got the speed. Keep your eye out for Andy Laufer on the Neil Pride. It looks like a good start. Solid start down that bottom end on the Neil Pride. It might even be Andy Laufer. We've got Tati Franz up the other side, Mortefon in the middle. It looks like we've also got, where's Amado Vrieswijk's really not been getting the good starts. I can definitely say that. Look at Mortefon. He's absolutely flying. Crazy. Struismar is on Neil Pride, is he?
Yeah.
Must be.
And that's him there in the middle of the shot.
In the middle. So it is Mortefon, Tati Franz, Cedric Board. Amado Vrieswijk goes down on the jibe.
He sort of holds it.
Oh, how did he hold that? But here we go. Pierre Mortefon. He hasn't made a mistake so far. And he hasn't made a mistake now. There we go. Tati Franz, he got a fair bit of lift there. Amado Vrieswijk was laughing at. That isn't Amado Vrieswijk. That's Board.
Did Amado just do a double jump then?
I'd have to watch that again.
It
But
looked like he jumped really early. Then went, no, I'm not going to make it. Came down and jumped again.
oh my life! Well, there you go. Cedric Board is not having the best of times on the
Is that
sausage.
Cedric? Wow.
Well, I think so. I'd have to watch that again, but I'm pretty sure it's Cedric Board.
Yeah, makes sense.
It was a starboard. I actually thought it was Amado. I was like, because he was telling me how everyone keeps slowing down for it. Just go full speed. Mortefon looking even more confident as the heats go on. Like I say, change of sponsors this year. It's got the FMX slalom boards and the fin boards and Phantom sails. I think in the foiling, he's going to be using Phantom boards and Phantom sails.
Yeah.
So because they don't make a fin board. So Pierre Mortefon coming around this penultimate jibe bunk. This is just the qualification. Cedric Board, is he going to be still a fan of the obstacle, we'll call it?
See, he's not out yet.
He's not out yet, but that was
So,
a
yeah,
pretty hefty crash.
He's got to catch that.
Surely he can't get back into top four. Is he up? He looked like he was still swimming.
Right.
This looks like a cruise for the top guys. Again, this is just the quarterfinals. It's to get into the semis, and then when we get to the semis, that's when it really turns on. A lot closer racing in the semis. Mortefon.
I think Cedric's up with them, you know.
Is he?
With the
Okay.
7.
Let's stay on this mark because it's top 4 that qualify. So Pierre Mortefon goes round. Tati Franz goes round. Amado Vrieswijk goes round.
Those 3 are solid.
No. Well, he's not. He's actually not as far behind as you'd think. But this is the Neil Pride of Struisman. Struisman?
Cedric.
It's really hard to see, actually. Or is it Laufer?
Oh, well, no, definitely not going to do now.
No. He was actually had a good go at it.
So is that Struismer or Laufer?
Can't see.
Well, I know Struismer's got my grey silver helmet, so
That might
is
be
that
him.
a grey
Then.
silver
Yeah,
helmet?
might be him. Let's get a close up of. I think it is.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, looks like the Netherlands.
Good on him. I think that'll be his first.
Struismar. Nice. He was going well in that. I mean, Cedric Board didn't have his best start, actually. Didn't want to be over again. He knows he's got the speed. He definitely had the speed. Comes around here in about 3rd place.
Sausage, didn't he?
Yeah. He goes down. It's the sort of thing you think, freestyle, if you do all those tricks.
I think he's been really sick.
Oh, here we go. Oh, look at that swell line. It looks way worse from that angle.
Yeah.
Oh, that was... Oh, yeah, that looked like a hazard.
I want to see where's Amado. I'm sure
that looks pretty hard work, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, let's keep it on this shot. Because it... Oh, yeah, it's got...
The Amado jumps,
Oh, my...
lands and jumps again. Do you see it?
He did.
Double. Fair play. So Amara's just like the comeback kid, isn't he? He's like, he fell at the first jibe and then still finishes in third, having done a doubly jumped the sausage. What a machine.
It's like he's not racing well, but then he's obviously racing well to come back.
Yeah.
Like some things are going wrong on that first bit of the course, which he's really, well, I think he doesn't have to do. His start's been terrible, and his first jibe has not been great.
Yeah.
And then that end of the course, he just seems to get it together. He's loving the jump, he said. He just doesn't slow down. Is that what he said? But then he's just done a double jump. Oh, my life. Okay, here we go. We got Storman, Rusha, Maka, Vonk, Hessels, and Tieme.
Tieme, I thought was going to be like, because he's another one that's just been not really gone on the foil so much. Been like this event last year, he was one of the only ones that just stuck to the fin the whole way through. But yeah, he's been a bit unlucky, I think, so far.
Yeah, it was interesting actually seeing that view of what Cedric would have seen coming into that sausage.
Yeah.
I mean, like someone just mentioned in the comments, but from the drone, and I've mentioned it earlier, you don't see that.
Yeah,
it looks like, just
sailing,
jump, you know. When you see what they're dealing with, they're dealing with chop and swell. It's way more tricky. Same as Fuerteventura. Like, I was doing the stream, I can't remember when it was, a few years ago. Like, yeah. And I was like, yeah, just jive. I went out there. I honestly didn't want to take my foot out the foot strap. I was like, it's terrifying because as soon as you sheet out or you take your foot out the foot strap, the board,
nose wants to go down.
It's just everything just goes wrong. It's pretty safe when you're going along, although terrifying. But trying to jibe is not like normal jibing. It's pretty bad.
And I think the other thing is when you get all the wake, if you're leading, you can kind of choose your line and set up for the jump. It's like one thing, but when you're coming in from behind and it's all, you got the swirl, you got the chop, and then you got all the wake of the other people messing it up. Yeah.
What we haven't had so far is a final with all the major players in it, because we've had over the line earlies, we've had this. So maybe the third elimination, we're going to end up with all the main players in that final, and that will be absolutely crazy. That's for sure. So here we go. Coming into the start, Storman, Rusha, Maka, Vonk, Hessels, Tieme. Tieme down that bottom end on the right-hand side with the Patrick. Looks like a pretty solid start in the middle from the GA. That Malta Rusha, I think it is. Absolutely flying. Like I said, he's been doing 35 knots on this first reach, but Vonk, 37. So keep your eye on the white duotone from Jordi Vonk. 37 knots in this type of chop is insane to me. Oh, is that Dowd?
No, it's Scotty.
Scotty Stallman, okay. So...
Well, no, who's got the red hat?
I think that's...
Malta's got the red hat.
Oh, good question. Yeah, it's Malta. Yeah, Malta, Vonk, Scotty Stallman, Jimmy Tieme on the inside of the Neil Pride. Macker.
That first jibe does look hard. They're stopping a lot there.
Here we go. Malta Rusha. He was saying he just slows down, takes it easy. It's not a problem. Why is everyone going so flat out, he said. There we go. That's his tactic. It seems to work. And then there's other people that can gain a lot. That was a nosedive from Jimmy Tieme there. Oh, no, that was early. Well done. Made it over. That wasn't the easiest. That's for sure. But they're all safely over. And now we just got the full slalom race to finish. 4 guys will qualify for the semi-final.
So at the moment it's Jimmy Tieme and Scotty Stallman fighting for that 4th place, right?
Yeah, it looks like it. Rusha out in the lead. Jimmy Tieme in 2nd. Then we got Jordi Vonk in 3rd.
No, Jimmy's not.
4th place, it is... Oh, you're right. It's not Jimmy.
It's
no, you're right.
Makia.
Okay, yeah. Jimmy's out in 5th place at the moment. It's funny when you see people on different sponsor sales. Obviously, Jimmy now on Patrick. So, Rusha round in first. Good jibe from Malta Rusha. 2nd place, Makur. 3rd place, Stallman has stalled it. Oh, no, that doesn't look good. And Jimmy Tieme is going to come on the inside now. So Jimmy Tieme is into that top 4.
I just spoke to Scotty now, and he said like for some reason all the non-slip's not great on that board, and he was struggling in the jibe.
Oh, right. Well, there we go. This looks pretty treacherous, this now run. We're getting towards low tide. So it was choppy before. It's now could get even worse. And they're catching up. Look at the other boys. So Rusha round on a swell. Lovely jibe from Malta Rusha. Second place, Makur. He's been having a good event so far, keeping it nice and consistent. Jordi Vonk in 3rd. And then Jimmy Tieme in 4th. Stallman has missed out here, hasn't he?
Yes.
It was his there. He really needed to keep that together. But it's not going to be enough now as they come down through the Pozo Bay where the waves action was happening the last days.
It's pretty cool. We're used to seeing the shackers and
yeah,
360s and all sorts right in that spot. And
that's the view I remember from the old days. But maybe that last run was a bit more over the waves coming in, like taking off almost.
Yeah.
But similar. But good to see. Can have a look at a few recaps. That was heat number 3, the quarterfinals. So guys getting themselves into this semi-final now. Guaranteed in the first semi-final. Preen, Daldorf, Mercer, Jules, Mortefon, Franz, Vrieswijk and Stoesma. Who makes it over?
I'm not sure that goes slow.
Well, if it's tight racing, it's not. When you're in the lead, it's probably not. Yeah, but he's going upwind. That makes sense. So you can. He thinks you can always get over it if you go upwind and you go slow because you just hop it. Which I can see that. If you mistime it going fast, also the consequences are probably worse. But the advantages is big. Okay, we have heard there is a south swell. Just Jonas from Pozo Winds just messaged me. There's a south swell as well, which is making it pretty crazy.
That Scotty there just took the boom on the buoy.
Yeah.
That's what went wrong,
That's
isn't it?
what it was. Sometimes it just comes down to that. It doesn't seem like much, but it makes a huge difference. Next heat on the water is going to be heat number 4. Rakowski, Pierboni, Giacchino, Martini, Cousin, Loho, and Fasquel. So let's see who you're calling for this.
Boy, this is another tough one, isn't it?
Could Cousin get in there? Because he hasn't had his best competition so far, but we know how good he is. We would be expecting him.
You got 3 big hitters in this though, with Rotowski, Achino, and Martini. They're all potential, easy potential winners.
Alex Cousin has missed out both times in 5th place in this heat. So he's not going to want to do that again. My bet is he qualifies in this one. I think he's going to push. I don't think he can afford to be not in the semi-finals. He's on the Patrick with a red sail, so I'm expecting him to push this one. Let's see. S2 Maui sails is Fasquel, I think. Pierboni. Well, we'll soon find out. Oh, is that General? They do look like they're slowing down.
I think it's this Patrick. This Patrick one in the middle. Is that Cousin? There's 2 Patricks.
There is 2 Patricks, but
which Patrick is which?
I have a feeling Cousin would have been pushing, but let's see. It could either be Cousin. I'm actually not sure what.
Or Fasquel.
Pierboni? What's he on?
Pierboni was on the
S2 Maui.
S2, yeah.
Oh. No, who was on the...
Yeah,
that's Loho.
Fasquel.
Oh, really?
Fasquel, see, France 73.
That looked like Brendan.
Well, definitely this.
On the 0.7, no?
I don't know. Could we have a rewind?
Can we get a rewind? And there's been a lot today. That must be that south swell probably, which is
I think it's just like it's just the timing of getting everything, and it makes such a difference. I think if you don't nail the start on a swell, it's game over. Well, not game over, but for a lot of the guys, it's game over. So they're just pushing it, and if you get that swell and everything's lined up, and you're like, "Oh, I'm a little bit late," you can't slow down because you're on the swell. And if you slow down, you will literally go behind it, so you'll be going slower and uphill. So it's like a double jeopardy. And hence you just got to go and sheet in and hope for the best, and I imagine that's what's going on.
Richie T says foil racing is like watching motocross on Star Wars speeder bikes. Takes away the skill of handling the bumps. It's like on a hovercraft. I can see that. I can see that. I can see that. He's not having a dig. I think he's just saying
it's a really different skill. I spent this year sort of trying to get my head around foiling and get good at the race foil stuff, and it's just another world for me. It's like I find it so hardcore what they're doing, and the speeds they're going, it's just insane. And
you like it?
I do. I at first I was struggling to kind of like to feel nice with it, and then what I've kind of found now is that I would say. And I'm still quite a long way back in the sort of the foiling process, but
how fast you going? That's what people want to know.
I think 32.
You think you know?
No, 32 is my maximum.
I was about to say you know.
Yeah.
32. Okay, that's quick. That's quick.
Yeah, but it's not quick. It's relatively quick, but it's not quick. So it's all. But doing kind of like I'd say going over 30 on a foil.
Yeah.
For me is like the same as sailing here on a 5.6 overpowered in chop doing whatever 35 or whatever.
Okay.
And they're kind of like the same feeling. Now I'm sure when you get better, like I spoke to my check a lot about it, and the Greek rider John Soukas, and for them it's not like that anymore. It's like they always say, oh, it's so easy the foiling compared with the fin because you don't have to push so much. But it is like full adrenaline. But you get the adrenaline in a much lower wind. So, you know what I mean? Like a sort of like in 20 knots, I'm on like a whatever, 6.3 or 5.1, and it's like full adrenaline. And it's the same as it would be to get the same feeling on fin. It maybe needs to be like 35 knots and choppy. And that's how I see it at the moment. But as I think as you get more advanced, it becomes kind of like different and easier. And there's a lot of guys that will say, especially a lot of the younger guys coming through, they'd much rather go like the Deafy Wind. They're so easy on a foil, and like the thought of doing the Deafy Wind on a foil for me is just terrifying.
I don't know. The thought of doing it on the fin.
Yeah, but like 1,000 people, and I'm like, I'm still I kind of go along, and it's like a gust comes and it like still flies in different directions and stuff.
Totally agree.
But for those guys, no, they just sit on it and they go fast and it's easy. Whereas like for the fin, it was like hard for them to keep pushing. So.
I'm just wondering how many riders are going to come up with that skill set in the fin now, because it takes a lot longer to get there in the fin and be competitive in the fin than it seems to on the foil at the moment, again, because early.
The classic example of what's the name of the guy from Thailand that was third in Italy? I forget his name. I'm terrible with names. Will. So Will very nearly won Italy last year. I think came down to the last race, ended up third on the podium in a World Cup. And I remember speaking to him in the Deafy, and he was like, I'm going to try and learn to carve jibe this summer on a freeride board. I was like, what do you mean? And he's like, oh no, I just still struggle with the jibes on. And there he is, like almost winning.
A few years earlier, I saw him in Portimao at the Techno Championships. He'd only been windsurfing a few years almost. It was like, wow, okay.
Yeah, no, it's insane. And he's got one of the best jibe. Like if you actually study his foil jibe, he's one of the best in the business. And he's especially in the light winds, he was doing amazing. And I'm sure if you put him here in a slalom heat, maybe he'd be first at the jibe mark. I'm sure he's quick on anything because he's a beast. But the jibing is a whole another skill set. So
okay. Well, just to give you informed general recall, Fascelli. He's out anyway, so we won't need to mention him. But France 73 is out. So, same as before. Rakowski, Perboni, Iachino, Martini. Say 3 big guns in that. I just feel like we're we're fighting for fourth. But we have the sausage too.
Yeah.
We've seen Bruno before. He's going to have that PT. What was it? The post-traumatic stress.
He's going to have that doubt as well.
Big.
You know, I think a lot of the sausage, you just got to approach it with confidence. Like I'm going to clear.
But you
this.
lose that when you get it wrong.
Yeah, if you get it wrong, because he did like the last one. He went with confidence. He just sent it early, full speed. So yeah.
Well, let's wait and see how this plays out right now. I'm sure we're going to see the big boys up at the front here. I'm sure we're going to see Alexander Kuzan up there as well.
Interesting that Matteo there started at the boat.
I think maybe is his safe route.
Yeah.
I think he looks at who he's against, sees the 4 guys, and I think he thinks I'm going to sail a safe race here. Needs to make sure he makes that final, or at least makes the runners-up final. But he's having to go on the outside of all that chop. So even...
He's come out with speed. You see, I think a lot of them are jibing tight and stopping, and
he wants to come in low for this jump. You don't want to be coming downwind. You really want to be coming.
Bruno leading.
This is Bruno Martini. Has he got
now.
PTSD? Oh my God! He left that late, but worked out. Big jump from Giacchino. Little jump from Cousin. Brendan sails over it. Pierboni as well, all safely around. I really thought that Bruno jump might have. It was super late.
It looked like you went right on the rope rather than...
Imagine you getting your nose underneath it. Oh, my God. I don't want to even think about it. But Bruno Martini, round in first place. Oh, there's a wind dropping a little bit.
I did hear it was quite gusty. And I think that often happens when with that south swell. If there is south swell, it does often mess up the wind quite a bit. And it will, kind of get quite gusty and shifty.
Yeah. Maciek in second, obviously. Giacchino in third. And it is, at the moment, Alexander Kuzan in fourth place. So Bruno Martini looking good here. Look at that. Oh, just buffeting them around all over the place. Bruno Martini over the swell. Oh, there is a big bit of swell here for Maciek to navigate. Almost like the double swell. That's what we want to see, isn't it? This low tide is really where it's at for that little bit of wave action. So we're going to have some interesting finals on that jibe, I think.
And this reach now, I imagine if there's a set on this reach, it will start to be...
They were saying it was a bit downwind, so you wasn't really having to go into the waves. Tati was asking for that mark to be moved up a bit, so you would have to hit the waves more, and then on the way in, you'd go over the back of them more. But I guess we'll find out. But looking good from Bruno Martini at the moment. Full power slalom action here in Gran Canaria for the first day of Slalom X ever, and the 5th day of this competition, this World Cup. But Bruno safely round, Maciek safely round, Giacchino safely, a bit light. Keep your eye on the 4th place. Bruno Martini's going to win it, but
I think
it was looking close for Brendan. And
I think Pierboni went down and kind of blocked
Brendan.
Yeah.
Yeah, because there was an opportunity there.
Yeah.
With Alexander Kuzan. But yeah, it will be Kuzan, Rakowski, Giacchino, and Martini that gets through to the semi-finals. Top speed at the moment, 37 knots. Not sure what the average speed. Average is 10-second speed, Jordi Vonk, 36. Really? It's 10-second speed. I'm like, I need to check that watch because he was sponsored by Coros. I'm thinking maybe they're done a little special watch. No, I'm kidding. Because he said he's slow on the foil. He's like, I still can't brake. Oh man, that was an early jump. That looked like an early jump. Oh, that was actually pretty brutal. That way that's set up. Oh man, that is carnage, man. Look, this one. Ooh. Pretty good actually, pretty good. Solid. It's amazing to hear that. 10 seconds, 36. That's, I mean, I'm struggling most of the time to do that on flat water on a normal day, you know. I mean, it's on 5.8, so it's proper windy.
Yeah.
I mean, it's proper windy, but still, with the sea conditions like that, He said if we go past the bunker on the downwind right there, that was when he got his 38. He says it's insanely quick. He wanted a speed run down there.
Yeah. Through the wave.
Through the wave. That's pretty mad, isn't it? Pretty mad. I mean, it's a different level to what, it's not even, I almost can't even comprehend it. Like, I know how, like I said, when he went past me at the Defi, I was like, that's just ridiculous.
I think he is like one of the quickest.
Yeah, but still, it's still like you're thinking it's still on a windsurfer. He's still doing everything the same. I'm not bad. I don't class myself as, I'm not fast, but I'm not bloody slow.
Yeah.
Right, let's get it in. First semi-final: Preen, Daldorf, Mercer, Jules, Mortefon, Franz, Vrieswijk, Stoojma. As we've already worked out, the seeding is pretty much out the window in this type of race. We've got new guys in the top 10. People having good races, people having bad races. What we really want is all the seeds to make it through to the final, though. That would be interesting. Or are we just seeing new guys step up for this discipline? High wind, slalom action with an obstacle at the moment. That is the X factor in this Slalom X. Right, Tati Franz looks like he's in the middle of the pack here, fighting it out down the pin end. We've got Mortefon third from the bottom. Looks like we've got Neil Pride down there. Looks like someone was relatively early there in the middle. I wouldn't be surprised. That's a general recall. Lohan Jewel. Man, we've had a few general recalls, haven't we?
Yeah.
That's what you get when you're racing in these swelly conditions. I thought it looked like maybe Marta Vrieswijk had a good start.
So we can get a rewind on that one.
Yeah. Let's have a look at that start again. And if we can just pause it right on the line between the boy and the boat, that's what we are looking for. Oh, stop. Okay, so keep going, a bit more. Stop, a bit more. Stop. Oh, okay. John, what do you think of that? That looks like Amado Vrieswijk.
Yeah.
Doesn't it? Maybe even the Neil Pride down the right on the end. I mean, the S2 in the middle, it doesn't look as bad as I first thought.
From that angle, it looked like the S2 was marvelous. Yeah.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. I'm going to crack open a Red Bull. Don't usually drink Red Bull, but it has its place. And now it has. This is when.
So we got the confirmation of who it was yet?
Not yet. Let's have a look. Well, I only just announced it, but we probably see him write it down. I have a feeling Amado Vrieswijk might be in trouble because he's had bad starts until now.
I think he's just gone for it. I'm going to go for it.
I think it wouldn't surprise me if he just thought, oh man, I'm having enough of this.
Yeah.
I need to have a race where I'm at the front, fighting from the front rather than coming from the back. So it wouldn't surprise me if it was him.
And there he is. You can see him like he's going up to the boat.
Oh, there's a hand on the face.
Let me see if a quick jibe round.
Nico Preen, was it, on the Neil Pride down the bottom end? There was a Neil Pride that looked close. Amado looked close. And then the S2 Maui Cell. But actually, when you looked at it, it was actually further back than I thought. But it could be.
S2 Maui guys going up. We're going to see a sheet in straight back to the beach.
Yeah.
Was Tati in this one?
Yes, he was. Can we have another look at the start while we're sitting here? It'll be still interesting to.
I guess the drone's not out there at the moment, is it?
No, I don't think so.
We struggle to see the board from here, aren't we?
Yeah.
How's your eyesight?
Not that good.
Oh no.
It's not Pierre Mortefon, is it? Any chance to see the replay again? Just interesting for us to at least try and figure it out if we can't see it. So yeah, so like the Amado looks like he's sticking out,
That
doesn't he?
pride down the bottom as well.
And that pride down the bottom. Maybe Amado more. Well, yeah, and this S2 Maui maybe.
Yeah.
It does look like the pride and the
Yeah.
and the Severn look more.
We got confirmation on the ticker yet?
Not yet. Not yet. I mean, if it's Nico Preen, he's going to be absolutely, obviously not happy because it wouldn't be going quite so well as he would have wanted if it is. You know, Nico Preen at the moment has had a 9th and a 14th, so
He needs, yeah. Because he did really well here last year.
Preen, Vrieswijk and Jules, exactly what we thought.
Yeah.
I'm looking at that in the YouTube comments. So, yeah, there we go. 3 sailors jumped the gun. Preen, Neil Pride, Vrieswijk, Severn, and Jules with the S2 Maui sail. It did look like that. They looked like to be poking out. It wasn't much. You know, you think how
Yeah.
little difference it is. It's crazy, isn't it, really? That's 3 big guns out there. Maybe
Yeah.
Jules didn't want to go over that sausage anymore. He's just, I don't know, after that big crash.
We saw the heat with when Cedric Bordes went over in the last round. It was literally, there was a line of them and he was, you know, I reckon 50 centimeters further ahead from them.
Yeah.
And that was the difference. It was like,
Well, that's the thing. They can look down the line. They have the watch on the iPad, looking down the post of the start line with the other boy. And then when it hits 0-0, they stop it and they look down the line, and anything over that line.
and then go frame by
Done.
frame, I think,
Yeah,
can't they?
yeah,
So
yeah.
they just, yeah.
So it's pretty accurate. Wow. Yeah, Southwell is definitely messing up this starting procedure right now. And if you want to do slalom in Pozo, you wouldn't usually do it in the bay. You'd usually, where do you go? Arenaga? Is that what?
Yeah,
is
we
that-
got just upwind, like, was it 5 kilometers upwind or something like that? We got a flat water bay inside a harbour, and it's really, really good for learning, for free riding, for slalom, especially like testing, because you can just like come in and out of the water really easily there. There's no, I mean, it's obviously rocks, but it's just sand and rocks, and there's no waves. It's where my kids learn there, and yeah, it's just a really, really nice, like kind of like a sort of mini lake within this
Yeah.
environment. Obviously, it's really windy there. Like,
Yeah, yeah.
um,
But I know like a couple of, obviously I've been dealing with Pozo Winds quite a bit. They take their truck up there with all
Yeah,
the
yeah,
beginner stuff.
yeah,
So it's kind of mad because it's not far upwind, but it's a totally different kind of
Yeah.
environment, even though it's windy.
it is still windy. Like, you know, like days like we've had the last 3 days that have been really pretty strong here. They're not ideal learning conditions, but I think they're really good when you sort of just pass that first learning stage, and you know you have wind almost every day all
Yeah.
year. You know, it's like so consistent.
I took my missus there. She learned to jibe in one session and windsurf. I was like, wow, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Lining up. First of the semi-finals. Preen's not in this because he's over the line early. We've got Dowdorf, Mercer, Mortefon, Franz, and Stujmar. This could be Franz's moment to make the final. Oh, here we go. Someone down that bottom end was early-ish, but I mean, it was just everyone was behind the line, I think.
I think
So-
they're all going to take it easy, aren't they? There's
Yeah.
5 people, and they've only got to beat one person.
Yeah. And Mortefon's got his eye on Stujmar right now. He's like, yes, I'm coming for you, mate. He's holding him off, though. Franz in second. Daldorf so far has had a good competition. And Mercer as well has been going really well. So Stujmar is the one who could cause an upset. He got a little bit loose. The nose kind of stuck a little bit there. He nearly went over the front. But Mortefon round in first. We've still got the sausage to jump. Daldorf second, Mercer fourth, Stujmar in fifth place. 4 people qualify for this final. Obviously, 3 of the top seeds have already gone out, and Franz is not slowing down for the sausage. Interesting tactic from Tati Franz. Wow, that's the best jump we've seen over there.
And you see the advantage. He was like level with Pierre, and he just like shot ahead.
Wow,
accelerated over it.
Stoojmar keeps it going. Yeah, Franz just blitzed that thing. That looked to be perfection.
I think he wants to fight. I mean, I think I saw him. He looked a little bit down. I think this is what he's been dreaming of, isn't it? A bit of fin, some sausages to jump over.
Here we go. So there's a few patchy bits at the moment. I mean, they're on small gear, so any sort of drop in the wind will be that. But Franz looking like he is back in the groove here. He was disappointed with himself early. He's like, man, I'm making mistakes. I'm not happy with myself, kind of thing. So looks like he's finding his form right now in this semi-final. Top four are looking home and dry with 2 jibe marks to go. But one big catapult, one big wave, anything could put you down. So still got to keep it together. Tati Franz round in first. Mortefon, great jibe from him in second. Daldorf as well. Mercer, all keeping it together. Stoojmar's not getting a look in at the moment. Tati Franz looking trim right now. You know, he's making that just look effortless. It's not an easy outward run, that. So Tati Franz will be making the 3rd elimination final. Future flyboards, 0.7 sails. I think he's on like a 5.6 or something, 5.5.
I think 5.4 is his smallest.
5.4.
I don't know if he's on that, or maybe even his 6.0.
Oh, look at that. Found a nice bit of swell as well. Perfection. Waves, look at that. Bit of swell. Mortefon in second. Daldorf third. Mercer fourth. And Tati Franz is going to get the dream run all the way in.
Is that 5.4 or a 6? We're so close, you can almost read the sail number.
Well, you might be able to. I've got no hope. Yeah, there we go. Tati Franz crossing the line in first place. That's the iconic Pozo slalom shot, isn't it? Coming in, waves in the background. Mortefon second, Daldorf and Mercer. Stoojmar missing out, but the other 4 safely through to the Elimination 3 final. Here we go. Let's have a look at the replays. Apparently, the current wind is 30 knots from the northeast. And what sails are they on? 5.4s, 5.5s. Mortefon's on a 6.0. I heard earlier that Giacchino was on his 6.5.
Yeah, I think a few of the top guys were on their 6.5s. I mean, Pierre could be on a 6.5. I doubt it. But...
He's on a 6. No, he's on a 6.0. Well, that's what someone said.
Okay.
But he could be on a 6.5. I mean, he's got 6.6, I think he has got. That was a great jive, actually.
Was that Ingmar into another final?
Another final. 3rd final in a row.
Good on him.
He is going to be right up there in this after 3 eliminations.
Well, I think I told you he's been I've been sailing Vargas like a few of the afternoons at the low tide, and he's been out every day, like just wave sailing, hucking himself into these forwards. It's
Does he
cool.
need some coaching, or is he?
Yeah, well, he's doing a good rotation, but like, you know, when they
lean
sort of
back,
hang back and do it, so he's like kind of doing it into wind and kind of landing on his back. I'm like, so yeah, you just let it go forward a bit first, and then
we'll have to get him. We'll have to get him going. If he's going for it, they're the easy ones to teach.
He's going for it. I saw him like just going for it off everything, like the typical, you know, when he's like trying to do it in front of me, he's like hucking himself off everything. It was really, really impressive. It was like
nice to see. All right, second semi-final: Rusha, Maka, Vonk, Tieme, Martini, Rakowski, Giacchino, Cousin. Only 4 can get through. Well, I'm hoping we get a clean start. I'd like to see a full race, 8 riders going for it. I don't want the defining factor of this race to be the start. So
far, almost every one has sort of been decided in the start, or we've
lost a lot of the big names in the start. So Rakowski's got to be in there. Giacchino. Oh my God, there's actually some. Wow, There's actually some names here, isn't there? Vonk, Martini, Rakowski, Yakino. You would be thinking yes, but then you've got Rusha who's been sailing good. Macca's been going good. Yeah, mate. Okay. I'm going Rakowski, Martini, Vonk, and Yakino. But that sausage from Martini, he's got to have a few where it goes well because he's still be in his head.
Be interesting to see if Achino, who started at the top last time, when it sort of didn't matter
count,
so much, but no, it's him down at the bottom.
Someone's early on that pride down the bottom end. Wow, someone went for it. So let's see. It looks like it's a good start. Green flag is still up. So pride down the bottom, pride in the middle. Someone is flying in the middle. I'm gonna guess. He's been starting in the middle, but we know how fast Bruno is. Whoa! That is on the limit right now. Difficult to see the cell number. It looks like it's Bruno Martini. Yeah, absolutely devastating board speed from the Italian. Bruno Martini in first place. And then we've got Cousin in second place coming into the first jibe mark. Bruno Martini. Alexander Cousin goes really wide. I think Matchek goes on the inside. Bruno. Really good jibe from Vonk, although nearly loses it. And Matteo Iachino comes through. Bruno Martini, keep it together, son. He's got all the speed. He looks like he's right on the edge. I'm pretty sure he's on a 6.5. Okay, there we go. Cleanly flew. Lovely done. That was great. Getting squeezed up there from the boys, both making it over, Matchek and Kuzan. Oh, Vonk goes wrong, and so does the pride. Oh, my life. Who was that? We lost Macker. Macker goes down. It's a bit tense coming into that with all of them going, isn't it? It's like, oh my God. Where do you go as well when you go down? Okay, round the outside, cleanly from Bruno Martini. Then we've got Alexander Kuzan. Then we've got Maciek Rakowski, I think. Then Matteo Iachino. Vonk at the moment is outside the places. Kuzan, who's not had a good event so far, is right up there in second place. And he is going to be putting maybe Vonk out, maybe Iachino out. Remember, we've already seen the speeds from Vonk. He's getting up to 37 knots coming in, which is pretty insane. But he's got to have to overtake Matteo Iachino. And that is not someone you want to overtake with only 2 jibe marks to go. So out in the lead, once again, Bruno Martini safely round. Not the planing jibe he would have wanted. So this jibe could cause problems. There are some swell lines coming through. Cousins back up and running. Matchek's up. Good jibe from Matteo. So Vonk is at the moment in that 5th spot. He won't be going to the winners' final. And the problem for him is Matteo Iachino is the guy in 4th place, and he doesn't make many mistakes. But this is a tricky run. You can see the boys absolutely flying down here. Alexander Cousin has gone very high here.
It looks really broad. You can just sort of see them really going downwind. They're almost like opening up.
Okay, first round. Bruno Martini on a swell. He's safe now. Look at that. And that line did cause a problem for Cousin. They're coming inside him here. Vonk is going to get a chance. Get on that 4th place because Vonk is going to have a chance. Bruno's going to win this. Keep your eye on that fight. It's not over yet. It's definitely not over. Matchek is getting smashed here. Vonk's going to get this. I'm pretty sure Vonk's going to get this. He's got the swell. He's got the swell. He's had to go over the wave. He's done. He's too low. He's getting sideswiped like in the waves, and he has lost it. And there you go. That is the first casualty. No! What the hell happened then? Vonk just totally lost it. Malta Rusha is going to come through and take the all-important 4th spot. The waves have just caused carnage for the top boys there. Maciej Rakowski went super low on the jibe mark. He had to come through the swell lines, and he got those, caught where you can't quite get over it. You've got to lift your rail on a waveboard, which is hard, and you lose the power. There's a lot less wind on that thing. I thought Jordi.
I think. Do you think he had that I made it, and then that little relax, that slight.
This is what we're saying about Slalom X. You're going to get the hardcore slalom side, but that's not racing. But that is what this is about. We're adding in the elements. You can't just go around the jibe and head to the finish. There are obstacles. And in this one of them is the waves. It's lower tide now, and you get those lines. I was looking at Cousin thinking he's made a mistake, but he was just making sure he was nice and high on that line in. And he lost a bit of ground, but gained it.
Yeah.
Wow. Wow, what a race. Carnage.
I want to see when we get to the recap of the last run, see really what happened with Geordie, because
wow, I knew there was something going to happen there. It was just so close. Everyone was bunched up. I mean, who needs the sausage? People say, who needs sausage? And then they're like, oh, no, we don't. You know, and that's the thing. We've got different tide now. Different stuff is coming in. Now, let's take a look at this last jibe mark and let's try and piece together what actually happened. Their match check was, he was looking safe.
Yeah.
He was looking safe at this point. In third, Matteo Yuchino in fourth. That's the last jibe.
There, the Magic miles.
Magic
miles ahead. Oh, he just gets...
goes low because it is there. See, that's the wave that got him. He decided to go low.
Geordie now in the middle of the screen.
He just lost maybe his harness line broke. Can we go back and have a look at that? Because something definitely happened. I know we got the women's final coming up in 2 minutes, but there's definitely something happened with Geordie. It looked like he unhooked because then all the pressure would have been on his arms.
Yeah.
So either his harness broke, his harness line broke, or it just, unhooked itself. Because it was wow. Yeah, something gave. Could have been the boot, could have been the harness line. So it was something like the harness line or something gave because it just loaded up.
Malta there.
Malta Roos just goes, I'll go in the final. Thanks, boys.
Yeah, cruising
and
around.
that's why you never give up right until the end. Wow. Wow. Yeah. Okay. Women's final. Offringer, Mortifon, Hunter, Brodholt, Gibson, Van der Veen, Alabau, Lemetier, De Jong, Van Hoon, and Davico. My life, what the comments saying? Paul says he's been grinning from ear to ear from the very first heat of Slalom X. When the sausage was introduced, I wet my pants. He loves this format. Andrew Hill says the format is great. Bohan has his toys back in the pram. He is happy. Okay. Well, carnage. Mad, man. You saw that mistake from Maciek because he had to beat Geordie, which it wasn't a mistake. He had to go down over that wave, but then he got into that real low line on the bunker. And everyone who's been wave sailing here knows sometimes
it's just hard. The wind drops a lot down there as well. So, it's a double whammy when you get stuck down there. You're not only downwind, need to go upwind, but you got less power, which you need to get upwind. So it's like a vicious cycle.
Yeah, 100%. Especially this time of day, wind goes and it gets even harder to get in. But here we go, lining up women's final. We've obviously seen domination at the moment from Sarah Keita Offringer, but we do have a difference in this one. Lemetier, good start from her on the S2 Maui sails. Patrick as well. So that's Marion Mortifon looking good, but Lemetier looking very good. I don't even see Sarah Keita Offringer. Do you see her? Yes, up the top end on the far left. So Sarah Keita Offringer coming from the boat side, Lemetier in the middle, Marion Mortifon further down, and then maybe we've got Oda Brodholt. She's been going great so far, so I'm going to put the first Savone as her this time just to have a bit of payback. Difficult to see it, but Lemetier going really good here. And there is a buoy upwind of the sausage, so if they don't want to jump the buoy, they have to go round the other buoy. It should be a disadvantage. I think Lemetier is going over the buoy because she's low.
She's low, yeah.
She is very low. And I would imagine if you want to go around the buoys, she doesn't want to jump. Oh, she's going for it. Sarah Keita is too. Sarah Keita is too. I think they're both going for it. Come on,
Justine.
Come on, Justine. Oh, she's going up. Sarah Keita's going for it. She is going to be the first girl to jump the sausage. Yeah.
And she's got the advantage. That's
like
beautiful.
it. There we go. All the other girls going high. Nobody else choosing to go around it.
Now let's see.
It's not such a big advantage, though, is it? I'm not sure she gained the advantage you would have liked.
No, I think the problem is because
it's good to do it.
She's now got a really high line coming back up.
Yeah, into the chop.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, she's gained. Look, she's gone. She was in second.
She's now in first. It definitely worked. She was quite a long way back, actually.
She's also really quick, so maybe.
But a good job. But this is the final. We've got to remember. So that's a big decision, actually. Justine Lemaitre was in the lead by quite some way. Sarah Keita Offringer has gone for broke. And I tell you what, Justine Lemaitre is absolutely flying. She lost ground with that jump, but she is right back in the race. This is a final, guys. Let's have a look at that battle at the front. It's the first time we've seen Sarah Keita have this battle. And Justine Lemaitre is not giving up. And Sarah Keita is having to push all the way into this penultimate jibe mark. She has a look over her shoulder. She is absolutely flying, Justine, as she comes into this mark. There's waves to deal with on this mark. So she needs to get in the swell line. It looks a very good jibe from Justine Lemaitre, but Sarah Keita's got a higher line, and that will mean she's not going into the chop as much as Justine because this is a lower tide now. Pozo Bay. This is going to be a hell of a speed run for both riders. Let's stay on the drone. That was so sick. There we go. Look at this from Justine Lemaitre. She is not backing off. Full speed. Justine is holding on to Sarah Keita Offringer. We've got one jibe mark to go, and Sarah Keita has took the lead as we come into the last jibe mark. Can she make it 3 wins out of 3? Just one jibe mark to go, getting super loose. We've got waves to contain with. It is going to be Sarah Keita that jibes first. Justine's on a swell line here. This could be Justine's. Oh, she got stuck on it, and Sarah Keita has got away. Sarah Keita is going to win this one, I think. If what happened to Jordi Vonk doesn't happen, but Sarah Keita, that was a great drag race from Sarah Keita and Justine Lemaitre. How good was that? But it is going to be Sarah Keita Offringer. She's still getting challenged to the line. This is not maybe over. It's not over till it's over, and she's coming back strong. Wow. Look at the speed of Justine Lemaitre. Wow. She was having it.
She wanted it there.
Oh, she wanted it. And by going around the buoy is probably what cost her.
Yeah.
So great skills from Sarah Keita. Great skills from Justine. Who was in third?
Jenna
Gibson.
Yeah.
I apologise. That was such a close
Jenna
race.
Is flying. I was keeping an eye on her in the beginning. She had such a terrible start. She was miles behind, but she's just got so much speed.
Yeah.
I think she just needs to nail the start, stay out of trouble, and just know that she's got board speed to get wherever she needs to get to.
Yeah, Marilyn Mortifon, then Marine Hunter. That was a great race. I mean, Justine just proving she has got the speed. That's probably the best race we've seen from the guys or the girls.
Yeah.
In terms of,
neck and neck.
Everything on the line coming into the last mark. Yeah, Jenna Gibson was quite far back. I want to see how much ground she made, Sarah Keita. She made a lot. There's no doubt about it. Sarah Keita's not even round the jibe mark yet.
Yeah.
There's no way she'd have done that in the speed run. Justine was quick.
Yeah, because they were the same speed, weren't they? On the
Look at the difference. Sarah Keita is not around the jibe mark until now.
Let's say when they're both up to speed. So they're both up to speed now, and it's what, about 30 metre?
Good chunk.
Yeah.
I mean, she ended up in first.
Yeah.
So that was where the race was won and lost.
Yeah.
That's
good.
just
That's
insane.
what it's supposed to be, isn't it? That's really good.
If you're behind, you've got to take that line.
Yeah.
You've got to take the maybe the jump goes wrong, maybe it goes right. If it goes right, you gain 30 meters.
Yeah.
Really great race. I mean, Justine, this run was epically filmed as well. The drone, Johannes on the drone, this was just epic. Look at that.
I think it was just that she had that little tail walk, didn't she? Remember Justine just like lost it and had that
She was
little...
just pushing tight. That could have also gone wrong. A different set, different line. We might have seen a different outcome then. And, just to finish that race off would have been them going head to head on that last week. She give it a good go though. Really, look at that. Pozo Beach. That was a good race. That feels good. That feels good. If you've never had a slalom race, that's the feeling. Right. I think we're going to have another women's final at the end of these two finals
so
from
they
the
have
men.
4.
So they're going to do, they're going to do.
They'll get discard there.
Every time the men do 1 now, the women are doing 2, I think. That's what I've heard. Yeah, what do you think about the option? Did it ruin the race? Did it make the race? Are you into it? I mean, obviously you've heard mine and John's theory on that. I think that was
really
perfect.
like that.
That was perfect.
A good. Because also you don't want it so that if they don't go over it, they're just out of it.
Yeah,
they got to sell.
It was almost perfect.
Yeah.
In terms of it's not a massive gain, but it's a gain.
Yeah.
And when you're fighting for minor positions, as we see at the end, if Justine had gone over it, she'd have won.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Or not if she catapulted.
Or not, yeah. Well, you got it right. She guaranteed a second. Phil says having the option made it more interesting. Fitness and injury says so good. Lila says, yeah, Jenna. Respect to the ladies in this race. Amazing skills. Look crazy physical. Very entertaining. We're hearing good visuals in these conditions. Let's see who else is brave enough to jump the sausage. If you don't mind losing ground. Epic. Loving this. Yeah, there's some of the comments on YouTube from you guys at home watching, which is always good. I mean, the feedback is what this whole discipline is about, you know. We've got to read the room, make sure we're all on a similar page. Don't all have to be on the same page. Yeah, right. Okay. We should be, where are we on? Missed what flag was on. They're still lining up.
Is this, oh no, this is the 4 minute. Here we go.
Yeah, red flag, I guess.
This is what happens. You're basically waiting around the start boat. You can see that most of them have got their hands on their watches, or I think MyCheck actually has it in, they have a few of them have headphones.
Yeah.
So it's got like a countdown. So it's saying like, I don't know how well, I've never heard it, but I think it's just an audio recording that counts down 4 minutes. Is that right?
Yeah. Well, what is interesting is if you've never used a proper race watch, which I hadn't until I started doing a few slalom comps, and you buy the big race watch, you see it, is that sync button where if you, like, let's say you slightly miss it, like you're 5 seconds out, you see it, or you've got your hands on the boom, you get a gust and you can't actually press the button. So then you just press it anyway, and then you just make sure you're roughly in the region of the boat when the next flag goes up. Yeah. And if you press the sync button, it just, let's say there's 3 minutes and 5 seconds on your watch, and they put the 2 minute and 5 seconds on. The yellow flag goes up, which is 2 minutes. You press the button and it sinks down to 2 minutes.
Is this really the first time you used that watch?
Yeah, you never had one.
What did you have in the Olympic days?
I didn't even know about this sort of shit.
Well, I mean, you
Just
raced
I had a little Casio watch.
Like
I had an Ironman, Timex. Yeah, but I didn't know there was this. I didn't realize everyone had these massive watches. Like, well, I'm not that blind. I'm fine. But actually, looking back, that would have been very useful.
You would have been at the Olympics, wouldn't you?
It's been around for a long time, those watches. But I honestly was just like, wow.
You'd be sat here now with a big gold medal around your neck, wouldn't you? Would be almost guaranteed.
Oh, it's freaking mad. Mad.
I don't know how it works with the headphones. I guess they don't have that synchronized.
Yeah,
I think it's just literally a recorded 4 minute long audio.
I've had many jokes about this. Like people are giving themselves pet talks as well. You've got this, champ.
Oh yeah,
you've got this. 30 seconds is coming up. Are you ready for this? You've got this.
Oh yeah.
No, I don't know. You can just imagine you're gonna have different voices.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Johnny, you got this, mate.
Yeah.
Don't let them get you. And then every so often down the race, it works out where you might be. It's like, stay calm.
The sausage is coming. You got it.
Exactly. Yeah. Jump! You interfere with someone's recording. Sorry, I probably just deafened a few people. I forgot.
Star Wars guys, we use the Force. So we're on 2 minutes now. Yellow flag's up.
Yeah, and this is runners-up final, elimination 3, day 1 of the Slalom X, but day 5 of this Gran Canaria Piedray World Cup. Struijmar, Vrieswijk, Jules, Preen, Vonk, Macker, Rakowski, TMA. We obviously had a few guys, big guns, not making the final. So this is going to be hard to win.
How's the ranking looking? I mean,
well, let's see after this one, because there's quite a lot of people who've been around. But I tell you what, Daldorf, Maciek really need to make this final because he's already had a pretty. He's had a 12th.
He's had a win,
12th or something like that. Win or something. So Daldorf is looking good. Daldorf has had a 3rd and a 6th, and he's in the winners' final again.
Yeah.
Maltarusha.
He's also he was on a sneak
5th and a 6th, and he's just like, and these are the guys. These two guys have not really been into the foiling. They've been Malta's been doing a bit of foiling, but I know he's not really been mad keen on it. But Daldorf hasn't even been doing it, as far as I understand.
Yeah.
So yeah, interesting to see. But here we go. This will be a difficult runners-up final to win. Some big names in this. And I'm pretty sure we're going to see a few people pushing. Oh, don't go over the line. Let's just keep it nice and clean, boys.
But I mean, certainly like someone like Mychek, if he wants to be in any chance of enjoying
Look down that pin end. Geordie has gone for it. Someone was sticking out. The flag is still up, so it looks like a good start. So Geordie Vonk in a good position, upwind of the boys. 37 knots is his speed down this reach. Mychek's down there. Who else is on the Neil Pride? Maybe Nico Preen. Macker, maybe. We got a few Neil Prides in it.
Mychek, the second one up.
Yeah, Geordie Vonk here looking very solid. Like I said, he's definitely got the speed. I think it's Nico. No, Mychek's down the bottom end. I think that's Mychek. Difficult to see, isn't it, from that angle? But Geordie Vonk definitely in the lead. Mardo Vrieswijk jibes on the inside. It goes down. Oh, just catches the rail. And that is not what he wanted. A few of the guys having to pump out of it. Geordie Vonk, though, is absolutely steaming right now.
He's another one that's had a sausage incident. It's going to be on his head.
He has got PTSD of the sausage. Oh, it wasn't the cleanest, but he went over. That's the thing, is Nico Preen, Maciek Rakowski, all in the mix right now. TMA, I was just looking who that was. Yeah, Jimmy TMA on the Patrick is in there, but Geordie Vonk has got a massive lead ahead of the rest of the field in this runners-up final. We've got Lohan Jewel on the S2 Maui Sails at the moment in about 6th place. TMA in 5th place. But this is not a qualifier. This is the runners-up final, so every position counts for your overall result. Geordie Vonk looking very solid, and Maciek Rakowski and Nico Preen are having a right battle for 2nd place at the moment, and someone has just rolled over the other one, both on exactly the same gear, Neil Pride and JP for this event. But it's Geordie Vonk who's leading the way. I think that's Maciek that got rolled by Preen there. Can't quite see. But Geordie Vonk absolutely flying as he comes into the penultimate jibe mark. Let's just stay. That is Preen, isn't it? Yeah, Preen in 2nd. So Preen in 2nd. Rakowski in 3rd. Bit of swell to deal with. Geordie Vonk surely has this wrapped up. I mean, he would be in the final if it wasn't for whatever it was, just letting go the boom, literally meters from the finish line in that semi-final. But Geordie Vonk has definitely got the speed. He is flying to the outside, and last mark of this course, Elimination 3, losers final. Geordie Vonk gets a bit of looseness there.
I think that reach is really broad. You're seeing the guys behind, they're like struggling to stay hooked in, which is like, you know, when you're going so
look
broad.
at that though. Lovely wave to jibe on from Geordie Vonk, and that means there's going to be a wave to get stuck on here for the other boys, and they do get a bit stuck, and Maciek Rakowski is ahead of Preen. Maciek Rakowski has flown down that last reach and overtake Nico Preen, and now we're going to have a right battle for 2nd. First is wrapped up. Geordie Vonk's going to win it. Maciek Rakowski trying to stay out of the way of the waves, but Preen's gone low. Preen has gone low. He's trying to take Maciek, and this is the battle for 2nd place. Maciek going over the swell, and he's took a higher line as they come into the finish, and Maciek Rakowski is going to be, well, it was
hard to call
close.
Where's
the line?
The drone was more or less on the finish.
That was closer than you thought, wasn't it?
Actually,
that was very close. Lohan Jewel, look at this low tide. It's getting very difficult to deal with. As they come in, they're getting sideswiped, and it means you can't quite let off the gas. You've got to kind of put up your rail. Wow. Geordie Vonk, though, a brilliant win there in the runners-up final. 9th place for him in Elimination 3. 10th place could be Preen, could be Maciek Rakowski. Have to wait for confirmation of that. And then 3rd, it looked like Lohan Jewel. 4th. Let's have another look at this race.
Oh, there's Armado going down. Oh, and there's a nasty fall with the sail.
That's the worst, isn't it? Wow. You know, when you get the nose down, that's when you really know you're forcing the legs up. When it sort of flies nice, it's like, oh, look at that. Who was that on the Neil? That looked nice. Sometimes it just lines up perfectly. Other times it's like heart in your mouth, kind of. Oh. Geordie, though, is flying, wasn't he?
does seem to be when he gets like clean air, clean lines, like just so blissfully
That
quick.
was a great jibe from Green. So what happened with Magic? Magic took him on the way out then. So, there, yeah, this is that jibe. But he was quite far ahead at this point, Green. But then coming into the last jibe, Magic's dived in the inside. So he must have put some ground up. And then here is the finish. I'm not sure this is...
Can we pause it on the line? Because I think the drone's more or less directly over the finish.
Green? Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, we will find out when the results come through, but it looked very close. Well, they don't know yet.
That's the second tight finish that Mychek's had now, isn't it? He'll
Yeah.
be gutted if he loses that one out again. He's like lost 2 by a metre,
It's
basically.
been close, isn't it? Right, winners final coming up. I think this has to be the last elimination of the day. I mean, it's 6 o'clock.
Yeah.
I think most days we haven't finished till 7, 8 o'clock.
Yeah.
I mean, finish the day and then editing and stuff. So it'd be nice to be able to get the Slalom X content out there on a video. I mean, how do you round this up into a how many minute video? It's pretty hard, isn't it? It's been some crazy action. Here we go. Elimination 3 final. Franz, Mortefon, Daldorf, Mercer, Martini, Cousin, Giacchino, Ruscia. I'm having a feeling someone's going to push for this. This is a final, but let's hope they all stay behind the line. Here we go. Tati Franz had a good start. The green flag stays up, though. So it's looking good news for Tati Franz fans. Down that bottom end, though, someone is absolutely motoring. Is that Ingmar Daldorf on the GA? I think it might be. I tell you what, though, Mortefon's coming good in the middle, and so is Matteo Giacchino from the top. Matteo Giacchino from the top. Has he gone big? He might have, but he's not giving up just yet. Look below him. I think that's Bruno Martini flying down, but so is Pierre Mortefon. This is absolutely insane speeds as we come into the first mark. And it's Pierre Mortefon to jibe first, and Giacchino's had to go wide on that swell line. That could help him over the sausage. Inside on the Neil Pride is Bruno Martini. Pierre Mortefon leading. Could he win the third elimination? That would be an epic start for the Frenchman. On the Phantom FMX board gear, he's got, superb speed. But I tell you what, Bruno Martini's come back at him there. Bruno Martini had a better jump than Pierre Mortefon. He landed with more speed as they come into the outside jibe mark. It's going to be neck and neck, and it is Bruno Martini. He managed to just keep the speed. He put all that trauma behind him. But Bruno Martini from Italy is making the sausage pay for knocking him off earlier. Not the best jibe from Bruno, but he gets going. Pierre Mortefon in second, then Tati Franz, then Matteo Giacchino, then Alexander Cousin, then Macur. It's all to play for now. Bruno Martini from Italy has used the sausage to his advantage in this one. And he has made ground and is now ahead of the Frenchman. Pierre Mortefon in second. Mortefon surely would settle for second here. Or is he going to push for that first place? Do you even bother trying to push Bruno Martini with that speed? We've gone for the bird's eye view up there. But Bruno Martini, these boys must be flying because the drone couldn't keep with them. So Bruno Martini round safely on the inside. Pierre Mortefon surely must settle for a second. And then we've got, it's Mercer going through. What a race for the Frenchman. He's been right up in the overall. Tati Franz. And then Giacchino, then Daldorf. Who's at the front? The real battle. This is a final, boys. We are on it right now. Bruno Martini from Italy. One jibe mark to go. It's not plain sailing, though. Look at the chop. Look at the swell as they come into the last jibe mark. One jibe mark to win it for Bruno Martini. A little bit of a wobble there as he jibes through. What a great jibe from Bruno Martini, though. He is looking good. He is looking good for the win here. Mortefon jibes round safely. Tati Franz now up into third place. Bruno Martini is going to win it. And let's check the rest of the guys coming in. Bruno Martini, Pierre Mortefon, Mercer, Tati Franz, Matteo Giacchino. It might be Matteo Giacchino is fighting or Mercer is still holding it. But Bruno Martini wins the third elimination. There we go. Redemption for the sausage. Let's see the other guys cross the line. We've got Pierre Mortefon in second. He will be leading this Slalom X competition. Oh, a great race from Iachino to come back to third. And I think it's Daldorf and Mercer racing for the line. Close between them. Tati drops back. Then we've got Maltarusha. And then the Patrick Sale of Alexander Kuzan.
Why, Ingmar's fair play.
Come back, didn't he?
Yeah.
Solid in about 4th or 5th or whatever that was then.
Yeah, but Pierre looking strong now. Overall,
Yeah.
2 seconds and a first.
How was that though? Bruno accelerated over the obstacle. The sausage.
I think after what happened in the last one where he hit the sausage and he
Yeah.
had quite a mare, I think he broke his sail, broke a mast.
Look, Bruno's back there. Yeah, look, lands just so much better, and
Yeah.
that's the difference. You land flat rather than sort of on the tail.
Yeah.
He just accelerated. And it wasn't different, was it? Just leant up, leant down, landed, bam, speed. And
I mean, also, he's
look
really
at that, though.
quick.
There we go.
At that point, he's still behind.
Yeah,
but
he's still behind, but he carried the speed.
Yeah.
And he's devastatingly quick.
Yeah.
Plus, Pierre, first and second already. Does he need to push to a point at this point in the competition? You know, do you want to challenge Bruno Martini when he's got his game face on? I'm not sure. Even Pierre Mortefond will probably just wait for an opportunity, and if it doesn't come, have it.
I feel slightly better having been smoked by those two the first day that I went sailing with them. I feel slightly better now.
Yeah, I'm sure you do.
Yeah.
Yeah, great racing. Oh, Tati,
Quite
friends, what happened to
interesting behind,
Tati
yeah,
here?
like,
Tati was in third at this point around the last jibe mark.
Oh,
then
there
Matteo, Matteo and Mercer, but then Tati's right back there. And then Daldorf come through as well. Interesting.
You've got to say, the drone, Johannes on the drone, what an epic job.
Ridiculous, isn't it?
Yeah.
Ridiculous. Wow, okay. So we'll have to wait for the overall results to come in. We'll take a... yeah, they don't know at the moment. So first Bruno Martini, second Mortefond, third Iachino, fourth is to be decided.
And the
women's.
losers
We got no. Sorry,
Oh.
no, we got another women's final. That's right. Another women's final coming up.
Do you have the results from the losers final?
Yes,
the
I'll
runners
have
up
a look.
final.
I will definitely have
Was
a look.
Was it Mychek or Preen that got it?
Matchek third.
Ah, so Preen got it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Preen second. Wow.
Mychek-
Wow,
Mychek's had
Matchek
two-
is going
he's
to be
had-
frustrated
he's had
right now.
two
Two close
big-
calls, hasn't he?
yeah.
Big calls.
Mm.
Wow. Okay, so here we go. Women's final coming. I've got less than 2 minutes to go till the start. Just going to check some comments on YouTube. Epic show. Absolutely loving it. Can't wait for the interviews with these guys. Again, that's what. Stay tuned to the highlights video. Thanks for the live show. Nico beat Matchek in the end. Italians are much better at windsurfing than soccer. That is windsurfing. Tati, what happened? Put the hammer down. Skills on show. Yeah, a lot of good comments there. Right.
All right there, Ben. You just broke the seat.
Maybe I am heavy enough for slalom. All right, here we go. Women's final, number 4. This would mean a discard could come in. Who will jump the sausage in this race? We've already seen the advantage of doing it, and I like this softly approach. Let's not just force anyone on the sausage, but there is an advantage by jumping it. Here we go, bunching up down that pin end. Oh, someone's gone. No, it's good. Green flag's still up. Good start. Looks like Oda Johanna down there. Looks like Jenna Gibson has gone for the start. Oh, no. It looks like they're slowing down. So it looks like we have had a general recall. Jenna Gibson and whoever that was. And maybe that was, that's Davico. Davico, yeah. So maybe Davico or Jenna Gibson could be over in this one.
See if we can get a replay on that start. All right, let's have a look.
But
Yeah, she's miles.
Yeah, she
miles
was
ahead.
Davico's was sticking out a bit, wasn't she?
You just got to hope that she hasn't pulled everyone else across, because that's what
Can happen,
You
can
know,
it?
sometimes you see them, you go, "Oh, they're over," but then
Yes, 2 Maui cells isn't exactly.
no, I think it's just her.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you might be
There's a
right.
Patrick in the middle as well, but yeah, look, she's like a good.
Got
2 or
Sav.
3.
Is that Sav? Is that Sav Bristol? Sav? Mark Savage? You never know. There's a few Mark Savages out there. Great show, Ben. Been watching all day. Good to see. Thanks for the great show. Hey, Ben, why are there no North sails in this year's Slalom X? I'm not sure. I was actually racing against Clayton from Brazil, who's now working up in Filviana in Portugal, and I think he might enter at some point, maybe in the full discipline. He's like the Brazilian Hulk, we would nicknamed him. He's just monster. So he was talking about training up, getting on the PWA. So we might be seeing him. He's on a North sail.
There's quite a few Brazilian.
France, yeah, I think it's Davico. But there's a few. Can't even
No, it's just
see
one.
that.
One.
Yeah, but
one
I think
name.
it is Davico. The loft sail's definitely sticking out. There we go. Sav, been a while. Still got the dreadlocks. I've seen he's been making some crazy inventions. Only 3 weeks to the 2024 Furta PWA Grand Slam. Super excited for Slalom X has been added. It's going to be epic. I saw Nico doing big jumps on his slalom gear. Maybe it helps him now. Well, he was actually had a few hiccups on the sausage. Nico Preen.
I think it's 2 very different things: doing a big jump on a slalom board and jumping over a sausage.
Yeah, traveling full speed in a race. It's having that point of reference, like you say. What's meters per second for me is easier to understand because it's obvious, isn't it? If like, what is it? And I think I remember it's like half, whatever the knots are. So you half it to get meters per second. So if it's 40 knots, 20 meters.
30 knots. So yeah, 15 meters per second.
Yeah, or maybe a bit less than that, but it's roughly that. Which in a second you're doing 15 meters. You don't get a lot of time. It like comes at you really quickly. It's like
because you can't jump with 15 meters. There's no way you clear it. So you're looking at like
so less than a second to make the decision.
Yeah.
So and it's like when you jump out of a plane. If you've ever done a skydive, you get this ground rush at a certain height where you skydive in, nothing's happening. It's like this is easy, and then suddenly it's like whoa, my god! And then that's pretty much just after that you pull the chute. But it's like this weird feeling like you're
done
like,
a lot of skydiving, have you?
Huh?
Have you done a lot of skydiving?
No, once, but I always remember that.
Yeah.
It was like, wow, this is what? No, it was, and then it just went, whoa! So everything's getting closer now because at one point it doesn't move really,
Yeah,
and then suddenly it's like, and it's like that at the end of the Luderitz Speed Canal. You're going down there, you're going like what 40,
50, no?
Oh, 50 actually, but let's say you're going 45, whatever. It's an average day, and you're like, at the end when you cross the finish. This is how we remember thinking about it. That's coming at you in a second because it's 20 meters away or whatever. Every second you're getting 20 meters close to that beach and there's no beach. So it's like mad. It's like ground rush. You're like, shit. So you don't really have time to celebrate and you're like, way, and you want to look at your watch because you're like, but then it's like, you've already got to do a like lay down job before you'll end up on the beach. And a few people have ended up on the beach because of that. Happens so fast.
Just gone straight and crashed.
Yeah, like tried to slow down and then like pretty mad. Can't wait for Johan So to be back, says Angus.
Well, actually, why isn't he here? Do we know? Why isn't
he's training for the Olympics. Okay. They're happening in a few weeks' time, apparently. But I'll tell you, I haven't seen. I don't really watch the news, so maybe I've not got that Euros feeling. The football's on at the moment.
Yeah.
I kind of watching a bit of that, so I'm kind of in that. This is happening, so I'm obviously in this. But the Olympics, I'm not in there yet. I'm not in Olympic mode.
You didn't follow the windsurf news. I was going to tell you, there's a website that you can follow.
Yeah, I get confused with it all. I'll be honest. It's a bit confusing. I don't understand which ones we have to follow. There's so many competitions, and they all got red sails. It's difficult. All right, here we go. It's like all these guys having red sails. It wouldn't be as good. You got a different colour sails. I'm not going to say it anymore.
Quite a lot of reds, though, aren't there?
Oh, yeah, but at least we've got a few different ones here. There we go. Green flag up. Women's final, Elimination 3. Jenna Gibson, another good start from the Brit. She wants to win one, doesn't she? Is she going to jump?
I'm cool. I think she's definitely got the speed to challenge. So
we look at the top end. Justine Lemetier looking good. Marion Mortefon. Sarah Keeter at the moment is a bit further back. Is she just going, you know what? I'm going to start a bit further back, jump the sausage, catch up?
Yeah.
Or do you think Jenna Gibson's going, I need to start good because I'm not going to jump the sausage?
Yeah,
Or
you
is
see
she
there,
thinking...
That's the mark. They've just gone past
Yeah.
it. So it is quite an upwind.
Yeah, she's thinking, you know what? I'm going to jump it, but I'm going to slow down. Let's find out. This is exciting. Jenna Gibson rounding first. Second place, Justine Lemetier. Oh, inside jibe from Sarah Keita off ringer. It's quite far upwind. Jenna Gibson looks to me like she's heading upwind. She is. So Jenna Gibson has gone for the good start to go upwind, but Justine Lemetier is not going for the same trap as last time. She is going over the sausage. Go on, Justine. Go on, Sarah Keita off ringer. Justine Lemetier. Oh, she makes it over. It wasn't pretty, but she made it over. There we go. There's a few more riders going for it. Oda Johanna Brodo does not make it. And there we go. But look at Jenna Gibson. She is still in the lead. She had a good lead coming into it. She's on a downwind trajectory here, and it is going to be Jenna Gibson that jibes in first place still, but it's really close the gap.
Yeah.
Super close the gap, and not a great jibe from Gibson. She makes it round, but it's a really slow jibe, and Sarah Keita is back in this. We got a 3-horse race coming up. We have definitely got a race on. Jenna Gibson from the UK, one of the fastest slalom racers in the world. No more sausages to jump, just 2 more jibe marks. 3 more reaches to go. Justine Lemetier is in third place, just waiting to pounce on a mistake. But Jenna Gibson is powering down this reach now into the penultimate jibe mark. Sarah Keita off ringer is in the wake behind. Needs a good jibe on this last jibe mark. Oh, sorry, penultimate jibe mark. Jenna Gibson, there's swell coming through here. Really needs to time it right. And she's got round perfect. Jenna Gibson, solid, lovely jibe from the Brit. So Jenna Gibson for Britain. Will she get her first win in Slalom X? Could this be the start of a Slalom X career? But Sarah Keita is definitely not settling. Is definitely not settling for second place. She is going way more direct, Sarah Keita off ringer. Sarah Keita off ringer is going directly to the mark. And Jenna Gibson's gone so high. She's opened the door now for Sarah Keita off ringer to come inside. And Sarah Keita has gone straight to the mark. It's going to come down to the last jibe mark. She goes inside. Jenna Gibson's got a better line. But Sarah Keita has nailed the jibe, and she has gone ahead of the Brit, and Sarah Keita has took the lead coming out of the last jibe mark. She is going to take the victory. What another amazing race. Jenna Gibson's on a massive swell line here. I'd keep your eye on her because it's not a guarantee. Sometimes you can get sideswiped out. You need to, yeah, it's okay. Powering down this reach. That's the shot we want. Sarah Keita off ringer will win the 4th elimination of day 1 of this Slalom X. Day 5, she is so happy. Jenna Gibson will be gutted, but happy with second. It looks like Marion Mortefon has come up into third place. Oh no! Lemetier was super low, and she's got smashed by a bit of a side wave, and she is in a bit of trouble right down there. She could end up on the bunker. She's took a low jibe. You've got to come in high. I thought Gibson did a good job of that. Mortefon will get that third. 4th place, who's on the Severn?
Oda, I guess.
Oh, no, looks like Alabao. Alabao in 4th. Then we've got, looks like Hunter. Oh, man, Lemetier is, she's got, we've seen it in the waves happen. If you can't clear that white water, it grabs the nose of your board. Oh, I don't know if I can do too many days of this. Oof.
What an epic first day of slalom, though.
I mean, that's it, isn't it?
Yeah.
Come on. I know there's a lot of foil fans out there, but come on. We've been missing this.
Yeah.
You can't do that on a foil. It's too shallow. This is where the fin comes into its own. Obstacle, waves. This is racing. I love this shit. I love foil racing too. Come on. We've got 2 amazing racing disciplines now. That's the cool thing about it. We have got 2 amazing disciplines. What a race, though. Jenna Gibson. If she jumped that sausage, would she have won?
I guess so, yeah, because she...
I really think she would have.
Yeah.
I really think she would have. She's going to have to look at that.
Yeah.
Because that definitely... I mean, she had a good jibe out of there. That could have been the difference. That was a good jibe. Landed a bit wonky, though. Sarah Keita went safe. Oh, Marion. it's so tricky to time it. Look at that. That really gives you an idea of exactly what it's like.
Yeah.
The drone really doesn't. Oh, it was Oda, was it? No, it was, sorry, it was De Jong. Oh, De Jong, unfortunately, was the one goes down on the sausage. Oh, that could have gone wrong.
Like she was going for a flacker there, wasn't it? Kicking the tail out.
Oh. So
I mean, having said that, the lead that Jenna had coming out that penultimate jive was quite huge. And
yeah, let's have a look. I mean, we're going to see the
Sarah
replay.
Took that lower line, and I think maybe it's a good move because you can sort of, because the bearing away bit is it looks like it's really broad. You've seen it all day that they're really struggling to get downwind. And if you do that downwind early, you're kind of in the wave bit where it's a bit flatter and you can kind of pick a line through the waves, and then you're at a nicer angle when it starts to get all choppy and gnarly.
Yeah.
So you can kind of see that's maybe where.
Like, she gained so much on this route.
Yeah. So I think Jenna went high, and then she was having to bear away out to sea in the really gnarly, choppy bit, and you can't just flat stick it. Whereas like Sarah flat sticked it through the waves, where it's kind of like it's maybe sketchier, but you have flat water.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like here, I mean that's a good lead.
That's a good lead, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know, and she's not slow, but look, Sarah Key just went low.
Yeah.
Just went so direct.
But then it means like now where she's coming up into the jibe like high and in control, whereas like Jenna's having to bear down on it.
And there was no swell line to go on. You know, there's like a flat bit. And then Le Métier is the one that really lost out, you know, on that wave with that side sway. And she's quite high there.
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure how she ended up right down that bottom end. Wow. Well, what a day. What a day. First time we have ever seen Slalom X on the pedalway. That was the premiere of Slalom X. Are you not entertained? That was epic. Come on. I'm looking at the comments here. Epic racing on the last two reaches in that swell. We got, yes, the fin racing is so great. Speed, jumps, jives. Now what's the show? Love that shit. Great race. Looks like you guys are loving it. And these were not easy conditions. All the racers out there probably on their smallest gear, bar a couple of big boys, maybe. Yeah. But I think everyone else on their smallest gear. So windy racing. Every day you guys have been punishing me. Where's the Slalom X? Where's the Slalom X? There's the Slalom X. That's what we're waiting for. And I know that's why you guys want to see it, because it has been a proper show. And all the riders have really put it in today. There's going to be a lot of, that takes a lot out of you. We've been talking about it all day. Absolutely knackering. What's been your standout for today, John?
I think it's just been great to see like that bit of jeopardy in the sausage, and we've seen, you know, a number of like Geordie leading a semi-final and going down, Bruno looking safe going down, and it's just good. I think I'm super impressed with Sarah Keita sailing.
Amazing. And again, didn't settle for the second. She's already got three first. She could have easily gone.
Needs one to discard,
yeah,
doesn't she?
I'll just take a second. It's easy. But she went for it.
I think she just loves it. She loves.
She loves racing. You can see her screaming. That's not just for show.
Yeah.
You know, she loves that. And again, I just told you, when you're racing, doesn't matter if you're winning. It's that competitiveness. She doesn't want to be out the front on her own. I'll tell you now.
Yeah.
They're the races that mean the most.
Yeah.
Like taking it on the last jibe, taking a shorter cut, going over the jump and winning the last one.
Yeah.
This is the shit we want to see. And the waves played their part, you know. As that tide went out and those breaking waves coming, we saw Matchek miss out. We saw Preen get an advantage. We saw Justine Le Métier, you know, not make it.
Yeah.
Seen it happen a few times. So I think for me personally, I can tell you now, that's a winner. That is a winning performance. I like that. Well, there you go. We'll let the TV crew go. They're probably going, oh, shut up. Let's go. These boys have been working all day. Right. Thank you very much for tuning in. Day 6 coming up tomorrow. Thanks to John for joining me. It's been epic having him here and having his insight as well. And we'll see you tomorrow, day number 6.
you ever wondered why you always want more? More Mondays without an alarm. More first tones. More whiffs of the salty sea and the countrified country. More smiles for the camera. More unexpected friends. More laughing at life. More enjoying the journey. And what if the answer was never really what, but where? Gran Canaria. So much to live for.
We are windsurfing.
We are windsurfing.
My roots. My forever passion.
My first love.
We are Windsurf Sanctuary. Passion, my love. Changed my life.
The endless possibilities on the water.
Ven y acércate a ver el viento, a saborear el paisaje y a escuchar el silencio de una visión infinita. Ven y acércate a sentir el amanecer de nuevos pensamientos que te nacen dentro cuando descubres que estar aquí es querer estar aquí. Santa Lucía es querer estar, querer ser y no poder dejar de hacer. Hoy, las cosas que ayer quedaron para mañana. Ven y acércate a Santa Lucía. Acércate a ti.
Have you ever wondered why you always want more? More Mondays without the alarm. More first times. More leaps into the unknown. More breakfasts in bed. More whiffs of the salty sea and the countrified country. More smiles for the camera. More heartbeats per minute. More enjoying the journey. More dreams almost fulfilled. More unexpected friends. More races to anywhere. More flavors to discover. More being at a loss for words. More time. Time to lose yourself and find yourself again. In short, more moments like this. And this. And this. And what if the answer was never really what, but where? Gran Canaria. So much to live for.
We are windsurfing.
We are windsurfing.
My roots. My forever passion.
My first love.
We are Windsurf Sanctuary. Passion, my love. Changed my life.
The endless possibilities on the water.
beach?
When was the last time you tried something new?
Could I do this every day?
Yep.
Could I cross the island hiking?
Yep. Or riding, if you want.
Hello, how can I help you, sir?
Oui, bonjour madame. Cancel my flight, please.
What is this?
This is our unique nature.
Oh.
And there is more. A lot more. Could that be why we smile so much? Or is it because of this? Because every day is a new discovery. Start your vital movement.